Let's see if we get on to schedule or get on to, well, I guess we're on schedule. Let's see if we get on to studio. And we're going, it says excellent. We're going to wait for a connection here. And then we're going to, see if it's showing up on the home page. And we're going to check for an echo. Get on to, there we are. And everybody do your upvotes. We're going to check our inbox, see if we're informed by YouTube that we're on. I suppose that will come on soon enough. And with that, we're going to go make our phone call now live on your channel. There we are. Okay, so we've got all of the normal reinforcing notifications, and we're going to render this call active. Let's do an audio call. And gonna expect some response from our dear friends, all the usual suspects. And let's see who's responsive. Dear Aristides. Okay, good. I hope you got your notification.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Hey. All right. I'm all right.
Oh, good. Are you ready to do the blurb, or do you need a few?
I will. I'll probably, if I was to wait, I will need more than a few minutes. So I am not in front of the computer, but I'm going to try to do a no frills blurb right now, if that'll do.
Sure. I mean, we can always repeat it when you get home. Just do
No,
the
hey, look, man, don't make me work twice.
Well, it's not that bad. Come on. Did you get your
Uh,
notification of?
yes,
Oh,
I did.
okay,
Yes,
good.
thank you.
Yes. Okay, good.
Yes.
All
All
right.
right. You want
And
to do that now? I'll do that now.
oh yeah, sure. Sounds good.
All right. Well, notification had to do with money, and Douglas needs money to keep doing what he's doing. This is his job, fully and rightfully, and he needs your contributions to keep doing it. And the easiest way to do that is to send him money on PayPal. I can't put the link in the chat right now, but the cool thing is you don't need the link. All you need to do is remember his name at the least, Douglas Dietrich, and go search there. Hopefully you will find him and see his picture, which will look like an Asian-looking man with a snazzy hat and glasses up on top of the hat. Or the more direct way is to just type in Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, as is shown right on the front thumbnail poster of the program there. And that'll get you right there. And please do contribute whatever you can afford one time, or even consider a recurring payment if you have gotten recurring benefits from listening to the program. How's that? I think that's fair. So
Absolutely.
yeah, and it's only the beginning of the month, so it's not a crisis yet. But when we let these things slide, as with anything, they do become a crisis. So
it's a crisis every month. It's a crisis every month.
So yeah, please do think about that. And you shouldn't need a PayPal account to do that. I believe you can click somewhere and just say pay with credit card, quote unquote anonymously, or at least not with an account to do that. So beyond that, things you can do, which you will need an account for with YouTube to do all the little functions there. It's not as hard as it sounds. If you have a Gmail, it'll recognize that as a native login already, because YouTube is a Google product. But if not, figure it out somehow. Get logged in, make an account, a fresh account if you have to, and you need to do that to like and subscribe, so to speak, all that. So please do that. Put the upvote, hit the thumbs up button there at the bottom of the screen. As soon as you get here, that is important, not just to show your support, but because there are those people, sad, pathetic people, who put down votes, either themselves or with bots or whatever, and what that does is it affects the algorithm and the likelihood that Douglas is coming up in search results high up or in suggested content. So please do that right away. And make sure you are subscribed. So I've figured out that if it shows a subscribe button right under the window,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
If it shows if the subscribe button right under the window, then you're not subscribed. That's what at least for me. Then once you subscribe, that goes away because you already subscribed. That's for a while I couldn't figure out because it used to say subscribed right under there. But you can still go to the front, his main channel page. Don't click out of the current window, but if you open another window or check later, his the channel name, Douglas Dietrich there in blue is a link, and it'll go there, and it should show you subscribed right there. So just make sure that you are, check that occasionally, because it can become undone through whatever reasons sometimes. So once you've done that, turn on a little notification bell that puts a handy pop-up on your device, so you don't have to remember, set a reminder, it does it for you, and make sure you get here on time. I even use that. And what else? So once you are logged in with an account, underneath the little menu, the axis up in the corner, make yourself a little avatar if you don't have one, and check out under that account, make sure the restricted mode is off, just in case that might affect your ability to receive the content that is age restriction. And definitely is not children's content. Douglas does not mark it specifically as age restricted, but who knows, YouTube may pull some funny business there. So make sure restricted mode is off, and there should be a thing in the menu that says switch account. That doesn't mean other accounts. It actually means you can make channels underneath your main account. No new login. Multiple channels, and presumably for different types of content, whatever it is people do. The cool thing is each one of those channels can do its own upvoting, so you can actually switch between and like something twice. Believe it or not, it is possible. So I usually do that. You can do that too. Just remember to switch back to your main account or whatever, especially if you're going to participate in the chat. Because if not, you start to look like a rando, and then we think you're somebody malicious, and then it happens. They do come. So we don't want a false alarm there. What else? And anything else you could do? Any of those buttons you click, I think, helps the algorithm. If you hit share, it'll generate a link. I would recommend that instead of just copying out of the browser, because it knows you clicked the button rather than just copying it. It'll generate a link, and then you can share that with someone. That link will be the same both for the live and the after for the replay. So if you grab it now.
Okay, they glitched you. Well, he said,
for all.
Hey, they cut you off as soon as you said, if you can grab it now. Then they cut you off. So I think we can hear you again.
Well, I'm only on cell service, so I think that could be not my normal cozy Wi-Fi spot. Yeah. So what was it? Yeah. So yeah, grab hit that share button, grab that link. It will lead to the program for all perpetuity, or until perpetuity is no longer, whatever that means. There might be a button, depending on your device, that says clip, that allows you to take, like, I think it's just a 1-minute little clip out of the program that you can window out. If you really hear a good soundbite you want to share with somebody. Another way to direct him to, and that should link back to his channel. It won't play out the whole show. Another way, at least if you're on the PC during the replay, is you can right click. That's not the normal clicky button. That's the other clicky button. And I'll write on the window while it's playing, and it should give you an option to generate a link at current time that adds a little timestamp on the end, and it gets the person right to that point in time. It happens to all of us. We're listening. We're like, oh wow, this part is so fascinating. I know somebody that needs to hear this. It's happened to me so many times. So that is one way. If you're on the PC, I've not figured out how to do that on the phone, or at least note the time that it happened, and we'll work on that. So also, beyond that, I'm not even actually looking at the YouTube window, but I would presume, as he always does, Douglas has filled up the 100-character title space with things, and even yet that is not enough to acknowledge all the things he needs to. So he will typically, if you see an asterisk, that will refer to a footnote in the description. If you find the description below and click more, it will expand that, and you will find those footnotes that he wishes to expound upon further as far as events, anniversaries, holidays, other things of great significance he wants to acknowledge for today. So
Yes.
that, yep. And if you're in the replay, also during the replay, not during the live, there's only the chat, the live chat. But during the replay, there's also comments enabled below the window, which are different than the live chat. So as soon as that it's over and it becomes a replay, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information, such as the aforementioned PayPal, to which you should send some money, and his website, etc. And you should like that. You should
No, they glitched you
like
again.
comments. You should consider leaving a comment.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
it's because I'm going right by the Verizon building. That's what it is. We got him now. Anyway, yeah. Find Douglas's pinned comment after the live is over there, and like that, like the positive comments. Feel free to leave your own. All these things. Tell the algorithm that the content is interesting and being shared and should probably be shown to other people. So please try to do all those things, or any of them. Some of them. Anything helps. What else do we usually say? What did I miss?
Oh yeah. Well, just so you know, it's my mother's birthday is on December 5th, so we're entering another code blue period where I'm recompressing to go back to the Estates because basically her birthday is going to be on Friday. And with that, of course, we also have a national Armenian holiday that basically takes into account the horrible earthquake that happened a number of years ago that they have a memorial for. And so I'll be involved probably throughout this weekend, recompressing to go back to the Estates. But these are always these are not celebratory days. They're days that are spent in communion with my late and sainted Cyrus. Obviously, the holiday that is a memorial day for the earthquake that happened in Armenia, known as the Spitak earthquake. It's something that, it's the 37th remembrance day thereof. So it takes place on December 7th, and it's their Remembrance Day, probably equivalent to Pearl Harbor for the United States, because it very well may have been the deployment of a scalar weapon. That's an entirely different story. I'm not ready to go into that tonight. But these are somber days. And so from my mother's birthday on Friday, December 5th, all the way through the December 7th, Spitak earthquake victims Remembrance Day on the 7th of December, we have a time where I'm just very much in a contemplative space. And as we enter that space, even now, having had to prepare myself psychologically for the coming days, I do want people to know that, again, we're in a headspace where I'm going to be just talking about other things besides geopolitics for the night. And because, again, it's been a very active first few days of the month. I'm going to be going to bed as soon as possible. So I aim to end this show at around midnight, if we make it till then, my time, which would be, obviously much later on the East Coast, more like towards 3 a.m. or so. But all that being said, everyone, do their best to accommodate myself. And with that, we want people to know there's a poem for my mother. That's this episode's dedicated to her. So the photograph is of my late and sainted Cyrus during the Second World War. And you'll notice, first off, her noble nose, which is a big thing in Asia. Most Asians have very pug noses, but the nobility is born with noses that are much more pronounced, similar to European noses. And they really stand out in Asia. I mean, really stand out. And so they're automatically identified as nobility simply by their faces, by their noses. And the low-born are born with no noses, essentially, pug noses, whereas the high-born are born with pronounced noses that are identifiable as a nose. That is something I was always proud of, that I would hit my gang brothers with, Beaver in particular, when they couldn't smell something. I would tell them that, well, unlike the rest of you, I was born with a nose. Okay, so aside from rubbing in silliness like that on that level, it obviously is a very real marker for a caste system in Asia that many Europeans and white Americans are completely unfamiliar with and never knew about. So all that, we turn it back to our dear friend Aristides to remind everyone about the footnotes and the different kinds of footnotes, from the asterisk to the dagger footnote, the obelisk that we brought up before.
Yes. Well, so far as I've seen, it's asterisk and the title bar, but then it goes to the dagger that refers to a dagger.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
And it'll be in one, as footnotes go, if you've seen them, 1, 2, and 3, so and so forth.
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, great. And aside from that, dear Aristides, anything else on your mind? Topical, historical, that you feel we should be paying attention to? Something that
I am not too sure at the moment. I am going to look up to see if there's anything I especially noted. I don't know if any special goings on, really.
No, there's too much. There's always too much. I mean, we're gonna go to war with Venezuela. Apparently,
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's all. That's only seemed like an inevitability, like because I'm sure that they've been just such a massive threat. I mean, I've seen every I even go near a port or the border. I'm looking over my shoulder for Venezuelans. I mean, they're just so threatening, so completely threatening that I'm sure they're justified. In everything that they're doing, and it has nothing to do with monopolization of resources or other such things at all. Let me say, U.S. troops to get attack drones similar to Iran's deadly Shahed. I don't know if I'm saying that right. So they like the Iran's drones, and they're like, we want ones like that. And well, everybody's generally been angling for, cheap disposable drones.
Yes.
What a flex! What a flex!
Yeah.
We're using the Iranian drones that they stole from us in 2008. Yeah, flex.
Yeah. Well, once something's invented, it's kind of ubiquitous, and now everybody's got to have it, or else, you're not a contender.
Delightful. Yes.
It's like a never-ending circle of theft.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And and of course Aristides, as part of that circle of intelligence and reverse development and redevelopment, well, he's well aware of that, and we welcome aboard Brendan Zogit. Now, Brendan's still under heavy occult siege. Up to him whether or not he wants to describe how that manifests. But
I mean, I feel like it's not necessary. And I'm not actually on board. I'm just stopping by.
Oh, okay. Well, we
Sorry
love you
to
for
say.
it. Yeah, we definitely appreciate your stopping by, and certainly there must be.
You don't need me to talk about whatever you're going to talk about, because I know it's not cryptid.
Yeah, well, it's a continuity of what I was discussing last episode, so I thought you might find that interesting. Surely. And but all such being said, you're invited to listen, and here we are. There.
Brendan is going to sign off, and he's going to go sign on to only cryptids.
Yes, literally. Yeah, there's some hot Bigfoot action over there.
Hell yeah.
The female Bigfoots are intense.
I don't really go for that, but there must be something a little more petite.
Well,
I wouldn't want to see a succubi or something. I would definitely not pay for it. That's for sure.
yeah. Well, let's put it this way. How about this? Is this cryptid enough? Now, this is something that I basically sent to a person in Europe. I'm just going to, shall we say, cut and paste it. I'm going to put this into the infinite call here so that other people can see this. And this is something that I spoke about to, well, Brendan personally, but to the rest of you in this call, you haven't seen it. And this is what I said to the individual I'm speaking to, who asked about the Unterland ecosystem. And I've given her other links that give people an example of how complicated and intensive the underground ecosystem is. But this is something that we have found out about recently in Europe, where they ventured into a cave and found a massive colony of 110,000 spiders operating as social insects, as if they were an ant colony, because they have no predators. Their venom gets weaker, and they attack en masse and overwhelm mice and shit like that, and rats and shit like that. So there you go, a city of spiders, an enormous web, far larger than multiple human beings. How's that for cryptids? And
yeah, that's pretty gross. I mean, to be honest. But it's cool to see that that's something that the Earth can manifest.
Yeah.
I like what this person in the comments says.
Yeah.
And their name is Mephistopheles, which is very sus. But
Mephistopheles,
Yeah.
or is
Yeah,
it
but
simply
it's all
Mephisto?
spelled wrong.
It's all spelled wrong. Yeah, that figures.
Mephistopheles. Yeah, it's supposed to be that, but he's like, trying to be cool and make his own version.
Yeah,
He says,
yeah. Yeah, go on.
he should call it Mephistopheles. But he says it's Comic-Con for spiders. A whole bunch of not so social beings together for the same reason, just not each other. Yeah,
that's pretty fucking funny.
that was a good one. Yeah,
I think he knows his kind too fucking well.
Yeah, he's one of them. Exactly.
Yeah. That's yeah, there you go with that. And at any rate, just pray you never fall into that web. That's you won't be making fun of it then.
No, fuck no. Makes you wonder what the Millennium's doing with that shit. They have to go around it or something, or they just zap them. The what do we call them? The Unterlanders.
Yeah, as for the Unterlanders, believe me, these spiders to them are not a problem. Social colony insect spiders would be something that
I would like to think that they've found a way to work with them. Like maybe they're harvesting them for like fabric to make clothes or something.
Yeah, I would dare say that the issue is actually brought up by an occultist who wrote the book Land Under England. And in the book, it was a book about that was presented as fiction, but the author of the book had lost his father to basically searching for Unterland. His father had basically gone searching for Unterland and disappeared, and the author wrote it as a work of fiction, quote unquote. It was in its day a bestseller. It was the equivalent of what would be like a New York Times bestseller book in its day. Nobody even knows of it now. And it's not exactly the most legible or readable book, but what he spoke of was essentially one of the pre-Reichs settlements in Unterland. And our man found it, Joseph O'Neill. John Doe, who is T. Tank Berry, found a copy of this book. In fact, he found the very edition that I have. I have this edition of Land Under England. So Joseph O'Neill, he was writing about this as quote unquote a forewarning of fascism, where he explains the fact that obviously Unterland was discovered by other people long before the Reich. But because the Reich was racing to find it, and this was known among intelligence circles, and many people in intelligence wind up leaking information by writing books such as Ian Fleming and others, this individual was following a similar route. But one thing he pointed out was that the original Unterlanders that were under England were a Roman settlement that was lost in a mining operation. And it was a massive mining operation where Roman colonists became lost as the mine caved in. But because they discovered themselves in Unterland, they settled under there. But it shows how radically they mutated. They're not inhuman in some monstrous sense physically, but they operate very differently. They're very group minded to the point where they would not be recognized as operating on a human level. People would think of them like the Borg. And so he writes of them as being very socially minded, kind of like the spiders. In other words, they begin to reflect that kind of environment where you have to
Yes.
cooperate as a group. And to such a degree, yeah. So, I mean, that's presented in the book. But one of the things he presents is that one of the animals they could never conquer, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex of that environment, are supermassive single predatory spiders that are far larger than on the surface. I mean, bigger than people. And those are like
Shit.
just a threat that they have to hold at bay. They do manage to capture some of these animals in order to try and exploit their venom sacs for medicinal purposes or weaponization. So the
Wow.
animals are exploited to a degree, but they can never be tamed. So that's it's a point that's brought up in the book. So it's funny that you say that. That's
Fascinating.
and it's all true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I meant just like harvesting, well, I agree. That sounds really cool. But I'm saying that harvesting just like the silk or something
yeah.
without dealing with the spiders.
Interesting. I think that I don't know if he brings that up in the book because I don't consciously remember that, but why else would they be capturing them? It would be something like that as well, right? That makes
Right.
sense. And
Definitely.
yeah, and so I think
you couldn't grow any cotton
yeah,
or
that's
various
right.
fabrics like that, so you'd have to wear like silks or something.
Right. Yeah. Then we get a picture from T-Tank Berry of the Borg Queen, which I always thought was a sellout. You know why I dislike that concept? It's kind of like when they made the time machine for idiots, and it was visually what I did like was I can't remember who made it. Was it Spielberg? I think it was a Spielberg production, but somebody remade the time machine where the guy with the time machine, he encounters the Morlocks, and the Morlocks are presented as far more of a caste system so that you recognize different specialized Morlocks, which hunters and bludgeoners and the like. I liked that, but then they fucked it all up by having a Lord Morlock to provide exposition because they figured the audience is too fucking stupid to understand what's going on without an intelligent Morlock to explain, oh, this is for this and this is for that. And
Right.
It's like, that's what the Borg Queen is like to me. It's like, okay, you don't need that. The Borg, we know what they do. We don't need a person to interface with on a personal level. That's so stupid, and it's so unnecessary, and it's not something that should. Yeah. Anyhow, so go on. Yeah. What else comes to your mind with that? Anyhow, I'm going cryptid.
Well,
in
all
this
kinds of
episode. Yeah,
all kinds of horrific shit.
Yeah.
Especially the Borg Queen.
Yes.
We are the Borg.
Well, the Borg themselves can do that without a queen. That's
Yeah.
that, and not only that, but
Why
they
did they
made
bring her in then?
They brought her in just for exposition and just to give a personal face to the Borg that otherwise, yeah, they felt, oh, the audience can't appreciate it without a personal interface. So they make her bitchy too. It's not just a queen. She acts like a queen. I mean, like a drag
Yeah.
queen. She's got to be a bitch.
Yes.
It's not just like, why couldn't they make her, if the Japanese did it, it would be like an anime girl who is much more benevolent and just like, and far more compelling because she would say, we're only doing this for your own good, right? That's how the Japanese would do it if they did it at all.
Yes.
But but instead, they have to have her be a bitch and a dominatrix. And of course we get presented with with a picture of what Picard as a Borg. That's right. So that's interesting. Actually, the Borg should have been designed more like this, as presented in this card, because it's much more inhuman. Of course, they didn't have the money for those levels of special effects.
Right.
But yeah. So all that being said, yeah. But anyhow, there must be something you well at least provide our listeners who do care about you with a kind of update on how you're doing in general. Of course, it's bad.
Yeah, it's the same shit. Everything's going as well as it can. It's just a lot of busyness and hecticness, and staying on top of things. So yeah, everything's good.
Yeah, cutting vegetables.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you work at a pizza parlor, you have to. That's all you do: cut veggies, put on the sauce and all that shit. It takes a lot of work. Yeah. Oh, somehow this is your fault, but I'm to blame. I mean, I know you weren't there, but I'm blaming you. The freaking albino alligator died today, you son of a bitch.
Oh my God. Yeah,
the one
that's
in the Academy
awful.
of Sciences.
Yes,
Fucker.
that's right. Yes. Oh my God.
Somehow it's your fault. I'm just gonna blame it on you.
Oh my God.
I mean, he was 30 years old, but
still.
I
mean,
it's a sad day.
alligators can live long in captivity. Can't they live a long time in captivity? I mean, alligators.
Yeah, well, 30 years is a long time for an alligator.
Are you sure?
Especially an albino one. Yeah, they're not like crocs. Crocs can live like hundreds of years.
Okay. All right.
Let's see, alligator lifespan. 30 to 50. So he was within range.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it says Chinese alligators have lived up to 70. Who knows what they're feeding those guys?
Yeah. Oh shit! They just feed them political prisoners. We know that.
They were well fed and shit.
Yeah, they're fed political prisoners.
Yeah, it says the oldest one was 80. So, but I mean, I think with any species, the albinism definitely gives issues. It's not
true.
But he had a good run. 30 years.
Yes, true. Is this him as a baby?
Pointing at him,
Yeah, this must have been him as a baby, right? The picture provided just now by our man T-Tank. Yeah. John Doe.
Yeah, I think that's one of its offspring. They were like breeding them and shit.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. So they got plenty more.
Yeah. He was just the mascot of like the Academy of Sciences.
Oh, of course. No,
Yeah.
He was this lovable, incredible mascot, and thank God they bred more. Yeah, now, if we could only breed them on an industrial scale, imagine that alligator skin as a purse or
oh my God, I knew you were gonna go there. You son of a bitch. They're already doing that in China. Some dude's got the shoes.
Yeah.
Just to flex on everyone else.
Yeah.
Tate's got a pair in his closet that he made one video and then threw them out.
Oh, he's got a G-string. He's got a G-string made out of white alligator skin.
Of course.
Yeah, to hide his tiny white dick. Yeah.
There's some theory that he has like a micropene. He's another one that they hit him with.
That's no theory. You've seen the guy when he's down to nothing. I mean, he did that guy.
Yeah, there's nothing there, but I mean, who cares? None of the chicks have ever come out and said anything, so it's just like
they're too intimidated. They're too fucking intimidated. Why would they say anything? They're scared to death.
Some people say he's trans. Remember that whole what was that whole trip a while back? Where they were investigating the trans investigating.
Yes.
Where they were like drawing lines and shit. And, the skull structure appears to be male and shit.
Yeah. Well, his does have. He's got a really weak chin. He probably had some surgery to reinforce it.
He had those like weird shark eyes and shit. Remember, people were making fun of him for years.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's like
normal,
looks different.
Yeah, looks different. Not normal, but different. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And then he says, "I did it all myself."
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, he paid for it. Yes.
No, he says, "I worked out every day. Discipline."
Oh yeah, working out doesn't change your face. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes. And by the way, I also appreciate your link here about, aside from Epstein's private island and the room with the old men masks.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Yes. Aside from that, do appreciate the fact that, yeah, the roofs are built better across the Atlantic. Yeah, thank you for that, Blake.
Yeah, and the guy even says, "Oh, this is a slate roof. It's over 100 years old.
Yeah.
Never had a repair.
You never need to repair them." He said they never need repair.
Yeah. Exactly what I was telling you during some incident recently.
Yes, that's right.
That involved roofs.
Yeah, having been there yourself, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Having been there yourself, you say.
Yeah, well, I knew that. You know why I knew that? Because some of the places I was in, I was asking like the owner, I was like, "Is it safe to be?" And they're like, "My father owned this place. How dare you?" You know, shit like that. Like, it looks like it's crumbling, but apparently they last forever. So and you heard the guy; they're made out of slate. There's no need to repair it. So there you go. Forget about anything else that Oh, Trump falls asleep during cabinet meeting. It's like, dude, he's 70. Leave him alone. Jesus Christ. It's the one time I'll defend the guy.
Actually, no, because he wouldn't let. He kept calling Sleepy Joe Biden. Remember Sleepy Eye Joe Biden? He kept shitting all over him for that, so you can't let it go. He's the one who made a point of it. Yeah. Sorry about that. That's the sound of my drinking tea. Don't everybody stand still just for that.
Oh, that didn't bother me. I'm drinking tea too.
Oh.
Was it the ginseng tea? Did you crack that open yet?
Believe me, your ginseng tea is a treasure. Yes, thank you for that. It really is. Not drinking it right now, but no, it is a treasure.
Well, I got it from the Chinese guy, so it's real shit.
Yeah, it's the real shit.
In fact, I only drank it once because it got me like so hyped up that it felt like a drug.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like,
"That's what it is.
Don't drink too much." He's like, "Don't drink too much," and I said, "Why?" And he said, "It's real," or something. He said, "It's strong."
Got it.
So his family owns that tea house right there in Chinatown, the one I was telling you about.
Yeah, cool.
And he said I could go there and get like any sample of tea if I just mentioned his name. And
so
he brought me back like, a big ass bag of tea, and he gave me that and the chrysanthemum flowers.
Yeah, well, the next time, which I value in that jar as well. And believe me, the next time you're here, we're going down there. Next time you're in San Francisco, we're going down there.
Yeah.
Before we go, before we go to get shot at in the Tenderloin again. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that, dude. Okay, that was bad.
We avoid the Tenderloin next time. We go around it.
You fucked up by not telling me I was going towards it. I had no idea. Because we were going a direction I'd never been. I'd never been that direction. Usually I go, like, to see the Tenderloin, I would usually go through Chinatown, but we were, like, in some other part, on your street.
Well, it was a straight line. All we were doing was following a straight line. That's all I was thinking of, was we're going in a straight line.
Yeah, beeline. We, beelined it, but that was not the way to do it. You know how Google says save 5 minutes? They don't tell you you're gonna get shot at if you save 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Save 5 minutes, lose the rest of your life.
Save 5 minutes, spend the rest of eternity staring up at the stars. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
From 6 feet under.
Right. And it was literally comedic. It was like the second you said, "Hey, we're going towards the Tenderloin," and I said, "Oh wow, now that you mention it, there's a bunch of homeless crazies and lunatics in the street," and then gunshots directly towards the car. Like loud. We're not talking like distant gunshots. It was like boom. Right there.
Yeah, no,
So,
the frame of the car vibrated, and I expected Brendan's head to explode, literally. But it was everybody was looking. Everybody on the street was looking for the source of the shots. But whoever it was, they took off immediately. And,
they just disappeared. I mean, it could have been anyone. Honestly, it was like that weird. There was like people with blankets on and shit. Could have been from any direction.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was definitely close. We know that because of the reverberation of the auto frame. And all that being said, other than that, everything else going smoothly as possible. I mean, as you said. What about yourself? Topical. What strikes you topically? In terms of what we should be paying attention to. Obviously, I brought up the pending war with Venezuela. Trump's not giving Maduro any way out. He says, leave the country, and airspace is closed. Your airspace is closed. They say they're preparing for ground operations. Trump says they're preparing for ground operations. Now that's
I have some what do we call it, like evidence for that. Like I was speaking to a colleague of mine, and she said her boyfriend was supposed to be home for Thanksgiving. And he's pretty young. He's like 21 or something, and they wouldn't let him go home for his birthday because they were deploying him down south.
Oh, there you go.
So it doesn't sound good.
I mean, is this
Like
what? Yeah, go on. No, go continue by all means.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if they wouldn't grant him leave, that's usually not a good sign, because normally they're doing nothing. They're just in the port.
Of course,
you know.
Of course.
Yeah.
So. No, that's pretty bad. And
he even told her, and she told me this just candidly, but she said, yeah, I can't even talk to him right now because they turned off the ship's Wi-Fi when they went into international waters. And I was like, oh, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, they went incommunicado because they're
in combat. Basically, they went into like combat mode.
Yes, yes, that's well, all right. So
because that way you don't look like a glowing dot on people's like radar and shit. Because like, people think the ocean is like, it's like very visible, but you disappear. I mean, it doesn't matter how big the ship is. You disappear out there. There's no lights. There's no people.
It's true. It's true. And
so you don't give out your signals.
Yeah, but obviously, this is what Trump intends for Christmas. I mean, this is his idea of, I'll make Americans happy. Let's start.
At this point, I think he's atrophying really rapidly. I don't think he cares. Like, you heard about the whole thing with the body scan? He said, I did a full body scan, and they said, what did you get looked at? And he said, I don't know. And then when they finally came out, where the doctor gave a report and said, his arteries are clean as a whistle, everything's good. And then the doctor that's writing the article commenting on it is saying, there's no way they didn't tell him they were scanning his arteries. Like they definitely would have said something like, look, we're looking at your heart, But that brings us back to the theory of like the various, alchemical fuges and pseudo treatments they're using, that they're just, instead of looking for pathology, they're looking to see how squeaky clean it became because of all the serums and shit they were using. That's what they don't want to say. That
makes
does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
Like, how can someone at his age have like completely unblocked everything? I mean, it's just doesn't add up.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be because it's his age, because 70 is not that old. I'll be 70 in 10 years, and I would hope and probably expect myself to be still functioning.
Yeah, but you're an inhuman.
That's true.
Creature.
That's true too. But when it comes to Trump, why it is suspect is because of Trump's diet. Trump has the William Jefferson Clinton diet of Big Macs, and these guys eat shit. It's their taste in food is like it's on a level with Nemo's. This was the whole thing about Nemo that I couldn't get, was why the fucker kept pestering you on air, on record. Our episodes are full of it, where he's asking you about your veganism, your vegetarianism, and after you would explain it, he would say, oh, what about this beef stew and chili I'm making? I'm combining my beef stew and chili cans together to make this pot of liquid shit. And, it's like... Yeah,
and it wasn't a question of, like, the meat. It was the question of how low quality the shit was.
Thank you. It's the processed aspect.
Dude, yeah. He's just...
But that's what Trump eats. Trump's on a scale that's similar to that with his diet. There's no way this guy is going to be what they claim in terms of what they're saying. So, they're obviously experimenting with some form of arterial plumbing. All right.
Well, whatever they did, he's sleepy now.
yeah, all the time. Yeah. And I guess that's because they keep his blood pressure low. So that's the problem, is they're keeping everybody's blood pressure too fucking low, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they cleaned it a little too well. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. He's
yeah.
like passing out and shit.
Yeah, that's now everybody, of course, follow your doctor's orders, but yeah, just bear this in mind. As a historian, what I can tell you is that forever they used to think 140 was great blood pressure. Anything below 140 they thought was great blood pressure. And then, of course, the pharmaceutical industry got together and said, we want everybody on BP pills. So then they changed it to 120. Hey man, it's got to be 120 or below, which is like, for most people, the only
It
way
makes you sluggish.
yeah, the only way they're gonna get 120 is by meds. Your average person outside of an Olympic athlete or Douglas
Right.
Dietrich is not gonna have a blood pressure that's 120 or below. So,
Yeah, well, which is the point. Yeah, that was the point, right?
yeah, that's the point. Yeah. Okay, so Holly points out, because she loves Trump so much and is rushing to his defense, she's pointing out he's 80.
You can have him.
Yeah,
You can have him.
he's
Yeah.
80 or at least 79. I'm trying to provoke her to come on call. For a few minutes, because she does not love Trump and she's not rushing to defend him. But she's saying he's 80 or at least 79. I guess she's right, because as they pointed out, by the end of his presidential term, he'll be the same age as Joe Biden was during his presidency. So Trump will be the oldest president we've ever had, older than Joe Biden by the time he reaches the end of his term, if indeed he lives to the end of his term. So
I mean, by the time, it doesn't matter if he lives through it, he's gonna fuck us all up. So
yeah,
it's fine.
he's
Or he's gonna make us great. He's gonna
That's it. Yeah, make us great. Yeah.
He's gonna make us great. Yeah.
He's determined to take us all down. He's determined to take us all down with him. He's going down. He wants us all going down with him. That's that's his big point in life. She had to join us on that. She had to join us on
I was going to have to bomb on it if you were telling him I'm a MAGA.
Oh, I was kidding, of course. But yes.
I know, I caught that.
Yes.
But I came on quick anyway, hi and bye.
Yes.
Yeah, and John just gave us this, like, what do we call it? The deployment map. It's like, isn't this overkill for Venezuela? Like, what? Like, what do they even have in terms of offense? Like, it seems like holy shit. Like,
well,
like, I get it. Some of these are just battleships. They're not big, but come on.
Yeah, well, not battleships. They're warships is the term. Battleship really is a specific term, just so people know. That's the big guns. They don't make those anymore. They don't even make those.
Yeah, they don't make them.
Which they should.
What's the smallest one? What's the smallest one?
Corsairs.
It's not a battleship.
It used to be frigates and Corsairs.
So these are just Corsairs.
Yeah. I think the Europeans use Corsairs and the Americans use frigates. I think
Corvettes. They're called
Corvettes. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yeah, Corsairs are the fucking planes. Corvettes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Go on. Yeah. And but how long do we have with Holly? So Holly, how long are we getting?
Well, he just closed the borders to 19 brown countries.
Yes, that's right.
He's purging Somalis in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And Afghanis fucking everywhere.
Yes.
God.
Yeah.
He's no comment from me.
Well, he's doing. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent. No, but no.
I figured you would be, but
I've worked with these people, and they're not like. It's not that they're bad people. It's that they don't want to integrate with like Western people very easily. So that in that sense, it's difficult to deal with them. Yeah,
I get that.
I'm trying to be nice about it, but
it's let's put it this way. It's still wrong, because our entire economy depends on immigrants for doing everything that Americans simply do not and will not do.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But how did they play it both ways? The very owners of the meat plants and Big Ag and resorts and restaurants are all MAGA. Or at least hardcore conservative.
It's well, in terms of these hypocrites, their entire existence is based on exploiting immigrants. So,
and they like to be persecuted by them. How do
Oh,
they get it both ways? I never
Well,
understood it.
right now
It's
they're being
wacky.
hedged by their stocks. So whatever stocks they've
Mm.
invested in over the years is like hedging their losses, but it'll
Mm-hmm.
eventually the attrition will hit like within a couple weeks.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
boy.
I
you.
mean, years, excuse me,
Jeez.
within a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
Years
get
my
it.
ass. You were better
Yeah.
off with weeks. Dude.
Well,
Well,
apparently it hasn't
it's
affected them
anything
yet.
could
So
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's seriously
Well, and like I
yeah,
say, it's such an irony that he's like so old himself.
yes.
And it was the world's biggest issue with Biden, no matter what you think of Biden.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's this cattle, screaming about it all the way up is just crazy. Because, yeah, he slept through some really important meetings. This one just with,
he's not
it
actually
was a
doing anything. He never has.
big, no, it turns out Russell Vogt is.
Hey,
The
we
most
knew that.
important
We
thing
knew
I've
that.
read this year, Russell
Yes.
Vogt is his Rasputin
Yeah, yes,
and is in
yes,
complete charge.
yeah,
Every penny
yeah,
spent.
yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
that's
there's
fucking scary.
multiple of these creatures, but
Oh,
none of
there
them
are.
are good. Yeah.
There are. But I think he's really the one. He controls the purse.
Well, in terms of one thing that we can say is, unlike most presidents, many of who really don't do anything, unfortunately, Trump does have a big impact. I appreciate what you're saying about Russell
Oh
Vogt
boy.
being the brains behind why he does what he does,
Yeah.
but he's still, unfortunately, much more proactive. Probably the most proactive president I've ever fucking seen in my entire goddamn life.
With his executive orders of was. Jesus. He's done nothing through Congress. He just auto pens that big old paper.
While eliminating Joe's auto pens. While eliminating.
Yeah. Making a big deal out of it. It's so surreal that you got to step back.
Oh,
because
yes, go on.
There's still a lot of believers.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that don't believe, but have now maneuvered him, into everything their wildest dreams come true. And so I've been saying for a long time, he's expendable. Because all this sovereign shit's going to be well under the way by the time he does croak. So,
yeah. Well,
that's another subject.
Well, you mean to say we'll be well on our way to civil war by the time he does croak? Which seems to be his intent.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Definitely seems to be the case. Yeah. And not to mention all these side wars going on now, Venezuela, which has been quite active. They're up to 20 boats.
Yeah. And so I do want people to know some good news to be thankful for around Thanksgiving season. Of course, we use that that phrase pointedly and in quotes. But
okay, because I got a quick spider comment.
Oh, sure, of course.
Can I get that in?
Oh, of course. Just let me get this out first. I did want to get this out first.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, the Trump maladministration did announce a rare earths deal with Japan, while claiming the Japanese prime ministress is, quote unquote, his words, a delight. And so, okay,
oh yeah, isn't she like, so hard, right? Probably QAnon, for fuck's sake.
No.
God.
No. She was a heavy metal drummer. She was a drummer in a heavy metal rock band, for Christ's sakes.
Really?
Yeah,
and she's still hard, right?
No, she's hard right by the Americans say
she's
that.
Japanese.
Yeah, the Americans simply say that because she wants to defend Japanese interests. But you know what this rare earth deal has to deal with is the Americans are going to work with the Japanese on mining undersea because Japan has this incredible.
Oh no. I know what that is. They're going after those deep sea nodules.
Yes, which is a good thing.
And that's going to cause havoc.
It not necessarily. There's
with the ocean, man. Come on,
honey. There's some things that are just an inevitable necessity. We just have to do these things.
So let's clear this up. The Japanese were the initial people to discover the rare earth elements near the undersea vents near the Japanese islands.
Yes.
and they
Okay.
are the ones who are going to be the stewards, environmentally speaking, of this technology.
Oh.
So they're not. That's why they
Oh.
don't want to give it to the Chinese, because then they'll just suck
Ah.
up everything and fuck up everything.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, and
And it's
especially
in
not
their
give it to the
neighborhood.
Americans either.
It's in their neighborhood, so they can.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and to seal the deal, she gave Trump 250 cherry trees, or rather, the United States.
Oh.
She gave the United States 250 cherry trees, and he said, "Well, for Japan, we'll be there anytime they need us. We'll be there." So yeah, at any rate, he did call her
they're
out.
here for us, but
That's quite an alliance. I mean, obviously they're laughing at him like he's a fool, right?
Yes, of course, they're humoring the crazy white guy.
But that's a hell of an alliance.
But to qualify that, after Xi Jinping called him raving about World War II.
Yeah.
About World War II. He called her to ask her to tone down, because she's the woman. See, in his mind, a woman shouldn't, make a man that angry, right? So
be uppity. Yeah. Okay.
So he called her to say, maybe you should tone it down, because this Chinese guy screaming in my ear. I mean, it's not quite hysterically funny in one sense, but
like Trump called, or who called her?
Trump
didn't call her.
No, Z
Oh
wouldn't
God!
No, Z called Trump.
Tone it down on air.
Yeah, because Z called Trump to rave about World War II, because she said she would defend Taiwan if it gets attacked, and so then he Z's claiming World War II has never been won, which of course is news to Trump, or maybe not.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but that the Japanese are still fighting World War II. All of this is actually quite true. In the case of Russia, Japan and Russia are still at war. As far as
Xi was shit talking Japan.
Yeah, and Xi, as far as he's concerned, China and Japan are still at war. So, he calls Trump to say this, then Trump calls her up to say, oh, maybe you should tone it down a bit, because she's the woman, and he attacks what he considers the weaker sex. But go on about the spiders, please, by all means.
Don't get in an elevator with her.
That
could cause some conflict.
Yeah, but before your spider comment, Brendan, any other comment on what happened between Trump and Xi, and of course the Prime Ministeress of Japan? Your observations, of course, on this are important, because
no, they tried to railroad her into walking it back, and she doubled down on them. So I fully support her.
Thank God.
And then all the Chinese are saying we are removing, we're not vacationing in Japan, and they're all saying good. No one wants them there because they're really bad tourists, because they're very not that they're bad.
Well, they
people,
behave insanely. What are you talking about? They behave insanely. They start kicking deer. They break through temple, barriers. They
kick down the Taiwanese stuff. You saw that. I showed you that.
Yeah.
Some Chinese tourists saw this temple that had this, solidarity for Taiwan, little it was like an origami project, right, where it said "I heart Taiwan." Yeah. And she jumped the fence and kicked it down and shit, and they beat her up and threw her out of the country. So, so I think it's a mutual thing at this point. It's fuck them.
Yes. Yeah. They're all tired of playing nice with each other. Obviously, my sympathy is with Japan on this one. But also, having been said,
and she reiterated something. She said, she did a double speak. She said, I'm only reiterating what the Chinese were saying about Taiwan being a part of the People's Republic of China. She said, I only acknowledge that was their statement. But then the Chinese, media is spinning it as if she said she agreed with the statement, which she didn't. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, totally. And so all that being said, yes, please, about your spider comment. I want to hear
one
it.
quick thing before that. A couple
Sure.
shows back, I made it all the way through the whole show to the very end, except for the very end, and I'm not sure which one it was now, but were you saying that the straw hat flap is right-wing creepy?
Straw hat
What?
flap.
No, of course not.
No. Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure, because you came down on the side of Scheinbaum. I caught that at the very end.
Oh, I can't speak for Doug, but
No,
the
I'm
flag
asking
itself
Douglas.
is new. The flag itself
This was
just-
Douglas.
Oh no.
That bit.
What
Okay.
I was talking about was
Yeah.
that what I said was
Yeah, you
that
should
the
yeah, oh my God. Wait, you say your thing first, so I'll grill you later.
Oh, okay. What I was saying was that the protests against Scheinbaum in Mexico reveal her vulnerability, her political vulnerability. But
Mhm.
what I was saying was that there is also extreme agitation from the Russians, who have expanded exponentially their propaganda operations in Latin America, particularly
Mhm.
in Mexico. So what I
Mhm.
pointed out was that the Russians are right wing and ultimately behind a lot of the unrest. So that's a fact. It's undeniable.
So that's what I'm asking, is
Yeah.
Straw Hat Putin.
But you're not referring to Straw Hat Pirates in the sense that we were referring to when I made a photograph. Ed Beth really set me up, because Ed Beth knew how to apply the makeup for a Straw Hat photograph that was in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates, which inspire many of these revolutions. You weren't talking about that movement, right?
No, I'm talking current one.
Right. Okay. So
That's what I'm talking about.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, in a sense, they're the same
So
thing.
that's what I call creepy right wing, even though I don't know.
Right. Well, the Straw Hat
Does
Pirates
Putin consider?
Yeah, the Straw Hat Pirates are not right wing, but some of these movements are agitated by the Russians in order to exponentially exacerbate.
They're subverted.
They're subverted. They can be subverted.
So they have these old guys wearing the T-shirts that are part of the opposition government.
Yeah.
Whereas the initial movement was just a grassroots, like something kids could connect with. They just see they just say, yeah, we agree with what the flag means. It means freedom from oppression.
Yes.
So
that's what happened with the original Q. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Well, the original Q
now,
was Go on, honey.
Was leftist.
Yeah.
But what I'm asking, and this is going to sound really, really stupid, but I got to ask it, is Russia still considered even communist?
No.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Indeed,
Okay.
in a sense,
just making sure.
Yeah, in a sense, I could even argue that's part of the fucking problem is that they're no longer communist.
Well,
I like the better
as
communist.
Behind. What the heck?
No, I just had to clarify that. Right.
No, it's a legitimate question.
When the wall fell and blah blah.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question because of the color red, which now no longer even represents communism in Russian minds. But unfortunately, what I would say is that the American movement has been so undermined by the old Soviet state that the red Republicans may as well be Soviet communists. But they've come to represent something far worse. Here's a good example, which our man Brendan will bring up. Brendan, tell her about Putin now claiming to declare war on Satanism for the same reason that Michael Aquino denounced Satanism. That's where we'll explain what's going on with Russia. Yes.
Yeah, well, I sent Doug the article the other day where it was showing, Putin with the Orthodox priests, in the Russian Orthodox, and he was saying, we formally outlaw all satanic groups, organizations, and temples and throughout Russia. And they were like, they were all standing together, him in the church, even though they're the Antichrist faction. They were saying we don't want Satanists here. So it was just ironic.
Yeah.
And so I sent it to Doug. He's explained it why that is.
Yeah. So here I'll share the screen share, and we're doing screen share now. So Holly, can you see this? Can you see the cursor moving around Putin's?
Yes.
Okay. So when you see this, there goes Putin with the satanic Baphomet behind him, which this one has tits. You'll notice this Baphomet has tits. And then they glitch.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Then you have Christ behind.
Thank you. It does have tits.
Yeah, and then you have the Christ behind the patriarch of Russia, who is, believe me, Christ feels no sympathy with this guy, or no connection with him. Putin announces official ban on all satanic temples in Russia. Now, of course, every Russian has been so concerned about this. They've just been sitting in front of their TVs all this time, and their primary concern with everything going on, prices skyrocketing, world sanctions, and war in Ukraine, and their sons disappearing on the front. But what they were really concerned about was Satanism in Russia. I mean, so Putin says we're announcing the official ban on all satanic temples in Russia. Now, this is from a Christian website, and of course, all the comments are all these, I'm sorry, idiot Christians. These are idiotic Christians who say, oh, I'm moving to Russia. He's the hope for the world. He represents the new Christ head, and he is the...
Oh, God.
They're all...
upholding Christian values.
Yeah, upholding Christian values. Now, just so everybody knows...
Forget about the, covetousness, all the other sins.
Every sin
richest man in the world shit.
That's
Forget
right.
about the 7 deadly sins.
So Russia's Supreme Court, so Russia's Supreme Court outlawed what it termed the International Movement of Satanists as hostile to traditional religions on Wednesday in the latest incarnation of the Kremlin's sweeping crackdown on ideological dissent. Now, so anyhow, so all of
Were
this...
they implying that they
It's
were
Go on, both of you. Just one at a time. Whoever wants to go first, take it.
It's all those bootleg Black Sabbath
bootleg Black Sabbath albums.
albums. Finally getting through.
That's it. Yeah, what were you going to say?
Ozzy was righteous, man.
That's right. Yes, Ozzy Osbourne. Yes, in death. Yes, he's scaring them. What were you going to say, Brendan? Yes.
I said it's almost implying like they're humanitarian, like they're they want the Russian people to be free.
Yes.
They were saving the turtles or something.
That's right. Yeah, but at any rate, when it comes to this is what Michael Aquino did. Michael Aquino basically started off with the First Church of Satan as a Satanist under the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. They gradually had their schism for reasons I've explained, but in summary, because to Anton Szandor LaVey, his religion was atheistic, and Satan is embodied within yourself. You are Satan. You realize your full potential to be satanic. Whereas to our man, Michael Aquino, he viewed Satan as a very real entity, and that you can bargain with these entities and actually impose your will on the world around you, not simply by magical ritual and willpower, as was the case with the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, but by entreating these powerful forces. And as well, as I said, it was tax exemption, whereas Anton Szandor LaVey proudly paid his taxes and felt that all of the churches were hypocritical, empty vessels because they were simply seeking tax evasion. Aquino wanted that tax evasion, which, when you look at it, is truly satanic. So you really wonder why, LaVey would protest. But at any rate, Aquino got his tax-exempt status while recognizing Satan as an entity external to humanity. And his other change in life, his big change, was when he sank beneath the level of satanic and went Edomic at the point that he became a worshiper of the anti-gods and went to what would be recognized by the popular culture as what our man Lovecraft would have called Yog-Sothory, or the opening of portals. Instead, most people would recognize it as the Cthulhu mythos, which is not the name Lovecraft gave it and was imposed upon it by I hate the guy so much, I blocked his name. Arkham House dude. The guy who claimed he was doing... what was his name again?
That was
August Derleth. August Derleth.
Derleth.
Yeah, so August Derleth, who claimed he was doing, what did he call them? Posthumous collaborations with H.P. Lovecraft, which is just unforgivable. So when it comes to August Derleth, he coined that phrase to make it sound like it was all a lie, as opposed to H.P. Lovecraft warning about it, because August Derleth himself was an Edomite who was worshiping these anti-gods. And I've gone into this in incredible depth before, and of course it's in the book that Peter Moon moved to never have published. So that being said, when it came to Aquino, he then later denounced Satanism and said, "I am not a Satanist anymore. I no longer am a Satanist. I was a former Satanist." He would say, "I am a former Satanist," and he would say this with conviction because it was true, because he had sank to a new low and was now an Edomite. A Satanist implies you're still within the cosmic ecosystem, that you're simply on the compost half of the ecosystem. You're simply below ground level. Whereas Edomite means that you're the anti-life, the anti-tree of life, not just the roots of the tree of life, which are the extestinal tract of the tree of death, but that you're the tree of anti-life, or Rusha, which sounds distressingly like Russia or Russia. So once you go Russia, then you're tree of death, which is what Aquino came to reflect. Now, we also see from Brendan here, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says his talks with the senior Russian official on Tuesday produced a consensus between the countries on issues related to Japan. So they're declaring an anti-Japanese axis, and of course the Japanese have to defend themselves, and so does my Taiwan. So that puts Taiwan and Japan against China and Russia. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, the lines are being drawn. Europe, of course, under Germany, depending on who gets voted in, would side with either side, depending on who gets voted in. The problem is Germany, the people, AfD, the Russian front group, Alternativa, how did it say it? Alternativa for Deutschland. How did they say that, Brendan? They've won half the fucking vote. Basically they're in danger of winning control. So he'll teach us how to pronounce it. AfD. AfD. How do you pronounce their name? Alternativa is
Alternative for Deutschland.
Alternative for Deutschland. Thank you. And I've heard some people add the A at the end, Alternativa for Deutschland. Is that correct, or is that just a quirk?
That's almost like the Russian translation of it, actually.
That's okay. That's why. Because I've heard it so much in Russian. They practically speak Russian, the motherfuckers. These were all East Germans. It's basically East Germany. That's Alternativa for Deutschland is East Germany.
It was all the Iron Country or Iron Curtain counties. What would we call them? Stats.
Yeah, Stats.
German.
Yes. And so it's the schism, or the division, has yet to heal. And will take a war or a civil war to heal it. So all that being said, back to Holly. So what else
I
comes
wanted to say quickly, quickly. I saw a picture of Trump sitting next to Putin, and a picture of Trump sitting next to Xi separately.
Yeah.
But Xi and Putin both had the same smug smirk on their face, and was sitting there all slap happy and beaming like he's the man,
Yeah.
But from what I'm seeing, isn't it true or not that Russia and China are getting along pretty good these days?
Well, I've always said that. I said they are have formed the Sino-Slavic synaxis. Yes.
Yeah.
And
so America is about to become the ashtray of the world.
Yes. Yeah. That's right.
They got it all gamed out.
Yeah.
You can see it in their eyes.
Oh yeah, they look at Trump as their
let the monkey dance.
Yeah. Oh, the thing to be said, Holly, about this Satanism affair, when Putin claims to be the apex, the pinnacle, the vanguard of Christendom, and all of these Christians in America are responding to him to the point of moving to Russia, which Brendan can tell you the horror stories thereof. Stupid, crazy Christians moving to Russia. This is the time of Antichrist. Really, people believe this man is truly Christian and saving Christendom. I mean, this is where the Antichrist appears, and all the stupid Christians wind up falling for his act and saying, he's the real savior of the world. How this could not be apparent to Christians is beyond me.
Dude, I'm just wishing for this rapture. So we can be left alone in peace. Please bring it.
Yeah,
Get them out of here.
yeah.
I'll stay down here with the devils.
Yeah, it's well, the devils would be better than these false Christians, I assure you.
I'm telling you.
Anyone
That's
who
what I'm
falls,
saying. Let us deal with the problems.
yeah, anyone who falls for Trump and Putin's side, they're pure evil to the core, themselves, or that wouldn't even appeal to them otherwise. But they
Yeah.
drag the whole family with them. It's horrific. So there you go. And what else comes to your mind? And you know, obviously,
the spiders.
yes, by all
And then
means.
I'll wrap it up and get and
Oh,
just
but
listen.
let everyone know you had to leave early the other day for a reason, and that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did. I got a big call and I had to take it, and I never could get my mind wrapped around coming back. But I have gone on with that show.
Yes, good.
And the Thanaturge and all that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Any thoughts you have on that as
and
well?
it's
Feel free to
amazing.
share them.
It's amazing. Well, it's just stone amazing. And you mentioned, I sent you that article about the so-called blood concierge, and I just wanted to say I learned more from you than you could ever learn from that article.
Thank you.
But it was just kind of supposed to be, you know, confirmation that the word's getting out there, man.
Yes. Yes.
Oh God, was there something else?
The spiders.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Social
nothing.
spiders.
Okay, we'll do the spiders. Don't you remember growing up? I remember a couple times. Once I was in Colorado, and once must have been the East Coast, when there'd be the creepy old house out in the county countryside, and an old lady up in there, and it would be absolutely overrun with spider webs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Including black widows.
Yeah.
You remember that actually happening, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was what you guys talking about, Winterland under there, and the big ones made me think of.
Oh, well.
That was real.
But Brendan, tell Holly coming into the Dietrich crypt and what you saw of spider web.
I protect them in my house myself. I don't want the other bugs.
Yeah, of course. I try to get them.
Have you ever seen...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they're good bugs.
Yes.
Have you ever seen a rain of spider webs? Because I have.
Wow, I may have, but yeah, I think I did have as a child. But,
in your life.
Yeah, and we thought they were dandelions or something stupid as kids, but yes, yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens. And rains of spider webs.
It does happen.
Yeah.
I've seen a big event, but also if you're not looking or something, it seems like you're seeing something, big wisps going by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the air, and it's magnificent, but it's freaky, you know, and you kind of don't believe you're seeing it.
Right.
Because it's so weird. But one time it turned the ground white. That was on the 5.
Cool.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Major. So that's my spider comments.
Yeah, those are chemtrails.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing.
No, they're real.
Yeah. No, spiders do travel by air. And they, you can actually look this up, the air sailing spiders, not just sailing spiders.
But when
what's
it
that?
covers the highway, it's definitely not natural.
Yeah. Oh,
this was
sometimes
before
it can be.
chemtrails.
No, sometimes it can be, though. Chemtrails.
It can be.
Chemtrails can cause certain effects, but the spiders do sometimes operate in the thousands, and they'll blanket certain parts of a road or something. Yeah, it does happen every once in a while.
And there's islands. Oh, the last weird thing I've just heard about spiders. My friend lives in a place that gets a lot of snow. And she says, even though it's cold as shit and the ground's frozen and there's a foot of snow, if you dig down and get to the ground level, you see all kinds of spiders running around in little tunnels under the snow. Yeah. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
I love and trust spiders. Yeah,
yes,
they're down there.
Yeah, they're incredible. Yeah, they're they're incredible creatures. Yes,
running around.
And it certainly, all I could say is that we think we know the world around us, and we really don't. And but
we really don't.
Yeah. Insects are a big part of that world, though entomologists are the bug scientists. they are warning us that we're heading towards an insect apocalypse, that there's less and less of them, and that when entire populations of them die off, it will, ultimately destroy our ecosystem as we know it. It'll be out of balance, and we'll have to, work on saving as many insects as we can to save it. That being said, I do want people to know that I have always stood for the exact opposite of Trump in terms of my view on immigration. I can get into that later or in a few moments, just to summarize it as kind of like to make people aware. Were you going to say something, Aristides? It sounded like he said something for a second and then got blocked off, or blocked himself off. But at any rate, while we're on with everybody else, I do want people to know, just for the sake of morbid entertainment, if you will, of all people, and Aristides, Brendan, like your input on this, if you guys are listening, Scarlett Johansson, who is famous for cultural appropriation and acting as every minority under the sun, of course, is ethnically and culturally Jewish, and has defended Woody Allen. As a matter of fact, somebody called her out on it, or enough people have called her out on it, to the point where she was forced to respond publicly with her stand on Woody Allen. It's very strange that all of this comes out now, probably because of his involvement with Epstein Island and some indirect connection there. From indirect, I mean, it would be direct with Woody Allen to Epstein Island, maybe indirectly to, Scarlett Johansson for having defended him, and this would render her defense now indefensible. But I think she's doubling down, and I guess it has to do with her culture, her surrender to the patriarchs, that she said when Woody Allen's daughter came out and testified that he had raped her all the while she had grown up, that Scarlett Johansson instantly took the side of Woody Allen. And said, well, this evil person's just an evil person who would do that because, he's this great Jewish man, and only an evil person would expose the fact that, he's, adopted her simply to rape her from the moment that he adopted her. So there you go with that. A little bit of side, morbid news there.
Hollywood glitz.
Yeah, Hollywood glitz.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm always into it.
Yeah. But as and
that whole Russian thing with the sudden focus on Satanism,
yes,
especially by the right,
yes,
brings to mind for me parallels on the right-wing social focus on Epstein.
Yes.
Just on the sex part.
Yes.
Not on his worldwide business dealings. Just the sex.
Yeah.
So it's creepy and it's gross and weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what do you expect? I mean,
yeah, I know.
Tell me something I don't know.
That's where it goes when there's wild things going on that you got to make everybody ignore.
Yeah, and it's just how would I say it? When it comes to what's your own observation there?
It's a strange fixation, and as I think you've discussed before, the real action is what they were doing in the financial and political world.
Yes.
And decisions that were being made on the golf course or in the sauna or wherever. But the meat of that story, as bad, as horrible as the abuse of young trailer trash girls are, God bless them.
Well, remember what I said was the most important aspect of the story that nobody even comprehends was his domination of the field of science.
Yeah.
And
that's the money.
Yeah, well, no, that goes way beyond money. Now we're entering Adamite territory of gating in the anti-gods using particle physics and shit. Mm-hmm. That's what we're getting
But the
into.
money of the story, I meant.
Yeah.
But it's like all the way back to Clinton blowjobs, nobody cared about the actual story. They were all too obsessed with the sexy bits.
Yes. Yeah. And
it's a sad thing.
Yeah. Now, at any rate, so my stance on population is that
You got to admit that part was that was like a whiplash kind of, you know, twist.
How do you mean?
That was a twist.
Which one was the twist?
The blowing Bill, blowing.
Okay.
What did they call him? What was his name?
Bill
Billy
Clinton.
They gave his, like, you know, Bubba, baby, the
Bubba.
blowing Bubba part.
I always
right.
called him Willie the Clit. Is what I call him.
Well, because you weren't close enough to do that to him. And
But-
in the email, he said Putin has pictures of it, like he was there filming or something.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, well, what did you think of what I said about Scarlett Johansson?
She's a piece of shit.
Thank you.
She ain't exactly standing up for Palestine now, is she?
Yeah.
Well, let's not go too far.
Yeah,
here.
expect too much. Yeah, right. Jesus.
You know, she can't say anything, and it's like, what's she gonna say?
Oh.
Right.
And what I was gonna say, well, I probably shouldn't say it about. I was like, you know, whatever Woody Allen did, it sounds like someone else we know, you know, did something similar. You know, adopting somebody somewhere.
Mhm.
You know, for some reason. You know,
Yeah, well,
but we don't need to go there.
the other one he married, remember?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Woody, but
I know, but yeah, I get that. But he did have a pattern.
well, yeah, Woody Allen was just sketch. Yeah, we know that. Like, he wasn't getting any riz. He wasn't doing it by riz or anything. Or charm.
No,
that's for fucking sure.
pure power.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice
money.
houses.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay. At any rate.
Money and lawyers can get you a long way.
Yeah, they sure as
Oh,
fuck
boy.
hell can. Yes. And
world admiration doesn't hurt.
yeah. Well, he
Which
doesn't.
he has maintained.
Well, these people are just born into it for reasons of, you know, because of what, you know, reasons.
Well, I
Yeah.
think thankfully he lost world admiration, honey. I don't see how you see him as still maintaining that.
Yeah, I'm not sure in this day and age. I'm not.
Well, I think
But he must have had to
just,
blow a few guys to get where he was.
Yeah.
It was just birthright. But I think, you know, when stuff like that happens to someone like that, you can just, they just drop the pretense. His shit was never good. It was just, you just say, oh yeah, I never liked it. You know,
Right.
does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always
Like, you
kind
don't
of
have to
felt
lie
that
about
way.
him anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Like when Weinstein got taken out, it's like no one, his movies were all shit. He was the worst producer ever.
Yeah.
And then finally everyone came out, even Peter Jackson and, you know, all these like creeps, they said, yeah, he was a piece of shit. You know, he ruined all my movies.
Yeah. Has he
So they were
died?
just lying about him.
Has he died? Weinstein.
Weinstein?
Yeah,
No,
Weinstein.
he still lives.
Like,
Yeah.
he's just on his deathbed because all the karma hit him all at once, thank God.
Yeah.
In jail still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But he's all in a wheelchair and all shriveled and shit. It's like,
Right.
dude,
Yeah.
talk about losing the, you know,
Yeah.
losing it all. Shit.
Yeah. So
He was another one that was supposed to have a really weird dick.
Where do you
talked
read
about
this? Where's this
Epstein
printed?
supposedly did too, because you guys talked about Epstein's dick.
Yeah.
I
Well,
didn't.
yeah, I didn't either. I didn't either.
It did come up.
Well, probably from Christine. You might be conflating that when Christine came on to talk to us.
Yeah, I was just referencing some Facebook article. We don't know if it was true.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
It was just like someone
Okay.
trolling, and
Right.
it could have been real. Who knows?
But
Okay.
we did have a young, shall we say, I don't know if the term lady is proper. Honestly, normally I defend escorts and professional sex workers, but Christine she came on my show and just started, you know, fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck
Oh,
your,
no.
fuck. You didn't remember this? You missed out on that?
I missed out on that joy.
Yeah,
Oh
she
my-
kept saying.
Jesus, how'd
she
you
kept
let her
saying
on?
Blonde hair.
I blame you.
You know, the Austrian eyes were pig eyes or something. She
Yeah,
was just being
Ooh.
hella rude. Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, she was
But we can't say the full thing. Don't say the full thing. You know, by the way.
What do you mean? Well,
Yeah.
every man she identified men, along with a dear friend of ours, by dick size. It was, hey, 9-inch Dick Paul, 6-inch Dick Joe. It was, every man was just, they were recognized by the length of their dick.
And they had like
glass
made.
models. They had made glass impressions, molds of that they turned into glass
Plaster.
dildos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with like their names written on it. I mean, this is like crazy shit. I mean,
Yeah,
this is,
talk
even
about
for an
trophy
escort.
hunting. Talk about
Yeah,
trophy
okay.
hunting. Oh my God. Objectification.
That sounds like a bat out of hell flapping through
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah, and she wasn't on that long. It was only literally a short period of time, comparatively speaking, but she'll never be forgotten. She's probably dead, as a matter of fact, considering her
She's a
addiction.
good time.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we have to admit, she's certainly unforgettable, if nothing else. But
Yeah, whatever you say.
At any rate, what my stance on population is this, because I do think in the long term, and I think in terms of literally interstellar empires. So when I think big. And so what I want people to know is that when you take a look at the rising powers that are left on the surface of the earth, the one thing that the two rising economies have in common is supermassive populations of over 1 billion people. And that would be China and India. Now, the United States of America is running on sheer inertia. And Trump is doing his absolute best to kill it. I mean, with 330 million people that we've got as citizens, actual United States citizens, cutting off our immigration will kill us. And because everything we have, whether it's high tech, high education, particle physics, quantum mechanics, or refilling fucking vending machines, or picking our fruit and vegetables, it's all immigrants. There's no Americans doing any of that at either end of the spectrum that are considered heritage Americans by the Vance definition. So I would embark on a program after winning our civil war, our next civil war, of intentional population growth that would aim for, that doesn't mean we would ever attain it, but I would aim for at least 1 billion residents. Now, that's equal to China or India, and in fact less. And for those of you who are so ignorant that you think that would wipe us out because you're thinking in terms of like super skyscrapers and all that other crap, all of that is your ignorance. Understand, of course. Yeah, well, yeah. First off, when we have that many residents, we would be richer on average by powering an economy that would in turn produce more abundance. All that Trump is doing is producing more scarcity for less people to have among themselves that they'll have to protect because other people will need it. Not just want it, but actually fucking need it. So the elites will have to protect themselves in terms of that scarcity. That's the Trump economy that's in development right now. Or should I say, not development so much as destruction. Instead of thinking of skyscrapers that would grow because of all of these people, just think that the population of the lower 48 states, we're not even including Alaska here, if you brought in 1 billion people, the density of American population would be equal to that of France. And it would be less than half as dense as Germany. I've calculated it out with the Blood Boys, people who can actually do numbers. So, the United States.
Are you guys counting arable land or just total?
We're counting arable land. Now, the United States, as dense as England, just England, excluding Scotland, would have some 3.5 billion people. So we're not even aiming big. Accommodating just 1 billion Americans would still leave plenty of land, not just for arability, but for parks and natural areas. So
England's wetter, though. it seems, is the only problem I see here.
What
Much
did I just
wetter.
say? What did I just say?
Not
If-
necessarily.
Well, but what did I just say? If we
Really?
were as dense as England, if our population were as dense as England, we'd have 3.5 billion people. If we were
I
as dense.
understand.
Yeah. So
I understand.
Bringing that factor up about England just
But
confuses people.
water's an issue.
Oh, well, believe me, we tabulated this. The Blood Boys calculated it out for me. And 1 billion Americans would have far more fresh water per person than Spain, the United Kingdom,
Jesus.
Germany,
That's frightening.
or the Netherlands. So
God
just
damn.
think, those people get along with nothing. We, with 1 billion people, would still have far more water than they.
Jeez. I thought our groundwater was tapped down to.
It's not even
miles
tapped at
deep.
all. It's not even tapped at
Mm.
all. So believe me, it's if we aimed for 1 billion Americans, we could conquer the stars. That would be the basis for a federation of planets, free worlds. It would be the foundation for the future. Honestly, if you gave the overwhelming majority of Chinese the opportunity to immigrate to the United States, they'd take it in a heartbeat.
Sure.
Indians or anybody else. So it's something that while Americans are trying to leave. At any rate, Jacob Waters says, cheers, everyone. So let me welcome him aboard. And but there you go with that. That's my stance on American population. I could go into more
fascinating.
detail. Thank you. And I want to aim for 1 billion Americans. And so I would just be the total opposite of Trump. Of course, we wouldn't simply open the floodgates. It'd be.
And I think the Elons, too, would collapse in a heap.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
The prospect of that. Yeah.
Oh, in a heartbeat. Well, they're who we're fighting the Civil War against. And that goes that
They don't need more people.
Yeah, well, he's the person who says we need more people, honey. He's the person who says
of his own.
Yeah.
Jizz, apparently.
Of his own jizz, yeah.
Yeah. Brave new world.
Nothing
He'll have
brave
them all
about
down in Honduras.
As for the insanity of invading Venezuela, remember what Brendan said. Brendan said, this looks like overkill for Venezuela in one sense. The insanity, Brendan, comes in with a ground invasion is that Venezuela has millions of people who are now mobilized into a national militia that one presumes would resist an American invasion. It's not going to be that the Americans, if the Venezuelans are mobilized to resist, which they may well be, the Americans may face some real fucking casualties for the first time in a war. Because this would be like a first war that would be like an invasion. You see, the shit with Iraq was shit. The shit with Afghanistan was shit. These aren't invasions. It was Aquino took out all of the Afghans by calling in Cthulhu. It's all, when I was rounding up Arabic prisoners, Iraqi prisoners, all they said was Cthulhu that they had seen in erupting out of the ground, and they threw their arms down. When Aquino's not here to do that for America anymore. So if America goes in, they face all kinds of women and children firing at them. I have no doubt the Americans will slaughter them all, but how's that going to look? And even though they cover it up, it's all going to leak.
I just see it more as a
about that, though.
bombing campaign and a drone war.
That's not what Trump is saying. He's saying he's ready for ground operations.
Yeah. But
well, when you get your ground troops in there, the bombing's got to stop.
Yeah. I'm thinking he's seeing Palestine as the model, only maybe more focused.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying troops. But go on, Brendan. What were you going to say about that? Your question?
But if no troops have to go, that makes the alternative bombings and drone strikes look good.
Yeah, but doesn't do anything.
Let's all get excited.
That won't get rid of Maduro. He says he wants to get rid of Maduro. Remember, all that bombing didn't get rid of Saddam Hussein. They had to dig him out of a spider hole. They had to go in.
Well, yeah.
All that bombing didn't get rid of Hirohito or anybody
Of course
else,
not.
really.
Or Adolf
Or
Hitler.
Hitler.
Yeah, the bombing doesn't do shit. Everybody just
the bombers still claim victory, whether it was true or not.
Oh, of course, but that's a joke. And we've, even their own bombing survey.
But that's
came
what
up
the
with
kids learn.
Yeah, the kids
for the next
learn
generations.
That, if they listen to someone like Douglas,
Doug's deconstructed strategic bombing many times.
Yes. Yeah. And
but
the failure of Hiroshima.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, what'd you say about Hiroshima, honey?
The failure.
Yeah, the failure of Hiroshima. Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah,
and
at length. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't need to go into that right now, but you know about it. But Brendan, what were you going to say about your question?
The question would be, if Trump is being directed by Russia, why would they turn on Venezuela if it was basically a satellite of Russia?
Because
that's where it doesn't make sense.
Where it doesn't make sense is there are actual Russian troops in Venezuela. There are Iranian troops in Venezuela. And the thing that I would conclude would be all of those troops are acting as reconnaissance markers to conduct the U.S. bombing as forward controllers. They would feed the information to the Americans to tell them where to bomb and where not to protect the oil fields and the like. And that's the deal that Trump has made with Putin, is that, okay, so you guys direct us in, we'll bomb the right areas so as not to damage the oil fields, and then we'll split the winnings, and your troops, inside will act as our reconnaissance, the forward control. Then my troops can come in and your troops will act as the guide to them to overthrow Maduro, and we can claim that Russia and America united to overthrow a dictator, just like in World War II. That's the deal they came up with.
Which has worked so well before.
They'll make it sound like Maduro's the new Hitler. He even has a mustache.
That's happening.
Yeah, well, they did that with Saddam. Saddam's the new Hitler, and
and Chavez, for God's sake.
Well, Chavez, they just poisoned his ass.
Oh my God, they killed him. Yeah,
with carcinogenic. And that poor bastard. Yeah, and
I liked him.
Well, his impact will go on a lot further than his life did. His impact is still with us in the form of Alba, which is it's a dysfunctional thing, but it's still functional as far as it goes. You'll see action with that in the future. But I'm sorry, what were you saying, Brendan? Yeah. It's not like
I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. I thought I heard something. That's all. That's but of course.
Sorry if you could hear me doing something over here.
Yeah, no worries.
It's not pretty.
Yeah, no worries. I can imagine.
If Pete was on, he'd be yelling.
Shit.
Get him off, he's crunching.
Oh yeah, that son of a bitch. Yeah, that's did you see that thing I put in there that looked just like Peter Moon in the naval uniform, strafing all the innocents, Holly? Did you see that? It's in the Infinite Call. You gotta scroll up. You'll find it in the Infinite Call. I said it's either Peter Moon joined the Navy or they buried him in his Sea Org outfit. But he's the spokesperson for the Navy about all the people they're massacring on the high seas.
Oh my God! Yeah. I know. Really? He posted about it or something?
No, it's just a guy who looks like Peter Moon. It's just a guy who's acting as a spokesperson for the Navy, but it's so fucking funny.
It. Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the act is horrible.
Our brave soldiers. I mean, these guys are not taking any risks.
Oh yeah. These are war crimes by international law. By international law.
And Republicans are actually saying this.
Yes.
Not just Democrats.
Well, they should be. They should be.
I know. You'd think. But what the fuck?
But
it's wild and it's happening and they ain't showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah. But seriously, if you've got 1 million people in Venezuela with guns, okay, it doesn't matter all the bombing, all the evil shit they do with drones. Taking out the power grid won't mean shit. You know why? Come on, somebody take a guess.
You've been saying this about Americans for years. Half 500,000 hunting licenses,
No,
gun
no, no, no,
permits
no, 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 no.
in
In
Michigan
America,
alone?
no, that was in the old days. I said that, and I had to
Yeah.
reevaluate that entire stance.
Really?
Yeah.
Because there's more gun owners than ever.
No, guns are a big thing. Guns. I'm not dismissing guns in America. It's simply
As
that
being the same kind of make it hard to conquer.
No, what I used to say was that the right to bear arms could be considered a strategic imperative as a matter of national defense. I have been forced to reevaluate that for Americans because, first off, the majority of firearms that are owned by anybody who is of that bent, meaning of a militia mindset,
I get this,
the majority of firearms are owned by a very small percentage of elitist Americans who are not going to respond to the national defense because the majority of them in this day and age claim that if, quote unquote, the Russians were invading, they'd side with the Russians. That is so you basically have now an insurgency on the ground.
Oh,
Yeah, so
God.
that being qualified, you also have the fact that many people with firearms otherwise are gang members who have no interest in quote unquote national defense. They might be more mobilized. They have the potential to be mobilized if they were to realize that they were, as an ethnos, the target of a genocidal campaign. So that all of this brings us to civil war capacity, but not to defense capacity. It's not really a factor.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, but
thank you.
That having been qualified, when it comes to something like, shall we say, the Venezuelan case, if you got a million people armed, they are pointed in the right direction, so to speak. They're pointed at the enemy. So
they're unified.
Yeah.
Which America is not.
Yes, that's right. And you didn't have this in the Arab world for all the reasons I've articulated before. Now, remember, I was in the Arab world. I speak a degree of Arabic, and I know what I'm talking about. And the Arab philosophy is, my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the tribe, my tribe and I against the village, my village and I against the city, my city and I against the nation, and my nation and I against the world. It's like, it's just a descending level of killing each other. So it's a
martial religion, or at least interpreted as such.
It's a martial religion taken down to the atomic level. They're atomized. They're so atomized that they have, let's just put it this way, they're not cowards, but as a cohesive unit, they tend to fall apart in combat. So, but if Venezuela, being a communist nation, if you've got a million people with guns pointed in the same direction at the Americans, this will be the first time the Americans have faced actual resistance. This is the first time they have the potential of having massive casualties. And now, again, the key question here.
It ain't Nicaragua anymore.
That's right. Well, Nicaragua would have been similar, but the Americans never invaded Nicaragua. Yeah. They never invaded El Salvador either. Remember, the Americans have never really invaded.
That was all privatized.
Yeah, the Americans have never really invaded these countries in a long time. Now, when it comes to, shall we say, the grid, destroying the grid means nothing. Now, somebody answer the question. Why doesn't it mean anything? I asked the Blood Boys this, and they came up with the answer right away. The grid doesn't work in Venezuela. There is no grid in Venezuela. No one has electricity in Venezuela. There is nothing in Venezuela that works. Destroying the infrastructure is a joke because the infrastructure is non-existent. You're bombing out nothing. If you bomb out their power plant, nothing is affected. Nobody's getting any energy from the power plant because there's no operative cables that lead to any homes. Nobody is living dependent on our grid. If you were to destroy infrastructure or the grid in the United States, everybody dies. If you were to wipe out the grid in the United States with EMP, electromagnetic pulse bomb, or just hitting the right areas with drones, or just a cyber attack, everybody dies. Everybody's dependent on the grid in America. Nobody can live without it. Your ability to even communicate would just be destroyed because everybody's dependent on the net. Take out the net, everybody dies. They can't have CCC, which in military terms is command, control, and coordination, which is everything. Without that, you've got nothing. Well, none of that exists in Venezuela anyway. So they operate as they do without it. So you're fucked. You basically are taking on people who are operating at a primitive level you cannot hack, that you cannot take out. So it's a nation that well, the Americans might really pay a price in blood for this. And
so even with all their oil, is this due to American repression?
It's just sheer
as in
communist
Cuba,
corruption.
ever since
it's
Hugh
just
Chavez, or not?
It wasn't under Chavez. It's after Chavez's death. Once Chavez
Yeah.
died, it went totally corrupt under Maduro, and everything shut down. So
I'm
it all
so
just
sorry.
yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, that was yeah.
And this ain't helping because we're not going to make it better. That's for sure. No matter
Well,
what we do.
well, one thing to look forward to. You can't make it any worse. Let's just put it this way. When it comes to Castro,
So that's why they're all pissed off, and maybe they'll turn their guns around if they believe somebody can give them something better.
That's what the Americans are hoping for.
Want to think. Yeah.
Yes, the Americans are hoping that, but people don't usually think
it.
like that. The one thing that Maduro has control of is the media. So he's got
and there's a sense of nationalism.
Yes, and so he's got
especially
everybody.
the beating their relatives are taking up here.
Yeah.
God.
So he's got everybody thinking that everything they're suffering is because of the Americans, and it's not totally untrue. So yeah, so they you know, it's a toss-up. You know, war is full of chance. That's the whole nature of war. Once you unleash the dogs of war, you don't know where they're going to end up. So when it comes to what America's unleashing, you know, this could be the start of something big. But I would say that it's we'll just have to see. I mean, but the fact that
the way Putin is talking,
and
the way Xi is talking with Taiwan.
Yes. So tell us.
So it's a 3-point stool of chaos.
Oh well, evil. So we know Xi Jinping's fixation on my Taiwan, but tell people more about your own impression of Putin. Obviously, I talk about this all the time, but I want to hear your impression of Putin.
Right, just that he is like, I don't know, going wild, just doing whatever he wants. It's hard to articulate, but I think he wants even more than Ukraine.
Well, that goes without saying. Yes, definitely. Well, he wants to.
Aristides brought up the drone thing before.
Yeah.
I read a very well vetted article that talked about how there's a series of factories in deep war-ravaged Ukraine that are putting out drones that cost $150 in materials each. Each factory, 1,000 of them a day.
Yeah, Ukraine is a drone superpower. It's probably the drone superpower of planet Earth. Yes.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah.
Except you. So, shit. But it, that it is going away from the heavy machinery into, the stupid battleships and the huge 8-track tanks.
Of course. I mean, those are things of the past.
That's done. All done in my lifetime. Makes your head spin.
Now, of course, remember, war is constantly evolving. So I would say that when it comes to the future, we may see the return of such machines, but it would take massive ECM, what's called ECM, or electronic countermeasures. So, I mean, I would actually, again, you've seen my stance on population. My stance on what I would do in secular power on a planetary scale as humanity moves its national cultures to the planets and then the stars, and by the planets I mean literally out in the solar system first, and then
Yes.
ultimately to the stars, I would put Earth under a quarantine of essentially satellite lasers that would immediately vaporize jet engines and rockets, which would force everyone to fight at a World War II level in terms of aerocraft. That would bring us back to a safe level of combat, because combat could no longer be waged on a massive scale. In other words, atomic bombs and nuclear weapons would still exist, but you'd have to transport them by bombers that are still operating under supersonic speeds.
Yeah.
So,
Old-fashioned.
yes, everything would return to a
Super
degree,
old-fashioned.
to safer levels of combat, but people would still be
Right.
using electronics in terms of radar and in terms of interception. So warfare would have to evolve a very innovative reciprocating engined propeller driven craft. So that would still be at an incredibly safer level. So in terms of the mass safety, it's we have to realize that you can't stop war, but what you can do is render its waging far less destructive in collateral damage. So, such being said, obviously,
And nothing wrong with sparing civilians.
well, that's
But
more
the
a matter of law.
nightmare now-
That's a matter of law
Oh,
as
you
opposed to
know.
technology. That's a matter of the laws of war as opposed to technology.
Well,
Does that make
yeah,
sense?
but
Yes. Yeah.
it sounds like they're about to hang the whole thing right over to AI.
That is what Israel has done. Israel
Yeah,
has done that.
already.
But we see the results of that.
They're all
Genocide.
lined up.
Yeah. Well, we see
Yeah.
the results of that are genocide.
Whoopee.
But you see, America's case would be a repetition of Gaza if it were not for Trump's desire to send in troops, which is the order he got from Putin. You see, Putin...
Which is so fucking 50 stupid. Yeah,
Yes.
he's in the 1950s.
Well,
He's fighting that Cold War,
well,
baby.
remember what I said about Xi Jinping calling up Trump, and he's raving to him about World War
Yeah.
II.
Oh, yeah.
These
Oh,
people
man.
are stuck. These people are fossils. These are living
Wow.
fucking fossils. They're ossified. They are truly...
Jesus.
Yeah, we're under the... Look, old men are leading the world to its destruction right now.
They think they're the great generation.
Yeah, they're not even World War II. They're like
No.
afterwards, and
They
they're
were the
stuck.
grandsons of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
and yet they're
but
stuck.
now
Yeah.
you got your Sam Altman 40-year-olds and shit
Yeah, and I forget Sam
that are
Altman.
taking the reins.
Yeah, who's
whether
Sam
we
Altman
know
again?
it
I
or
keep hearing the
not.
guy's name, and I keep bleaching
The
him from my brain.
Microsoft Chat GPT
Oh,
Uber
that
Lord
idiot.
right now. Uber Lord.
Yes.
Ah,
And,
everybody I know is using that shit.
yes, and
Everybody.
yeah, it's well, you can't
It's
help it.
about
They're
to
pushing it.
become as indispensable as having a
I'm not.
smartphone.
Yeah.
I know, me neither.
Yeah.
Me neither, Brendan. Me neither.
But yeah, Doug,
But
that guy, the
everybody.
the founder of it was the guy that was,
Yeah.
That like attacked his sister, and then the family said, "Oh, she's crazy."
Oh,
all
that's
that. Or
right.
he said
Oh,
she was
Sam
crazy.
Altman.
The sister
Yeah.
rapist. Yeah, the sister
Yes,
rapist.
that guy.
Yeah.
But he's
said-
just one of them.
Yeah.
He's just the lead. He got on top. He got first to market.
Yeah.
He
Well,
scored the
he's-
prize.
because he's of a certain
Yeah, there you go.
group of people
Yeah.
that happen to have the
But he's
the
running the
advantage.
race
Oh.
with Elon and Sundar at Google, and it's a road race,
Yes.
They're all running as fast as they can to be the first through that tape, and then the other ones will get some
Yeah, well, they're all idiots.
silver
and
and bronze.
yeah, they're
But
yeah.
they're minting incredible bank. It's just dizzying.
Yeah, well, it's honestly, it's the only thing I agree on with Nick Fuentes is that all it's going to result in is a higher grade of weapons and porn. That's all that's coming out of this.
Yeah.
It's just a higher grade of weapons and porn. There's nothing to help humanity coming out of this. No, there's no industrial revolution going on here. quite the opposite. We're
Uh-oh.
deindustrializing.
Oh, and talking about Japan, how he gave Japan that steel plant in Pittsburgh.
Thank God. Right, Brendan?
Interesting.
Yeah, thank God, right? Yes. Brendan's encouraged to come on and give his 2 cents on this one. Yes. So.
I mean, you talk about 1950s.
Yeah, there we
This
are.
is 1950s mentality. You get me?
Yeah. But,
To revive a plant like that is back in the gold, the happy 1950s.
Yeah.
It can't be done. They'll put some little something in there and there won't be any local hiring. That's for sure. But Japan's making inroads.
Yeah.
Even the Chinese steel is better quality control than whatever shit they're rolling out.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, yes.
It's all one big jihad now.
Yeah, it's well.
Yeah, Doug, is that really your master plan to bring us into like steampunk fucking World War II? Come on, dude.
You don't like it?
I'm not against
Yeah, and we'll have tubes we can live in.
like a lot of work.
We'll have sleeping tubes.
Well, that would be the purpose of the United Nations, would be the control of those satellites. We would have to have an international control. This would be a United Nations. Obviously, if anyone asks who would represent the United Nations, it would most certainly be based in Switzerland. So we'd have a kind of Swiss planet Earth, a Swissified planet Earth, a neutral zone, so to speak. But I'm making combat realistic so that there's less potential for, well, what we would call megadeath. All such having been said, obviously I do expound upon, or definitely want to encourage, an expansion of cultures into space. Of course, I view this as territorially very distinct, that certain planets would be culturally distinct. And of course, this is something that would be inevitable. This way, anybody can concentrate their national resources on exploiting and in the development of an entire planet and its resources. So, in terms of that, it would be the same thing at an interstellar level. Simply, probably best to just, it's kind of like scale up, but it's essentially the same theme at a solar scale and then at a stellar scale. That's the way that I perceive man's progress to be best. All of this, of course, involving a competition, but with Earth as a neutral space. That would be under quarantine with those particular satellite lasers or whatever system it takes to render defunct technologically jet engines and rockets, because it's really jet engines and rockets that's where the revolution in war took us to, well, megadeth level. And like I said, I'm not saying I'm outlawing nuclear weapons because they're needed for deterrence, but as such, the transportation thereof would then be confined technologically to something far, far easier to intercept. All of that would render all of the nations on a much more, equal level. And, of course, the United Nations, that I view, as I've said before, would be one where, as I described to Brendan before, people often worry about corporate culture and the concept of corporations overtaking nations. And we have to think realistically about, for all the power that corporations have, it's not the gold that makes the rules, the so-called golden rule, where he who has the gold makes the rules. Rather, it's he who has the guns makes the rules. And when it comes to the point where the corporates have destroyed Earth, or society as we know it, by bringing us to the point of ecological collapse, well, we have this situation where their own security will turn against them, because all the mercenaries that they've hired as their private armies need to do is turn their guns on the man who has all the gold in the safe and say, open up the goddamn safe. And if he doesn't cooperate, that's easy. They just blow his head off, massacre his family, and there's no safe in the world that can't be blown. So in the end, it comes down to the men with the guns who have the rules. But who has the most guns? The nation state. So in the end, you're still going to come up with a national culture that supersedes the corporate culture. It's the concept of what I call a supraculture. Think supra as S-U-P-R-A, or an over-culture, but culture is spelled with a K, K-U-L-T-U-R, as in the German concept of culture, meaning a superimposed way of life. And this supracultural system would be megapolies. Rather than monopolies, a megapoly would be an entire culture becomes a brand. Japanese culture would be a brand. It would be basically a brand of what's made by on the Japanese islands is going to be very distinct from that which is manufactured in Germany, or what's manufactured in America or Britain. And as I've said before, the cultures that have come to dominate the world at this point are pretty much the cultures of the future. The potential for rising cultures has stopped. There's simply no more capacity for industrialization on the scale of a rising power that we've seen before. All of the more third world nations are sliding back. They're not advancing. They're not developing. It's no fault of theirs. It's because they're completely suffocated out of the loop. But such being said, their resources and their people are still needed. And that's where 1 billion Americans will come from, is environmental collapse. All of these people that are now displaced because of climate change, literally the lost billion, those are the Americans of the future. America can absorb that population and prosper with innovation, a younger population. There's no place to go but up. The white Americans of Trump's world are trying to prevent that because they're trying to preserve a world they can no longer preserve. You're not going to get a white guy out in the field under the sun picking lettuce. He's going to die of heat stroke within hours. You're not going to get a white guy refilling vending machines. You're not going to get whites to do much of anything, as a matter of fact. So the only hope you have is bringing more people in to do that, including the science work. So, Prime Ministress Sanae Takaichi, what's this news about her? Work. Japan's top buzzword is now 5 words. Work. Oh my God. So tell us about this, Brendan.
Yeah, can you believe that?
What does she mean? What does she mean? That everybody,
I don't think that was her catchphrase. I think that's something. I think they missed. Whoever wrote that didn't speak English. A lot of these international, like same with the German one, when they translate it, they just translate it directly.
Got it. Transliterate. They transliterate it as opposed to giving us the meaning. Thank you.
It says Takaichi Sanae's vow to work, and female prime minister have together won the award for Japan's buzzword of the year. So she didn't say that. It's just the translation's strange.
Okay.
When they're phrasing it, yeah.
Okay. But what do you think?
It's one of the trends of the year of Japan. Okay. So they want, they wanted to work extra.
They want everyone to work hard again. Yeah, just.
And also this next part goes back to what Holly was saying earlier. It's like, yeah, people in the West will say she's right wing, but actually her party is the Liberal Party. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, Liberal Democratic
Party. I remember when America surpassed Japan and always mocked Japan for their outlandish working hours.
Yes.
Remember that? That was big headlines back in like the 90s.
Yeah, Americans work harder and longer than anyone on earth outside of sweatshops.
And you still can't afford a fucking apartment. How do you like that?
Yeah, well, Brendan, tell her. Yeah, you're working longer.
Oh, I love it. It's so great.
Right? Yeah. And that's all just fine.
I mean, and we're we're supposed to buy into America, the land of opportunity, the land of the free.
Yeah, the land of the free, freedom to work 3 jobs.
Yeah, freedom to
Well,
work.
I hope that isn't her vision for Japan.
No.
Fuck's sake.
Well, when they say work, they mean with purpose. It's not just working.
Yeah, that's what's missing for Americans.
They're ruled.
Actual
They're ruled under
purpose.
Chitra. They have a Libra rule.
Yes.
Libra rule,
Okay.
so they're about
That's-
refining and working towards something. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll work like a dog for a job with purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how they are. They have a purpose.
That
and they
if
work
you can
towards it.
find a job that gives you a sense of purpose, you got something.
Yes. Yeah. Well, in
Because they're
Japan-
rare
Yeah,
for
in-
me in my life
well,
here
they're
in
rare
America.
well, they're rare for any American. I mean, Jesus
Right?
Christ, we're all.
Imagine a job you're motivated. I've had jobs I couldn't wait to get to in the morning.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 and 50 years of work.
Yeah.
It's a marvelous feeling.
It is. Yes, it certainly is. I mean, you get a feeling of fulfillment, and yeah, it's well, I'm happy to report that thanks to the contributions from people like Matthew Bush with 25 United States dollars, and of course many other contributors, we've made what we needed to make tonight. Not that I'm ending the stream, mind you. Yeah, we made what we needed. I can end stream now.
Oh, you're all good, boss.
What was that?
Yeah, you're all good. Don't worry about it. Just don't leave too much of a mess for it.
Yeah, I think he's talking to people at work.
They should probably.
Yeah,
they're
he's
just
talking to
practicing.
people.
Hey, Doug,
Yes, honey.
I do got to edge out.
Yeah,
Okay.
take care. boss.
Cold
Take care.
out.
I love you.
So I'm going to be listening.
Okay. Well,
Thank
I love
you.
dearly.
Great,
Yeah, you
great
guys are
time.
dealing with
Thank
the
you all.
temperature dip as well.
Yes, bless you, honey. And,
Tiny bit.
Yes, tiny bit.
Oh.
What?
Not like the rest of America, Jesus.
Oh yeah,
We
speaking
don't
of,
really-
You guys got a live,
Yeah, we
live
got a
view
live
into what America's
insight.
like. The poor guy has to dig through trash for food. He
There you
said,
go.
I'll be out of here, and I said, dude, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now,
Just,
is this guy called Furry
Yeah.
Furry Can? Furry
No,
Can?
this is someone else. That's how
Oh my
bad it's
God.
getting. They're not
Holy
even
Mm.
here for cans. They're here for food.
God
Mhm.
damn!
Shit's getting worse. Shit's
Mm.
getting worse out there.
God
Yeah.
damn!
He's like scraping
Yeah.
like chocolate milks and stuff. Poor guy. Poor
Oh
guy.
my fucking
Hey,
God!
Biden tried.
Yeah, that's
Oh, fuck all.
Biden
Fuck
tried.
Fuck all.
I know, that's my joke. I'm
Yeah.
You
making
think
a
that guy
humorous
he never
joke.
went hungry. He
I'm
was sucking
making
on
a
ice cream.
joke.
He was sucking on ice cream.
Yeah.
He's never had this.
I
this
was
so bad.
trying to be funny.
No, we get it. We understand, honey. It's
Yeah, I'm
just
just messing around.
I
yeah.
know you do.
Yeah, but
It's such a shit show.
oh my God!
All right, I love you guys. I'm gonna keep on, but maybe
Yes.
I'll call you when I get back. In
Oh well, before you
shelter.
leave, honey. Oh yeah, and you're welcome to call back once you get into shelter. I was just going to ask you.
Yeah.
So you managed to hear the rest of the episode on thanatophagy. I'll try and continue with that theme tonight. In
Yes.
other areas of psychic espionage, but your own thoughts. Any thoughts you want to share based on the latest episode before tonight's?
Well, if you're not up for straight geopolitics, it makes sense.
Yeah.
This is the kind of crypto, Douglas.
Yeah.
And so the left hand, Douglas.
Yes.
And it's valuable shit.
Thank
I
you.
always learn a lot.
Thank you, honey.
And there's just nothing else like it. So please, folks, support. I'm totally broke down this month, but as long as my job holds, next month I'll be back in the saddle.
Thank God. And,
So yes, I will. Oh yes, I will. I
Yeah.
swear to God, because you're a rare flame in this world, Douglas.
Thank you, honey.
A flame, a burning flame. So thank you, and a delight to be with you all.
Bless you.
And what's tonight? Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, Sunday, baby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
Okay, bye for now. Okay. That's Holly Kiefer, and thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. We're going to go into monologue where, of course, I welcome interjections.
Yeah, that
was a nice positive note. I guess I shouldn't bring up the the prognosis, for the month of December,
Oh God, tell us.
astrologically speaking.
Oh, you got to tell us. You got to forewarn people.
Well, there's going to be 4 separate, which the number 4 is very telling.
Yes.
There's going to be 4 transits between the planets, 4 planets traveling through fire and water signs. And when these points where the fire and water signs intersect, that creates this kind of explosive energy, this more steam. Steam builds up.
Yeah.
When you put something hot into water and it makes that steam.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
yeah.
You put like a hot metal into water and it makes that noise. So the planets are going to be hovering around these points, these nodes, and there will be 4 separate transfers in the month of December of planets going in and out of these fire and water signs, which will create a lot of steam, combustion, agitation, etc. So be prepared, you guys.
Yeah.
Not that it's negative. It's just that's just the nature of it.
Yeah. Intense. You're saying intense.
In intensity, yeah. It'll level up in intensity, and also it's in one of the Martian signs. So there you go.
Oh, the potential for war.
Yeah, or escalation of previous wars, various things like that.
Yeah, yeah, which everybody seems to be into at the moment on the on Trump's side, Russians and Chinese all screaming for war.
Yeah, but these people are just, they don't know that they're following the planets, but they have to. It's just natural.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, important and
then after all that concludes, then we go into the the horse, fire horse. So
Jesus Christ! So it doesn't conclude.
It's not going to slow down.
It doesn't conclude at all. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't conclude at all. The ride just gets wilder.
Basically, it speeds up. So it could be good, could be bad, but the speed increases. That's what all these things are showing.
Yes. Jesus
and Jupiter
Christ.
is in this special phase in Vedic astrology. It's a special phase where Jupiter goes faster through the signs, which is very anomalous. It hasn't happened in 5,000 plus years to this degree that it is now. So it's another thing where when Jupiter goes faster, it's the largest planet. So it's going to pull, it has greater gravitational pull, so to speak. It's going to pull all the other planets with it in a metaphorical sense. That, and along with the fire horse energy. So things are going to get like putting like your foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Certainly to me. And yes, our listeners need to hear this, and it's very much appreciated. So thank you. Thank you for that forewarning. And as said, we need that. And with that, I'll go into monologue. I certainly appreciate anyone else who wants to join us on the call, including dearest Heather Holman, who was with us on the last call, is more than welcome to join us again, should she desire. But it was, she certainly did us a service last time. We would not have been aware of, recent developments without her. So, yeah, there we have that. Anybody who wishes to can review that last episode, and a lot of intense memories were brought to the fore because of Heather's services, keeping us informed on the pulse of developments within a kind of demi-monde, a half-world, if you will. And any thoughts on that, Brendan? Reflective thoughts, perhaps? On,
nothing of my thoughts, just that, when I got force ghosted by Q, he was telling me similar shit.
Yes.
Oh, Douglas isn't so bad, but I didn't do anything either.
That's funny. He still feels why does he still feel defensive about that or self-conscious about it? Come on.
Well, that part was a joke. I don't know what he said. I don't recall what he said.
Yeah. Okay.
I just remember him saying, don't be so hard on Doug.
Yeah.
That's literally the only part of the conversation I remember, and I was pissed. That's probably because I was so pissed off. I was like, fuck him. I don't care who it's coming from. Fuck that. Like, it was almost like, was it a joke? I mean, I don't know.
No, it was
I think he was
also
just joking.
along the lines. It was also along the lines that yeah, he said pretty much along the lines of like that whole attitude of crazy Doug. Yeah,
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah,
he
he's
came to
just
peaceful
shady.
terms with me. He came to peaceful
Yeah,
terms with my quote unquote betrayal, with my
yeah,
betrayal of him. Yeah,
yeah.
and which speaks
Yeah.
volumes, I guess, in
It
a
was almost like he
sense.
was talking about you like you had dementia or something. Like, oh, take care of him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like with some sort of pity or something.
I can actually imagine that coming from him. Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's what he said. I didn't want this. I didn't create this shit. Like, and the irony about me seeing him in a dream is I don't think I've ever watched a single interview of him talking or anything. So how would my subconscious know how to generate an image like that? It doesn't, you know.
No, it's definitely a visitation, and
Yeah.
he's been very active since his quote unquote death. But
Right.
yeah, he's definitely
Well,
his.
yeah, he's still living through some other people around him.
Yeah, let's put it that way. Yeah, he's living through some other people who have, been around. Uh, and aside from that, of course, he's still having his impact on the. James Rink used to speak for hours on the phone in his. I would call it lonely advice for the lovelorn that he sought from Laurie and Ann Fenton. I mean, she's the only woman who would talk to him, and
What?
it wasn't that he
What does
was
she
seeking.
know about love?
Dude, your point is well taken. Yeah, I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with you in that skeptical sense of why are you asking her? Well, he had no other choice. There's no other woman who would talk to him, and she was essentially exploiting him. He was like, when I severed with her, he was all she had left. And that was before she basically took over the entire alternative communication media industry. And by doing all of what V observed, the things nobody else wanted to do at any of these conferences or conventions, she did all the paperwork, the book work, and gradually just it took over everybody's accounts. For Midnight in the Desert and all these other gatherings of Coast to Coast AM and all that shit, it all became her domain. And
Right. Contact in
Yeah,
the desert
Contact in the
or some
Desert.
shit like
Thank
that.
you. Some shit like that. Yes. And but James Rink would speak to her for hours. For one thing, they needed each other. She was codependent on the need to speak to somebody because she otherwise would hear the screams in her head. Her story was that when she was a infant child, they had left rat traps of that glue type rat trap that tastes good to rats, and it tastes like candy and it tastes good and it poisons them. And remember, George Knight confirmed this because his brother worked in that industry, and they produced these tea bags that contain rat poison that look like pink tea bags. That, of course, you're warned never to touch them because you'll die like a rat dies in agonizing pain, because its entire intent of that poison is to cause muscle contractions within the intestinal tract of the rat. What you are a mammal, a human being is a mammal just like a rat is, so it does the same thing to a human being. But anyone who just absorbs it through their skin will wind up doing what a rat does, which is crawls away and dies in agony in some corner somewhere, contracting violently in spasmodic pain. Well, Laurie and Ann Fenton survived that. She, as an infant child, wound up with one of these available rat traps, which are different from the tea bags in that they're open, like glue traps that are filled with this tasty substance to rats that you basically get them stuck in the glue trap. So that way they don't wander off and die contracting in some corner where they'll just rot, and then you have a roach and ant problem. So she got herself eaten just entire trays of this shit as an infant, crawling around from tray to tray because it tasted so good. And it was nice and big and pink and attractive, a nice, primary color that attracts an infant. So I guess these things are made to kill infants as well as rats. But so she brought her to a hospital, screaming in inhuman agony, inhuman levels of agony, where it was so bad that she was going to tear herself apart like a wild animal does in a bear trap or a animal trap. She was tearing at herself so violently that they took little rice bags and put them on top of her like little sandbags to pin her limbs down so that she couldn't, tear herself apart with her contractions. So she was violently contracting and screaming endlessly for days. And according to herself, she cannot abide a moment's silence because then the screams fill her head. And I would see sometimes these would distract her when she was on stage. She would be on stage and stop talking, and her eyes would go blank, and she's staring at the middle of nowhere because she's listening to all the screams in her head. So because she couldn't stand the screams in the back of her head, which were apparently...
You think it was it neurological or like the screams of the damned?
It's
like she went to
both.
hell for a second or something?
Oh, I think it's both. I think it's both. I think that she sees the other side and where she's going.
Right.
Yeah, believe me.
Seriously.
Yeah, seriously. And
or all the dead
yeah.
souls she's eaten or something.
Yeah, oh
Maybe
yeah.
nothing.
I mean, she does eat babies. She did say that was where, but at any rate, she was someone who also, because she would never stop eating, she would be one of those people who was constantly chewing while she was talking. She was always chewing also so that the sound of the food, the mastication, the chewing of food in her head would block out the screams. So this was one reason she was so fat, is because she never stopped talking. She always needed to be talking on the phone or on Skype or to people. So she could never stop talking, and she could never stop eating. So she would, whenever you were speaking to her, it was just nonstop chewing and swallowing sounds. There's no words. But when it came to James Rink, he would...
Sorry, on a side note here.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't derail you because you're in the middle of something. But have you ever heard of a .32 caliber, .32?
Yeah. What about it?
I don't know. There's this mysterious scrawled note that says 32 caliber shots. X amount. 22 caliber, X amount. Like someone's like putting together a list, like a hit list or something.
Fuck,
at least we can get it on record. Yeah.
So it sounds like they were trying to identify the sounds of the latest school shooting. It's like,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I've never heard of a .32 caliber. It's like something in between a 22 and like a 45 or something.
Yeah. It's these are not necessarily common rounds. So
so that's strange. Shit. But anyways, let's skip over that for now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just keep that in your pocket as evidence when the... Oh, tell people about the latest school shooting. Not school shooting, birthday.
It was a birthday party.
Birthday massacre.
Party. Yeah, in Stockton.
Yeah. Stockton,
California. So that was in Central California. Yeah, and it made international headlines. I think 14 people got shot, a bunch of people died.
Yeah.
And it was a children's birthday party. That's so horrific.
Yeah. Let me look up Stockton massacre. Stockton massacre.
Well, if you type that in, you're gonna get a bunch of stories because that place is like gangland. I mean,
yeah. So it says 2 more Stockton mass shooting victims walked into the hospital. Just yesterday.
Damn.
Yeah. And
so it took 2 days of their wounds festering for them to say, you know what, maybe I should go.
Yeah. That's because, tell people about what Stockton fucking is.
Oh, it's like the receptacle, the garbage can for Oakland. It's like all the gangs that can't, survive in Oakland, they all go to Stockton. It's just this hub of villainy, and it's scary, man. Even the police department gets shot at. Like, there's holes in the police department, and if you ask them, why are there holes all over your facade? And they'll say, we just get drive-bys every once in a while. So the front of the police department is like, the headquarters is like fortified concrete, and then all the important shit is like underground or in the back or something. Yes. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating.
So it turns out, just so people understand, that on a Sunday, while I was transmitting about 2 days ago, basically, day before yesterday, really, you had a birthday cake cutting, and just as family members were getting ready to cut the cake at the toddler's birthday, Gunfire started inside of a banquet hall with hundreds of people packed inside. 4 children were killed, including one adult, the father of a 14-year-old boy who was among 4 people killed at the, 4 kids killed, one father of the 14-year-old boy who was the birthday boy who was cutting the cake when, they all got splattered.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and
That's horrific.
yeah, and the police had to beg people to come forward. Nobody came forward to act as witnesses to this shooting. Nobody. So the police had to go public and put out a call for, please, in the name of humanity, we need witnesses to come forward. Understandably, well, land is cheap in Stockton. They say the site of the Stockton mass shooting may never reopen. The owner says it's a memorial. So, well,
Damn.
yeah, there you go. This is what happens when you hold the toddler's weekend birthday party in Stockton.
I wonder if they're trying to use some kind of tax loophole where like it's declared a graveyard or something.
Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Yeah, it's like
the
tax
lawyer
write-off.
said, hey, you can cut your losses if you make it a graveyard or
Yeah,
a memorial site.
Yeah, tax write-off.
And he said, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Never have to pay taxes on it again.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Yes. And then another anguished dad came forward to describe his son's death in the mass shooting. Anguished. He says he's anguished. And so, yes, these are all Black African Americans.
Yeah, it's a minority kind of territory. It's like there's Mexicans on one side and African Americans on the other. And it's kind of like, it's a dangerous place. I told you, I'm sure I said it on air before, the time I got stuck in Stockton overnight, basically, or like in the middle of the night. Did I tell you about that?
Tell us again.
So when I was younger, my dad would, hold on 1 second. I gotta check this.
Sure.
Okay, never mind. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is a war zone, people. California and all of the United States is a fucking war zone. Don't ever think otherwise. But go on.
But so I've been to Stockton, but it wasn't by my choice. So when I was younger, my father would like find these rare old cars, to like part out or to refurbish to make, to sell online or whatever. So we found this rare truck with, for anyone that knows the terminology, had all the options. It was like 1970s, like fully tricked out big block, had all the bells and whistles. Very rare model, right? So the problem was it was all the way in Stockton. So I guess he figured, it's a good idea, the price was right and all that shit. So he gets this guy in the middle of the night. This was like maybe 10 o'clock at night. His friend gets the truck, gets the trailer. We go down there to go pick it up. And and the first thing the guy says, the truck driver with the trailer to pick up the truck, he said, fuck it. Like, he said, I don't want to go to Stockton and all that shit. And then they discussed a price and he said, you know what? I need the money, so I'm going to go. And that was the worst decision ever. So we go down there and the guy, we walk up to this old, like kind of like mansion style, like Edwardian style. What is it called? Victorian. It's like a Victorian house in the middle of downtown. The first thing you see is this old redneck guy in a rocking chair. This is like some Mark Twain territory kind of shit. The guy has like a big old mustache. It's like this fat guy, and his last name was literally Dent. I don't think I'm really giving away any kind of info. His name was literally Dent, like Doug Dent or Steve Dent or something. It's so super redneck. And he comes out and he's like, oh, you guys came here late. And then so I go up there and it's like his family's in the front room. This is like, it looks like something, like I said, out of Mark Twain. Like his family's in the front room. There's like the young girls are there, the kids, and the boys are there. Everyone's in there having dinner. The old grandpa's like rocking chair, and there's a shotgun like just perched on the front door. Sitting, just fully loaded, ready to go, smoking, pretty much smoking. And so that was my first impression, was like, damn, they really need that, or was it like decoration? And then I found out they really need that. So we have to dig it out of the backyard, and it's like this shady ass neighborhood, apartment complexes all around. But his house was like probably since the 50s or the 40s. You know,
he's the last white
looks kind
man.
of like San Francisco. Yeah, the last white dude in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So we pull the truck out, you know, put it on the trailer, and then sure as shit, the new truck, the one that's supposed to get us out of there, doesn't start.
Of course not.
So they're there tinkering till like, you know, it, and then he comes up to me because he saw that I was young. He said, "If you need to come inside, you should come inside." And I didn't understand what he was saying. And I was like, "Oh," I was like, "No, don't worry about it. You know, no problem. You know, we got this."
That's how about naive.
And then I found out. So he's like, "No, you really should. You know, if you shouldn't stay too long." And he was like genuinely saying like, "No, just stay the night. Just stay here. You know, you don't have to leave. Like, trust me, you don't stay outside." And so, and the guy we were with was like very skeptical, and he said, "No, we're not gonna. No, fuck that. You know, can't trust this guy. You know, we have all this cash and all that stuff." And so we stay outside.
It worse. That just makes it worse.
Yeah, it made it a lot fucking worse. So he's like, you know, so he had to go like to a gas station to get oil or something. So it's just me and my dad, and the dent guy actually came out with us with the shotgun, like saying, "No, trust me, you need someone here." And so the second it strikes midnight, I shit you not, like clockwork.
Oh yeah. All
of a sudden, just like tons of people are walking.
Yeah.
Like back and forth. Yeah. Like multiple, you know, dudes with big old dreads and you know shit you'd see in Oakland.
It's Night of the Living Dead. It's Night of the Living Dead.
And so I was like freaked out. I was like, "Oh my God." And then I just remember like big ass dudes coming up. "Is everything all right? What you guys doing?" And then the Mexican gangs come out, and then they're all like trying to talk to us, seeing what we're up to.
Yeah.
And we're trying to like deflect it.
Scoping you out. They're all
for hours.
Scoping you out. They're all scoping you out, but for hours, nonstop.
Literally trying to swoop shit like out of the bed of the truck.
Yeah,
I'm not even joking. As we're standing there.
Yeah.
Like looking through, rummaging through the truck as we're sitting there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it was
literally just picking up shit in your flatbed. Literally just sticking their hands in. And
just grabbing it.
And into the cabin, everything. Oh, Jesus.
And they're all armed to the teeth.
Of course.
Even the guy that owned the house was like trying to shoo them off with the shotgun. I'm not even joking. Like shoo them off with the shotgun.
With the shotgun, yeah. And that didn't even phase them. That doesn't even phase them. They're just they're just reaching their arms in, grabbing everything. Yeah, it's
like I'm having like PTSD just from describing it. Is the story sounding coherent? Like,
yes, it is. It is. Believe me, too coherent. Go on.
So the guy finally comes back, and somehow like the car wouldn't start because there was like some kind of oil valve or something, some shit like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm literally getting PTSD from this, but I was so young that I was like in panic mode. I thought we were gonna die.
Well,
you know? Like randos.
It's a miracle that you didn't. It's a miracle that you didn't. But go on. So these guys are also physically picking you up. Yeah, they're physically picking you bodily up.
Trying to like grab me and shit. Yeah. So if it wasn't for the old white or the dent guy.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him with the shotgun and me like hiding behind his leg or something, I would have been kidnapped basically.
Yes.
And because my dad and the other guy, they had no idea what was going on.
Yeah,
I think they might have even left me there while they went to buy oil.
Yeah,
they just said, "Oh yeah,
easy to believe." Easy to believe.
Yeah,
I could
chance
buy
that happened.
I could. So it was Dent who prevented the truck from being stolen, not just you from being abducted, but because otherwise those guys would have come back and there would have been no truck there if he had stayed.
There would have been nothing. No, there would even especially the new truck. They would have just taken the new truck like in parts, pieces and parts.
Oh yeah, they would have disassembled it. They would have disassembled it.
Stripped it.
They would have stripped it. Yeah.
So, downtown Stockton.
Did they realize they owed him their everything? Did they realize they owed him everything? Or
no, they're just totally oblivious. They just said we got to get out of here, and we just got in and left. And then the other guy never worked with my dad again. He said, "I'm never helping you again." And
of course not. Yeah, of course not.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. What? Thank you for sharing that story. And no, you've never shared that with me or anybody else.
I may have, but just maybe not to that detail.
Yeah, maybe not to that detail. Or if you shared
I hope it was coherent, but it was hard
no, it's
to go
coherent.
through the memory banks.
Yeah. Remember, of course, my whole life is like that, so it's hard for me to remember these stories. You might have shared it with me, but it was hard for me to, to retain it because.
Well, yeah, you just live a sea of horrors. I don't know how you survive.
Yeah, my whole life is like that. So it's
So, but to this day, I've never gone back, especially at night.
Yeah, of
I
course
would
not.
never step foot in that city again.
Yeah.
Just because it's just like why risk your life? It's like taking, it's like playing Russian roulette. So there's no point in going there.
So the way to put it into perspective for our listeners, maybe you need to explain to them that the birthday party was attacked because this is all gangsters that are
It's
all
gangland,
yeah, and they all have vendettas against each other, and they take their vendetta seriously to the point where they want to wipe
Right.
out the other person's family.
Yeah, and
So-
I'd presume that they had the kid's birthday party and they basically they said, oh, they wouldn't attack a kid's birthday, they would never do that.
I can't
So they
understand how anyone could think like that in Stockton. That to me, that's like
they just
my
I mean,
conclusion
some of
would
those
be
communities do
my
that.
my conclusion
Yeah.
would be the father who wanted his kid dead. That he this is the way I get rid of this kid.
Or maybe the kid, or it could have been the kid was even in the gang. Like, you don't know how really the dynamics
It's
could
true.
have been.
That's true too. The kid
And
was
the parents
probably-
didn't even know. Like, nobody knew, or something.
Oh, they knew.
Like he had killed someone else, or
yeah.
who knows?
Well,
It's literally that bad.
No, they knew. They knew. It was simply
Yeah.
that they probably still thought he wants the birthday party and he's bringing in all the money. That's
something
so
like
they
that.
weren't going to
Something.
argue with that because he wants to make a big impression on all his gang. That's the point.
Right.
See, because look, when I was just in Oakland, just whether I was in security mode or not, I would observe shit like this in Oakland where I'm in the BART train and I would see some young black kid just take a whole shitload of purses that he had obviously stolen off all kinds of women as he was just running through the day, running around the neighborhood, snatching purses.
No, he was an entrepreneur. He was buying wholesale.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, of course. Anyhow, so he would take all, this just one example here. So some black kid, he's got all of these purses that he's obviously snatched off all kinds of women as he's run by, probably, I would presume, from the financial district of Oakland, which is where you get working white people. Because your average black woman living in Oakland would know enough not to have her purse snatched. She would have something different is set up on herself than a purse. So he probably, ran all across financial district, stealing purses from working white women. And then what he got was a bunch of purses, and he runs into the BART station and throws them in a pre-designated trash can. Once he throws them in the pre-designated trash can, then his grandmother, who's like 80, comes around with a cane, takes all the purses out of the trash can, and then takes them from there. That's their pickup point, agreed upon pickup point area, where she takes them home where they can rifle through them at convenience. So this is like that. The families do not know. They not only know, but they are part of the activity. They're all involved in the gang, and the gang is definitely a family business. So it just strikes me as he must have been bringing in money through what he was doing at the age of 14, and therefore they're not going to argue with him. He wants the party. That's the only way he can impress his gang. And so you get several hundred people in this hall, and but
like you said, why didn't they take precautions or assume it was going to get attacked? They just said, no one will attack the kids or something?
All I can say is that he probably dominated with his force of personality, said no one's going to attack us. He probably was so forceful with his claim and his confidence that it was hard not to believe it. It was.
Yeah. And people like that have like what's called youth invincibility syndrome.
Yes.
It's like they think that nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, well, that died with him. That died with him. So you understand that this is like when you're at 14 in that age, you're in the gangs. In that area, you're in the gangs. You're part of the gangs, or you're not going to survive. So he's already in the gangs. He's already active because he's 14. He's gun-bearing age. Anytime over 9 or 10, you're gun-bearing age, and you're already involved. I know because I was. So anyone who thinks that I'm speaking out of my ass, you're only advertising your own ignorance. So, there we go. Happy days from Stockton, California. So, all that being said, thank you, Brendan. It takes courage to recount experiences like that. And of course, I encourage everyone, put your upvote in, and we're going to go into monologue from this moment forward. Brendan is welcome to interject whenever he feels like it, as is anyone else on the call. Aside from that, do a bit to continue along the thematic of last episode. As a matter of fact, this is for Samuel Romero. So if you're listening, Samuel Romero, let me know. This is for you. I do want to explain to you the difference between a thanatophage and a thanatophone. So a thanatophage is an eater of the dead. A thanatophone is a speaker for the dead, someone who can engage in psychophony or psychic telephony with the dead. Here, dear Brendan, if you can find any images of Thanatos, the classical Greek god of death, as a young boy, that is how the Greeks envisioned Thanatos. Yeah. Thanatos, the god of death, was a young boy who lured, particularly men, to their deaths. Shows you about the homoerotic nature of Greek culture. The funny thing is, whenever I found an image of a young boy as death, I could never... I would find the lead image, but when I clicked on it, I was taken to some other TikTok image in particular that showed an older person, and that does not live up to the Greek myth. And so the young boy as death is something that is like it's almost like I was being taunted by Thanatos himself, with these images that I could not find a downloadable image of online. Very weird. We'll get into more weirdness like that with the internet. Believe me, your internet is very controlled, people. It is not a free internet, and it just is. Just bear that in mind. So, all such being said, when it comes to, I guess, the foundation of this talent, which I've explained the talents in depth in the last episode, disambiguating them, it would be based on charisma. Very interactive, and it would be resisted, as I said, thanatophagy would be resisted by willpower, and there are the dead who possess great willpower. The dead kings and nobles, or others of great willpower, retain that will in death. Confidence can be retained as well. Now, thanatophones, just to clarify, again, this is for Samuel Romero. If you're listening, let me know. And if you're listening on review, let me know that too. But thanatophones are the very rarest type of esper. Esper being an ESPer, an extrasensory perceptor would be the term. They're so rare that it is thought that there have never been more than 3 in existence at any given time throughout all of recorded history. Literally speaking, thanatophone means an instrument for, speaking for the dead, or an instrument through which the dead speak through you. While this is perhaps not the most technically accurate term, you might think that some term like thanatoscope or a viewer of the dead might almost be better, since the psychic communication most closely imitates a lot of visualization before speaking can even be initiated. Yet, in terms of psychic communication, it most closely imitates speaking. It nonetheless conveys, the term thanatophony conveys this rarest of extrasensory talents well. Thanatophone is one who can communicate with the dead, speak with them, learn from them, and even at times channel them. They have been described by those lying in their graves as a light in the darkness. I've gone in depth in the preceding episode to tonight about the awareness of the dead, and believe me, the dead are aware. They're as aware as they were when they were alive. And as I've said, you have a Trinitarian soul, a tripartite soul. Think of your soul, an aspect, an element of it, a third of it, ascending or descending, depending on your vibrational level at time of death and throughout your life. And a third of your soul, essentially, reincarnating. This is the Trinitarian concept, in effect, of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or the Trinitarian aspect of so much of, religion and spirituality, no matter what your school of thought. It's essential. And it's essential because, your very psyche comprises this Trinity. And as for the Holy Ghost aspect of it, the scariest part of the Trinity, which nobody seems to understand when it comes to Roman Catholic dogma very well, aside from deep practitioners, you are basically dealing with the Holy Ghost when it comes to that part which remains in the grave. In this sense, we all, of course, embody the Christ. We all embody the Christ Spirit. And in this sense, a part of us waits till Judgment Day. It doesn't ascend. It doesn't incarnate. It waits until what Christians would perceive as the time of judgment, when those are called forth from their graves. And because the dead, in their quiet isolation, have no one to talk to, then the thanatophone is that light in the darkness for those who are lying about with nothing to do, a medium through which they can complete the things their deaths force them to leave undone. Now, as I've mentioned in the preceding transmission, the dead lie in their graves quietly, no longer able to manipulate their body, at least so they think. There being no conventional way to communicate with the dead, they cannot read or hear or speak. They do not know touch, unless the person touching them is a thanatophage or a necromancer, one with the particular psychic ability to rend the soul itself, the very psyche, by destroying the body that I went into detail describing last episode. So, blind, deaf, and dumb, there be no way for ordinary people to reach the dead. But thanatophones are no ordinary people. The activities of thanatophages, practicing necromancy notwithstanding, the dead want to talk. The difference between a thanatophone and a thanatophage is that a thanatophage practicing necromancy forces his victims to surrender their truths under torture. A thanatophone's approach is much more genteel. Thanatophones are typically accepted as peers, and the dead are willing to share with them. It's human nature to want to show off if you've got something, or to talk with anyone if you're lonely. As a general rule, thanatophones are congenial people, interested in bettering the world around them. Arrogant and hostile thanatophones often find their contacts have little to say. This rejection alone is usually sufficient to open their minds up to the sufferings of others. Thanatophones bypass the ordinary physical media of communications and speak with the dead directly, one mind to another. Most of the time, it is equivalent to simply speaking with the dead, having a conversation as one would with any living person. Give and take, presenting thoughts as words, etc. This level of communication, words and sentences, is known as dead speaking. It's to be disambiguated from dead naming, which means you're using the name of a trans-sexed individual who has undergone an identity change to confirm, well, a physical change to confirm their identity, from a man to being a woman or a woman to being a man, or rather, I should say, male to female or female to male, as many of the people who do this do so quite young. When a person has undergone that change and you use the name, the gender specific name of their past self, or the embodiment of what they never really were in terms of their own self identity, you are dead naming. So, to disambiguate from that, dead speaking means an actual conversation between the living and the decedent, or the decedent means the one who has passed. However, if the thanatophone trusts the dead person, which they generally can, since few dead people are likely to double-cross the only person they can talk to, it can become a very intimate style of communication indeed. The thanatophone can open the channel wider, not forcing thoughts and knowledge to be throttled through mere words, but instead allowing for gestalt, or, depending on your dialect, gestalt communication. That's spelled Gestalt. Our dear friend Brendan, if he wishes, can elucidate upon that. Brendan, you know a little bit about the Gestalt? Or is that too Jungian? Gestalt in the German. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah, that American pronunciation was something.
Yes, I thank you for correcting it. So, in terms of Gestalt, am I saying that correctly now? Tell us a little.
Gestalt.
The
low G.
Low G.
S. Gestalt.
Gestalt. Okay, there we are.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about the Jungian concept of Gestalt, please.
I mean, it's what I know about it. It's like coming in, you take everything as a whole, you kind of zoom out, and it becomes this. It's kind of like holism, kind of like the way I was describing things from the Vedic perspective. But I'm not really keen on the internal psychological workings of it, the way he was talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your input, and again, feel free to interject whenever you wish. So, as I said, when it comes to opening the channel wider, allowing for gestalt communication, conversation not through granular words and sentences, but through living ideas, emerges, becomes the flow. This is where the thanatophone and the decedent, meaning that person who has passed with whom they are communing, begin to merge. That's important. And the reason such communication requires trust is that at these times, the differentiation between one mind and another begins to blur, and opening your inner mind to another consciousness is a concept most people are simply loath to even attempt. This technique, known as vectoring, is how the thanatophone can learn skills from the dead. By communing with the dead and living their experiences vicariously, a thanatophone can build up a store of knowledge and training in a very, or at least comparatively, short amount of time. Vectoring can also...
How does this compare to a medium? Is this the same as a medium, or what are we talking?
No.
Is there something other component to it?
Yeah, here's the difference. As you already intuitively know, and I know you know, the medium is open to anything. They're picking
they
up...
don't know what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's an entity, yeah.
They're picking up just static. Most of the time, they may as well just have the CB radio on, and it's whatever trucker is driving by. That's a medium. Those are, in a sense, a dime a fucking dozen. Nobody really needs them because most of
every village in India has one of those people somewhere
Thank
sitting
you.
there.
These are just people picking up entities who say, I'm Uncle Bob. And, and when somebody approaches them to talk to their dead cousin, they're just going to get, whatever entity drops by claiming.
Gin, whatever gin. Yeah.
It's gin.
Like
It's
that.
mostly gin. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so let me take a look at the link that you've just provided.
Yeah, spirits. There's all kinds of spirits and shit that like lie to people. Yeah, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Hegseth, Signal Group Chat, Yemen, Houthi, endangered troops, Pentagon Watchdog, Review finds Hegseth. What did they find, Hegseth?
Well, they're basically just saying water is wet, the sky is blue. They're just saying, oh, it affected national security. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, what are they going to do to the son of a bitch? Are they going to get rid of the son of a bitch? I can only hope.
Nothing.
Yeah, I said who they should replace him with, Mark Kelly. So all that having been stated, thank you for that incoming. Yeah, so that's the difference between a medium and a thonatophone. Is a thonatophone knows who they're talking to, and that's something no medium can really claim. In fact, mediums make all kinds of claims, and we know what to think of that. So when it comes to this technique of vectoring, it's basically used to assess the skills of the dead, use them as a sort of library for personal use. A cemetery becomes your public library if you're a thonatophone. You're basically got a crowd of people who are willing to teach you whatever they knew in life. By the way, this is the leader of the former, here we are, the defense team for the leader of the religious group formerly known as the Unification Church has denied all charges at the first hearing of her trial. Okay, well, there you go.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
They're saying we don't know how we stole all this money when she's like holding like a Versace fucking bag that's like thousands of dollars. Like, talk about the 7 deadly sins. These people are like oozing greed and shit. And she said, I didn't do anything.
Disgusting.
Her name is Han Hak Ja.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
And they always come in a wheelchair to get sympathy.
Of
she was
course.
in a wheelchair and shit.
Oh, dude. Yeah. That's it's
100 million won. She's
Yeah. That's
only $60,000. There's more than that. That's just all they brought.
Yeah.
They paid off all the other charges.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can't believe they're charging them for something that's so small. But of course they need to be. They need to get them on whatever they can, whatever it takes to bring her to justice. If it takes,
I like how in the article it says she was charged with giving luxury bag to Yoon's wife. She's literally came to court with a fucking luxury bag. Do you see that thing in her hand?
Yeah,
like,
unbelievable.
What the fuck?
It's like there's no shame. There's no shame.
Yeah, but they have like no concept of that. It's crazy.
For them, of course, they can't understand the concept of parting with something they've always had, because to them this is normal, that they should be living like this.
They just go out on the town like that.
It's there you go with that. But at any rate, when it comes to the task at hand and trying to describe the concept of thonatophony, when vectoring is used in this manner, where, then we have to deal with the reality of using the talent. With vectoring, a thonatophone who speaks only English can contact a dead bilingual and then begin speaking in a second language using the decedent's or the deceased person's skills. So this is how the line between consciousness is blurred, because then one brain can access the memories of another as if they were one's own. And if the line can be blurred, be certain that it can be removed altogether. This is known as channeling. I'm not speaking of it in the sense that you know it. And by that I mean all our listeners. I mean channeling in the professional espionage vernacular. And at these times, it may seem as though the thanatophone is a person possessed. Because the trois minds, thanatophone and dissident, become as one, each drawing on the full store of knowledge of the other. Not simply style. How would I say this? It's not simply knowledge, but also the fears, the mannerisms, the idiosyncrasies, the accents, and the personal style of presentation. For the thanatophone, this is it's a method of quickly accessing knowledge that would otherwise take long months or even years to learn. Why study brain surgery from a renowned doctor when you can channel him right now and save your best friend's life? The dissident gets a gift as well, the chance to live again, if only for a short while, and in someone else's body, to be sure, but to live again and practice and display those skills which were learned in life and honed in the quiet of death, well, this is your moment to shine. The channeled spirit must access the instinctive balance and awareness of body that the thanatophone carries within themselves, but the actions are those of the channeled personality. When channeling, the thanatophone cannot hold anything back, if it is to work. They must yield up control of their body to become a dual personality with the dead person in command. The thanatophone's consciousness is forced into the cerebellum and the brainstem. We know this because I was witness to the scanning that was undergone during the process, just to make sure that the body continues to function. It's up to the channeled personality to voluntarily leave the living shell, or else the thanatophone must force the interloper out through willpower alone. There's really no way that anyone outside of themselves can help. This is why a thanatophone should never attempt to channel a willful and devious person like Ted Bundy, as I myself was witness to. To do so is to invite a long and difficult battle of wills with someone who has nothing to lose. This brings us to the use of the skill itself, because before speaking to the dead, one must first make introductions. The reasons behind this are exactly the same as the reasons for introducing oneself to the living, to let them know who you are, why you want to talk to them. It has the added benefit of letting the dissident, the dead, know you can talk to them at all, a fact which is generally received with some surprise. While a thanatophone's talent can have near infinite range, introductions are generally done at short range, whenever possible. This is because the world is filled with dead people rotting 12 meters or so under the soil, and introducing oneself to a cadaver at long range is much akin to trying to catch the attention of a stranger 100 meters away in a crowded shopping mall. Okay, we're getting another incoming link. Oh, so Germany, the Defense Ministry confirmed the theft and has blamed the delivery driver who made an unplanned stop. It's not yet clear who took the ammunition and why. So Bundeswehr, our German military ammo delivery, was ransacked by thieves. Well, there you go with that. All I can say is, well, they've got to get their act together.
The stupid part about that is half of it was training ammunition,
Okay,
which I'm
cool.
assuming means blanks, right?
Yeah.
So
Or
it was
tracers.
just,
But still.
yeah, they stole a bunch of duds, basically.
Cool.
But I'm
Thank
sure
you.
the guy got fired. The truck driver got fucking like court-martialed and shit.
Good. Well, I mean,
I'm sure.
whatever's
Yeah.
necessary. Yeah, it's
He
that's
stopped to sleep at a hotel. Like, talk about no discipline.
yeah,
What they left out, the reason why I sent it to you, my joke was, the reason what they left out is that he stopped to get a hooker or something.
yeah, there you go. I'll go for that too. But
Yeah.
by that I mean I believe it. It's
Right.
remember
Why else would he stop?
this is like, well, all we can do is speculate, but I would assume he was bribed. That he was bribed so that the ammo could be stolen, but the joke's on them, like you said. Still, you can start a lot of fires with tracer ammo. If it's tracer,
Right.
if it's just training duds or blanks, then the joke's on them for real. Yeah, but yeah,
Like, it could have been like a Russian or Ukrainian plot to like steal ammo, you're saying?
Yeah. I think Russian more than Ukrainian. It's
Well, I don't know. Aren't they getting desperate?
Well, the Ukrainians are getting desperate. Yes, they have no one to rely upon but themselves. But nevertheless, stealing ammo from Germany would be counterproductive. It's one of these things that, for one thing, the Ukrainians are smarter than that. They would expect half of it to be duds, or it would have been delivered with better security, is what the Ukrainians would assume. The Russians are just plain fucking stupid. Yeah.
Right. Because I don't see how you could even sell that in North Germany.
Yeah.
So,
No,
no
well,
market for it. So.
obviously you'd have to take it out of the country. That's that's not for But so thank you. As I was saying about trying to contact the dead when introductions are made, the need to be in proximity. To be sure, it is possible to make contact with dead people at whatever range your talent can support, but you must know exactly who it is you're contacting, exactly where they're buried, and there can't be too many dead people around them. Exempli Greciae. A thanatophone could stand a few hundred meters away from Grant's tomb and attempt to contact the late leader. The tomb is visible, the thanatophone knows who's buried inside, and there's not a litter of other bodies in the mausoleum. Note, however, that unless the thanatophone knows exactly where inside the tomb Grant is buried, or unless he has an area of reach, it might take a good many tries before he hits the mark. Grant's body with his psionic probe and makes contact. As you can see, then it's generally much easier to go and sit on someone's grave and give it a short shot. Once contact is made, the thanatophone can summon that person again and again, as long as they're within range. And you can consider the thanatophone to have the dead person's psychic phone number or something similar. Recreating contact at 100 kilometers is no harder than recreating contact at 12 meters, if the thanatophone's skill has the range to do so. Now, the thanatophonic art is an unusual one, to say the least, as should be obvious, a talent which subsumes the real for the metaphysical, as do thanatophages when they ply their necromantic craft. Thanatophones can go into a trance when they reach out for the minds of the dead. To disconnect themselves from the world of the dead and return to vivid world, well, the vividness of our world, of what we deem to be real life, a thanatophone must be awakened by someone else. That makes all of this teamwork. And it requires someone who has a strong stomach, even if the person is simply speaking with the dead, to deal with the visual effects, the visceral effects of how their work partner changes before their eyes. Conversely, this also means that when the thanatophone is not in the real world as we know it, for reasons other than using his thanatophonic abilities, he is open to communication from people he knows, the dead who have been previously contacted. In other words, when a thanatophone is stunned, unconscious, or even simply sleeping, he naturally extends his mind out in the realm of thought and might chance upon a familiar face. At these times, it seems to the thanatophone that the dead invades his dreams. But what really happens is that in his dreamlike state, his mind wanders about and it naturally gravitates to those spirits that he knows. The dead never sleep, of course, so they are always willing to talk to the living, even if the living are snoring away. Similarly, a thanatophone suffering from severe emotional shock can at times access the minds of the dead unbidden. Severe shock cannot be understated here. To do this requires the sort of situation where a normal person would say and mean, "I don't believe it," where suddenly you cease interacting with the real world for a moment. The one thanatophone that I worked with under Aquino's command, if not their tutelage, experienced this when, interrupted by the abrupt arrival of the police in a situation I'm still bound by my respect for that particular individual not to, I guess I might as well say it at this point in history. It was when I was dispatched to Russia to speak with Alexander Dugin. I dealt with a thanatophone deployed behind enemy lines, so to speak, behind the Iron Curtain, but an American agent. And we were interrupted by the police, intent on arresting the individual in question for espionage. This sort of reactive contact is generally, how would I say it, simply, it's beyond the control of the thanatophone. It's something that, when it happens, it's almost an act of God. And it's a situation which was probably the only moment of violence that occurred when I was behind the Iron Curtain that threatened to upend my entire diplomatic mission. Diplomatic in a covert sense, of course, making contact with the satanic underground that ultimately came to rule Russia itself, which Putin now only disavows on the face of it because he's gone towards deeper, darker gods than the fell angels themselves, the anti-gods of the Edomites. He feels now he no longer needs the devils and the demons, as he's sunk even lower than before. But what happened was, at the time that we were interrupted by the police, intent on interrupting, with the sake of, intent to arrest this individual for espionage, they were overtaken by the spirit of a dead commando and went into action in a manner that dispatched the police who came to arrest them. Since I wasn't officially there in that room, I took advantage of that combat to escape. They escaped as well, and all the police were killed. I think that's enough for me to say right now. But aside from gleaning useful bits of knowledge and trivia through deadspeak, thanatophones can vector the dead for teaching instruction. Dead teachers count as teachers no matter whether they're, well, whatever their intent may be. And most of the time it's simply ego, even for the dead. And the one thing that I've learned from working with thanatophones is that the dead teachers are generally more skilled than living teachers, as they've had more time to perfect their craft. There is a problem, of course. Not only must the teacher need to, well, exert a certain amount of willpower to successfully impart their expertise, but the thanatophone must also exercise an innate talent, a sense of will to keep the channels open well enough to learn the expertise from the dead. The difficulty of this technique is kind of a balance between range from the thanatophone to the decedent, from the speaker to the dead, physical distance, plus whatever skill and the difficulty thereof the thanatophone practicing necromancy wishes to learn. In other words, how far do you want to go in terms of the skill you wish to learn from someone whose mastery may be so technical that you're really going to sink yourself into a trance that could take us days, and in which state you could literally starve to death. A thanatophone can vector a spirit and use its skills as if they were his own, and it's much more practical than to allow yourself to be possessed. The thanatophone uses the dead person's skill instead of their own, except that, well, the maximum level of skill vectored has its own sense of restrictions. How much can your mind comprehend? I'm sorry, if Brendan was going to say something, he's welcome to, with any question or interjection. But when it comes to clarifying what I'm talking about, first of all...
that wasn't me.
Okay.
I was muted.
Probably one of the dead then. Probably one of the dead then. That's fine. They're welcome to join.
But I was going to say, like, what kind of cool power-up do you get? To me, it just sounds boring. Like, well, you can read sheet music or something? Like, what are you going to get out of it, you know? Like, because the funny part about this is there was a scene in Dawn to Dawn recently that I was telling you about.
Yeah, tell me about
where he has to... Yeah, so he has to learn how to use his powers, and he has to learn like the right tempo and, you know, become more musical.
Yeah.
So the yokai, the Turbo Granny yokai, takes him to meet the dead composers.
Cool.
So he fights against like Beethoven and Bach and all these, like, you know, the sick twisted ghost forms of them and shit. And then that's how he learns how to, you know, read the music or, you know, feel the beat of his powers. So that's an interesting kind of parallel there.
I like it. And thank you for sharing that. The Japanese are very sensitive to the supernatural, and they understand how this works. And at any rate, channeling is the other form of thanatophonic self-possession. When a thanatophone channels a dead person's spirit, he lets the dead person take full control of his attributes, his body. The thanatophone is no longer using his own skills in such case. He's basically using the skills and attributes of the deceased. And now, of course, is your body capable of that level of flexibility if you're channeling a martial artist. That could tax your body to its limit to the point where you're breaking bones. So when it comes to a thanatophone channeling Bruce Lee, well, the spirit would be using his martial arts expertise, his many years of training and reflexes to basically just simply accent the thanatophone's instinctive understanding of his or her own body. And at these times, the thanatophone looks like a caricature of the dead person, like a very good impersonator, an impersonator at work. This is because he or she really is the other person. The spirit of the deceased is wearing the thanatophone's body. Obviously, channeling will not always work well. A person in a wheelchair cannot channel a great runner like, from Greek legend, or rather the history of yore, Phidippides, and expect to run a marathon. His legs won't function no matter which spirit strives to move them. But normal people can do extraordinary things when channeling. And in terms of, say, for instance, what I saw with that combat that took place in Russia, the only incident of combat that I was witness to there, where we literally escaped a room with every policeman dead and no witnesses to tell what happened, there's a case where the dead literally tell no tales, because the thanatophone wasn't willing to speak with them after what was done. Although dead speaking, vectoring, and channeling are used to describe various aspects of a thanatophone skill, these are not really three separate skills. Any thanatophone can do all three of these with equal facility. Of course, since the skill itself, the talent, takes on such different aspects, a thanatophone could choose to specialize in one of these three applications. Now, since thanatophones are so extremely rare, I would dare say you can safely bet that you're never going to meet one. The only ones I knew of were recruited by intelligence. So, that was just to explain, however, that there are those with latent skills in this area, thanatophony, that have never been developed. And because they were never identified and trained to develop their talents, they never really reach the stage where they could do this for a living in service of the state. But there are many people who you might know who might have an inkling of this genetic ability, this inherent skill, that simply have never developed it, and it remains vestigial and undeveloped, atrophied for the rest of their lives. The people most likely to discover this skill work in the industry of death itself. They work in the realm of the dead. Then you might realize you have the skill when working in a funeral parlor, a mortuary, or even simply standing security in a morgue. Either that, or of course, you might be hallucinating based on the environment, and your own mind is playing tricks on you. Always question.
Okay, security in a morgue, is that a real thing?
Yeah, you have no idea. Oh, yeah.
What are they protecting it from? I mean, people coming out of the freezers? Or
it's an interesting
zombies?
question. It's an interesting question. It's theoretically to protect the dead from people who want the bodies. And you'd be surprised, people steal bodies from a morgue. It's common
Well, I'm
enough.
sure there's still all kinds of dark magicians and different people.
Oh, there are. And as a matter of fact, Trump would blame it all on immigration. A lot of it does involve Santeria or
Right.
Vajahuduns or various ethnic cultural
Yeah.
communities that work with the zombie concept. But a lot of it is, let's just put it this way, mad science. And a lot of it is, otherwise, Western necromancers. People do steal and defile the dead. And also, straight out not perverts. When I worked security in a morgue, my biggest problem was predatory people prowling the grounds who were trying to break in to rape the dead little girls that died in car crashes, various other incidents where you had news of a little girl died today. That would be the night you'd be on the lookout for someone trying to break into the morgue. That's one example. Other perverts raping dead female bodies, they're out there. Matter of fact, my biggest problem in the adult female body section was the people working in the morgue themselves. My pay as a security guard was earned keeping the predators supposed to be working on the bodies from mounting them and fucking them. So there you go with that.
Shocking. It's so shocking.
Shocking.
They live among us.
Yeah, I don't know if it's called living, but they're among us.
Shocking.
It's...
and in the case of the other people, the phones, the
thanatophones,
the people that are doing
dead speakers,
playing telephone with these guys. Is there like a side effect or a drawback? Because channeling definitely has drawbacks. I mean, you can't just be a normal person. So,
well, like I said, biggest drawback is you get the wrong person inside of you who doesn't want to leave.
Right.
So, then.
Yeah, and presumably what you said about like the threefold, the alchemical principle of the threefold, body, mind, spirit.
Yes.
So presumably you're only tapping into the body intelligence, whatever that person learned in that one incarnation. You're not getting like their full spirit knowledge. It's just, whatever they knew, totality of what they knew in that body.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Skills and, mundane stuff or.
Yeah, it's
sounds
good
not
call.
Good.
Good call.
Yeah.
You got a good call on it. You got a good grasp. You got a good grasp of what I'm talking about. But then again, for most people in espionage or serving the state, that's all you need, right? You're looking looking for the knowledge, not the person.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, there's enough of some sort of awareness left there where, believe me, it's like a person talking to an AI. You're so involved with the person that I've seen the thanatophone in the case that I was dealing with. You could almost fall in love with some of the dead people that you bond with. So that would be another threat, would be the danger of your own emotional binding. Your own emotional bonding.
I'm sure, but they're dead. They're dead.
Yeah.
Can't bring them back.
No, you can't.
Tried, though.
No, but there's more of a danger of the thanatophone then becoming a lingerer at a particular grave, where they constantly revisit a person that they feel they've developed a romantic or intimate relationship with.
Right. So that kind of explains people that you see sitting in a graveyard for no reason. They're like doing something like that.
Unfortunately, most of those people either have a emotional bonding that they can't escape from, or a mental illness. It's more of that than that they're conducting any actual communication. But they may feel they are. Again, we have to be careful about what's a psychic talent and disambiguate it from what's a mental illness.
Well, the modern, false science would say, that they're the same. You're just tapping into.
Well, obviously,
some kind of psychosis.
Let's put it this way. Obviously, governments around the world see well beyond that. And one of the primary employment of a psychiatrist involved with the military intelligence occult complex is dealing with trying to maintain the functional mental health or interface with reality as we accept it of people with these talents. That would be one of the challenges such a psychiatrist would deal with. It's why my psychiatrist, Dr. Thao Tran, the Vietnamese lady whose entire body was so devastated by napalm during the Indochina conflict, was the person who worked with so much of this. She was someone who had learned a long time ago to balance the pain and isolation that comes with such scarification, both physical and psychological, and could help people who are working with the supernatural, help them disambiguate themselves and not get lost. At any rate, as I've said before, she always wore a porcelain mask, but she would remove it in my company when we were alone because she knew that I could handle her scars. And she appreciated that profoundly. But she would also remove them with the dead, her masks, the porcelain mask, when she had to work with people who were working with the dead in terms of communications, because the dead prefer to see your face, and the scars don't bother them. They themselves aren't looking any better. Of course.
Wait,
yeah.
So you get to see them like as they are, like when they died or something?
Well,
You know?
what often a person will appear as in the mind of the thanatophone, what they'll see is the spirit. And the spirit is basically the person at their best. Even if the person dies as an infant, you'll see them as a young adult in the halo of health. They won't have much to communicate because they didn't learn much in life. But thanatophones can contact infant dead, people who die as infants, because the infants still retain visual information. And the visual information they retain will often be, well, who killed them at birth. When it's necessary to know that, then a thanatophone sees the spirit of the decedent, who died as an infant, as a young adult. It's just the way it works. When they're speaking to an older person, oftentimes the older person presents themselves as they were in life, as in their prime. You see the person in their prime, whether it's their professional prime, in which case a professor would appear as the older lecturer, or in their professional prime as an entertainer, they would appear as they appeared as a younger person when they were working with the Cirque du Soleil. So it's a matter of the nature of the beast. It's what we identify ourselves as when we were at our height of functionality, the height of our lives. And then, of course, if we move on to a different kind of talent, the prescient is a talent that seems to be rooted in the intellect, and it has to do, of course, with the nature of time. It's not really anything that can be resisted. It's one of the few talents out there that is literally irresistible. A prescient is a person who has glimpses of the future, foreknowledge of events to come. Prescience may perhaps be the most common form of psychic gift because countless people around the globe have senses of foreboding or insupportable convictions of the rightness of a potential action. But though prescience may be common, it's also usually weak. Most people experience only the vaguest form of prescience. These they call hunches, or intuition, or déjà vu after the fact. Does this make prescience a common gift, or simply a gift that functions better than others do at very weak power? There's no knowing for sure, of course. Whatever the case, a true prescient is far indeed above this basis norm that I'm describing now. Now, this brings us to your own prescience, for anyone who's listening out there, what have you foreseen? And believe me, you're not giving yourself enough credit. Let me take a look at a recent article that discussed this. Let's take a look at where this was. I'm going to look this up. Prescience, here we go. And let's see now if I can find it. It was about the fact that physicists are finally dealing with the fact that your own sense of foresight is really based in, well, time itself. That you're actually experiencing an ability to reach forward in time. That time is being accessed through your gut instincts. Here we are. Let me see if I can find a link to this. The surprising truth about precognition in time. Here we are. And basically, your consciousness can jump through time, meaning that your gut feelings are really memories from the future. This is not Douglas Dietrich talking. These are scientists. And understand that even the CIA...
You're not talking about time crystals, are you? Or
no, of course not.
Cone.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, that's please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the plot line of Revenge of Con 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
These guys were claiming was real science.
Yeah. No, whoa, who was claiming that? Dr. David Lewis Anderson.
Yeah. And some Polish scientists that ripped it off. But.
Yeah, there you go. And the Polish scientists who originally ripped it off, which Dr. David Lewis Anderson is an evanescer who was just having fun with all the stupid people around him, including Peeper Moon. I called him Peeper Moon.
That's a good one.
Peeper Moon.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
He might as well be a peeper.
Yeah.
Remember his weird stories? I hate bringing them up, but it was so bizarre. Where he said, I was at the beach and I saw someone's ass crack. Like, that was like some kind of thing to remember. It was really weird.
That was all he would remember was shit like that. I was in the locker room and I saw a man's ass flash. Come on.
Like, dude, you're in a locker room. You're on a beach. Why is that a memorable? Why is that shocking?
Yeah. It's because that's what his mind is all about, dude. That's what he's into.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Butt crack. Now, even the CIA has publicly released data on this psychic phenomenon. Let me give you an example. On October night in 19...
You're saying they're public about this, or?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, they can afford to be. Because, first off, they need recruits. So they've got to let people know they're taking it seriously. And beyond that, who the fuck can emulate it?
Oh, were they advertising on social media?
Yeah. Don't get me started. Yeah, that's. Oh man. That's. But
okay, in his defense, I did see an ad once that said that.
CIA.
Apply now.
Oh yeah. But what's so bizarre is why he would consider applying, considering he already had a good paying job and a family, as if like, who takes care? Yeah, who takes care of the family now that you're going to go play James Bond? It's like, obviously he didn't care much about them and was looking for any excuse to leave.
I think that proved the point. Proved the point. James Bond didn't have no family. He didn't care about.
Yeah.
The only person that loved him was Money Penny, and he treated her like shit.
Yeah, there you go.
But bitch, I'm going out again, and she's like, trying to settle him down. He never settles down.
Yeah, of course not. Now, here's a good example of what we're talking about. On an October night in 1989, a 4-year-old girl was shocked awake by a phone ringing and then a scream. And so she crept out of her bedroom and tiptoed barefoot along the hallway's clammy vinyl tile, stumbling upon her mother. And she overheard Mom yelp with her voice cracking, "He died in a car accident!" And the girl's dark, shining eyes stared ahead blank, and from the moment she'd thrown her arms around her father as he boarded his flight for that fateful business trip, she knew she would never see him alive again. Now, that little girl became the thanatophone that I was talking about. But of course, that was more of a precognitive episode. And it was to be disambiguated from what would dominate her life later, speaking with the dead, as opposed to the actual precognitives I worked with. But that strange phenomenon she experienced that night was one of her earliest episodes of precognition. And it was in the shadows of that hallway, while she was awake in a way she'd never been before, when she realized that the dread she'd swallowed during that final goodbye at the airport was more than her imagination. I mean, what kind of deranged child stands completely still and tearless after overhearing that her father had died thousands of miles away? Well, of course, we got Peter Moon, who didn't give a damn about his parents dying because he killed them, but that's an example of psychoses, not psychic ability. But in the case that I'm referring to now, the child already knew she would never again make tents out of his flannel shirts or breathe in his Pierre Cardin cologne. Though she had some fear of being seen as delusional, ultimately shared her account with others. Now, when it comes to some of the people that were consulted by the Department of Defense, that may have been the ones that worked with her, I'm pretty certain one of them was the cognitive neuroscientist Julia Mossbridge. And she would listen to such cases intently. And afterward, launch into an impromptu interview, asking questions as if people were her research subjects, because that's exactly what they were. Like, is that your earliest memory of precognition? Do you have frequent precognitive episodes? How can you tell one of these predictions is coming on? And, of course, the reason that Dr. Julia Mossbridge could ask questions like this is because she herself could relate. It was her own experience with such strange, sometimes unnerving psychic gut feelings that led her to study them in the first place. Now, Mossbridge herself says she's experienced this phenomenon in 2 distinct ways since she was 7 years old. Through precognitive dreams, during which she could gain knowledge about future events, and waking episodes, when she consciously felt a sense of knowing about a future event. And these have helped Mossbridge herself foretell events of the future that she would have had no other way of knowing. And she's been forced to conclude these memories, I use that term pointedly, memories of the future, mean that the notion of time itself is not as linear as we imagine. Now, Mossbridge herself is a distinguished senior fellow in human potential at Florida Atlantic University's Center for the Future of AI, Mind, and Society. And that's the actual fucking title of their facility. I'm not speaking with a random range here. Florida Atlantic University Center for the Future of AI, Mind, and Society. And to quote she says, it's not hard to understand precognition. It's just hard to believe for people who haven't experienced it. We don't understand how time works. Even physicists are admitting they really don't know how time works. We are stuck on this idea that if you are truly scientific, you are going to think about time linearly. But it's not really linear. A lot of the resistance to ideas about precognition and psychic phenomena is about fear. The fear of the unknown, or the fear that rings, well, to a physicist or someone who's locked into an axiomatic paradigm, the fear that things aren't the way they appear to be. Now, far from the carnival-style fortune tellers whose clairvoyance comes from glancing at their customers' social media accounts in a haze of incense, psychologists and neuroscientists have been trying to figure out what exactly is behind precognition, which is considered a type of extrasensory perception, commonly acronymized as ESP. And this unshakable feeling that something will transpire in the future is long held among shamans of the spiritual sort and mystics.
Am I still off mute?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Okay, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. I just
Yeah.
I was gonna say something. I've been looking at this thing online. And
Yeah.
I know it's kind of topical. This person's saying, "What do I do to protect myself when I carry when I'm ongoing paranormal investigations?" Like ghost hunting. They're asking, "What can I do to protect myself while ghost hunting?" It's like, how about you don't go ghost
Yeah,
hunting?
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why
So
do
it's kind of
people
topical. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
it,
these
well,
people with
yeah.
these powers don't want these powers. It's
Thank
not
you.
something you go around looking for. Like,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. It's seriously. It's like I don't
Like go
understand.
into like a haunted
Yeah.
demonic building and like sprinkle salt. That'll really piss them off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's why do people do this? Why do people do this? Well, we know why.
They're
Subconsciously,
bored.
or
Yeah.
well, consciously, they're seeking confirmation that there is an
Yes.
afterlife. But I think it's well beyond that. It's something sick. Yes, it's something. You're trying to get a cheap thrill. People are really looking for cheap thrills while trying to confirm something that's deep and meaningful. Yet the manifest nature. What do I do to protect myself? Don't go. It's like you said. Please.
Yeah.
What?
Yes. Like they're asking for like a spell to protect them when they're ghost hunting. It's like, stop. Just enough is enough.
Yeah, just stop ghost hunting, please. It's like if you care, yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways,
so it's kind of topical, like I said.
No, it's topical. It's relevant. It's quite relevant. It's like thank you. It's like seriously.
Like you think the people that could talk to the dead want that to happen to them? It's like no, probably not.
No, it's yeah. Thank you. It's anyhow. You've all probably had that eerie feeling before, knowing what's about to happen before it actually does. The flashes of deja vu, a text from someone you were just thinking about. That's called synchronicity, a dream predicting the future. And of course, we all tell ourselves, because we're indoctrinated to do so, coincidence, or something deeper. Now, it's those gut
Possible
feelings.
telepathy.
Well, telepathy. Isn't that like telepathy? Let me try.
It's like,
yeah,
like you have a connection with someone so you can feel what they're thinking.
Yeah, got it.
Like distance, mind reading and stuff like that.
The telepath. Thank you. Good point.
As opposed to the person that
Right.
What is it called? When you can float shit across the room.
Telekinesis.
Yeah, telekinesis is different than telepathy. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. But precognition suggests that our consciousness actually reaches beyond the linear perception of time itself. And this has been researched by the parapsychologist Dean Radin, surname spelled Radin, the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, or IONS, IONS. That's a nonprofit based in Novato, California, dedicated to the study of unexplained phenomena. And Radin has been probing consciousness for decades. Is the author of several books on the topic, including, if I remember correctly, the one titled Entangled Minds, or the award-winning one was Supernormal. And then he wrote a book titled Real Magic. Now, Radin and Mossbridge are ION's colleagues who have collaborated in the past, and they both went on to show that the validity of precognition through statistics gathered from experiments is irrefutable. And the only conclusion they feel can be drawn is they've attained a perspective of nonlinear time. So, as Radin would say, and it's important to emphasize that he's also an associate distinguished professor of integral and transpersonal psychology at the California Institute of Integral Studies, the way he says it, well, I'll just quote him directly. Time is not how we experience it on an everyday level. In quantum mechanics, time may not even be part of our physical reality. It's not that time doesn't exist, it just behaves in a much stranger way than how it is seen through the lens of human experience. It suggests that there's something probably associated with our consciousness that is different from our everyday experience of time. It's able to jump outside ordinary experience and receive information from the past or the future. Now, let's check this before I go any further. A new link from Brendan here. Oh, a screenshot.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same thing I was talking about.
Got it.
You don't have to go over it again, but you can read it if you really want to.
Yeah. Lexi Marie says, what could I use for protection against demonic spirits other than this thought? Would easy just to carry in my other than this thought would what the fuck?
She's trying to say other than this though.
Oh, thank you. Would easy just
would be easy to carry.
Yeah, nobody can spell. Nobody can spell anymore. Would easy just to carry in my pocket when going on a paranormal investigation. God damn. It's like, come on, chick.
Like there's so many demons riding her, she can't spell anymore. So
thank you. I mean, I hate to sound like Donald Trump, but this chick needs to get fucking laid, okay? It's like, you need some dick, bitch. Seriously. Anyhow, Laura N. Thorne responds.
Yeah, and then someone's sitting there saying, yeah, all this shit. Can you believe it?
Yeah. Laura M. Thorne responds, Lexi Marie, carry with you selenite or laborite. They are strong protective. Isn't that labradorite? She's misspelling too.
Yeah, they're all misspelled. I'm telling you, all social media is just, you can't read it, really.
She didn't spell selenite correctly or labradorite correctly.
Yeah.
They are the strong protective stones and amethyst. But I would also suggest...
Which, by the way, I just want to add in my 2 cents.
Yeah.
If you're going to carry stones with you to like a haunted, demonic location, it's just going to amplify their ability to affect you.
Thank you.
So it's such a stupid thing to do. And that labradorite stuff, like people say, you should just carry it with you. It's one of the most amplifying stones. It's dangerous to carry it. In fact, when I got in that big car accident like 4 years ago, it was because of the labradorite amplification of the planetary energies. So people don't understand how dangerous it is, really.
Thank you. For God's sake.
It's not something you just mess around with.
Thank you. Yeah, and then she says, bring sage along with you and make sure you smudge yourself before doing any investigations. And after, you can never have too much protection. Wish you the best. Have fun. Stay safe. Happy hunting with a little happy smile, a little boo ghost emoji.
This is crazy.
Like, no, don't go hunting and smudging yourself. You're basically in danger of setting the place you're in on fire since you're in an old, flammable, combustible fucking haunted grain silo and shit.
It's almost like they're like programming people to booby trap themselves because it's like, not only do you amplify the spirit's ability to contact you, but then you piss it off. It's like, it's almost like a Necronomicon style, sabotage.
Absolutely.
Like what you were saying about how, they were basically, inverse formulations to trick people.
Absolutely.
That pissing off the shit they summon.
Yeah. What Brendan is referring to is the Simon Necronomicon, originally published by Avon Press, probably still in publication after all these years. It's got an egregore that keeps it best-selling on a level of Dianetics and shit. And
however many they sell, that dude has enough money to keep his like crystals and his like silk robes and shit, because that's all he's doing is throwing crosses at us.
It's so true.
He's got money for fucking giant crystal balls.
That's Peter Levinda. And
I could literally sometimes see him, like it looks like Saruman and shit. It's like that's how much they're doing it.
Except he looks like without any grace or dignity. Think of Saruman without any sense of refinement. And then Laura M. Thorne says, I personally would not suggest the spell. As a witch of 7 years, I have never used hair for protection, as it gives mixed signals, kind of like everything else that she's mentioning here. It's like
as if what she just said was not.
Thank you. These are like people who want to go out and take photographs of bears during salmon season with a salmon strapped across their neck in the hopes that they'll get better photos that way because the bear will come closer to them. And we also know what the bear will do, to get that salmon off your neck. It'll remove your head.
Right.
So anyhow, the individual that I was speaking of, Dr. Ray Dean, when he was at the University of Nevada in the mid-1990s, he created an experiment to prove everything we're speaking about. His hypothesis was that if awareness transcends time, responses to an upcoming stimulus will appear before the stimulus itself appears. Now, each participant was wired to an electroencephalography machine, an EEG machine, and then told to press a button to display a random image on a computer screen. Bear in mind, an electroencephalographic machine is reading your brainwaves. Now, the image that, they'll press a button to cause a random image to display on a computer screen. It's like playing a slot machine. And the image would be either positive, such as a sunrise, or negative, like a car crash. Now, the electroencephalograph would gauge brain activity within the 5 seconds. 5 seconds between the prompt and the image. Predictions of seeing a positive image elicited little to no emotion or change in brain activity. However, negative images caused increases in brain activity, spikes that would occur before the negative images were even shown. Since then, this type of presentiment study has been successfully replicated at least about 4 dozen times that I was aware of before I left the Department of Defense. And in 1995, the CIA even declassified its own precognition research after statisticians were hired to review its work and declared it statistically irrefutable. We're not talking speculation here, people. It's been scientifically proven that psychics exist. Precognitives, who are riding the time loop a little bit earlier than the rest of us. You ride it too, any one of you, when your gut responds before your brain. When statistics keep pointing to the existence of a phenomenon, that in and of itself is more than enough proof. But the aforecited Mossbridge's research has proven that most people are capable of some level of precognition. So she became the founder of the Mossbridge Institute, where she and her team of researchers delve into experimental psychology and psychopathology in order to disambiguate the psychotics from the psychics. As well, they research and delve into cognitive neuroscience, AI, the physics of time itself. And Mossbridge recalls, if I can remember correctly from what I was told, she recalls a physicist doubting her experimental results because he believed in linear time. Like a fucking idiot. But Mossbridge's research has proven that any one of you out there is capable of some level of precognition. And she knows that more people would actually be aware of this ability, which is all too often dismissed by society as delusional, if only it were considered more mainstream. Of course, other cultures view precognition differently. The aforecited Ray Dean has studied the Tibetan oracles, who anticipated the future. And he realized that clairvoyance, more scientifically known as remote viewing, is the ability to see not only through time, but also through space. Ultimately, space and time are in continuum. If you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. And a clock sent on an orbital craft is moving a few seconds ahead from the clock that's stuck to Earth. But if you're traveling through time, that means you're also traveling through space. Now, long before news updates and weather forecasts, shamans were able to perceive the future through time and space, and they would be able to predict whether it would rain or where their enemies were advancing from. Some cultures use psychoactive substances, such as psilocybin mushrooms or South American ayahuasca tea to awaken the second sight or third eye. But for God's sakes, warn them of the dangers, Brendan. Surely you can warn them better than even I ever could. Tell us what these idiots are often getting themselves in for when they're just thrill-seeking with these substances, please.
Well, I mean, it opens you up to attacks from the lower astral entities and different things, just to say the least.
Thank you.
So, you can get some insight, but it's never going to show you the truth or God or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you. Yeah.
And speaking of that,
Go
it's
on.
funny that you brought it up. I was gonna remember we were gonna mention how Brian Johnson is addicted to shrooms now.
Oh yes, tell people about
it
this.
only took him one good hit, and now he's all of a sudden human again and shit.
Or at least pretending to be fucking human, or at least thinking he's human.
Well, I sent you the thing where he said, "I have a girlfriend now."
Yeah, I have a girlfriend now.
I want to become public about it.
Jesus Christ!
Like before, he was totally almost robotic. It's like
hermetic. He was living a monastic lifestyle of a hermetic ascetic, hermetically sealed ascetic monk, a hermetically sealed ascetic monk. Yes, but now I have a girlfriend, man. I discovered that I could do something with my dick besides shocking it. Yeah, I wonder if that can even work after all that shit. He was shocking his dick, for listeners who don't know, stupid idiot that Brian Johnson is. Anyhow, furthermore, based on what we've just articulated, precognition could also be explained as a form of quantum entanglement. Particles that are entangled share the same information and behave the same way, even from far away, which is what Einstein called spooky action at a distance. Now, this may explain why.
That's scientific.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that was Einstein at his best, because everybody can repeat it and parrot it and regurgitate it like a fucking tape recording, because it's meaningless. Yeah, but aside from the meaninglessness,
I'm sure you've heard me go off on Einstein before. It's just like he was the first science actor. He wasn't.
Thank you.
It was just to make it palatable for the common folk.
Yeah,
but it was never any science that wasn't, like you said, he took it from German schooling in science.
Not to mention his Serbian fucking wife.
Well, they basically proved that.
Yes,
she just took everything.
Yes, thank you.
But he took everything from her.
Yes.
And he worked in the patent office, which I think is totally suspect.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yeah, and so everybody, if you want to credit the theory of I almost said theory of creativity. Theory of relativity. Theory of relativity is...
Yeah, that's actually a better name for it.
Yeah,
it's like almost like something a child can do,
Yeah.
Because you remember learning about the theory of relativity? They would just make us do the most childish shit. Like, if you're on a school bus and you walk backwards and, relative to the school bus, you're going slower or something. So it was all very childish examples.
As you said, Einstein was a master science popularizer. And his point in popularizing the theory of relativity was that it was something so simple anyone could understand it. But the person who isolated it was his Serbian wife, Maliva Maric. And Maliva Maric, she was, of course, sometimes called Maliva Maric Einstein. She was everything that you have in Einsteinian physics is really her work. Einstein, of course, typical Jewish patriarch, simply stole it all from this poor Serbian mistress whom he cheated on Well, rather she was his first wife. He cheated on her and married his mistress, who was also his fucking cousin. That was it, if I remember correctly. Yes, he was disgusting in ways that are unfucking imaginable. Oh, and yeah, there's no amount of that, how would we say it, descriptive, that would do justice to just how wretched this individual was. And of course, everybody's trained to worship him as some kind of scientific god, simply because he's of the bloodline. But
in every generation they roll out the new guy. Like they had Carl Sagan, and then he had his protege.
Yeah.
That's still going. What's his name?
Oh God, I try to forget.
The
name? Japanese guy.
No, he's almost like that guy's just like a troll, basically.
Yeah.
The other guy that's like what was his name? They used to make us watch his videos all the time.
Yeah,
the guy that took over the Cosmos show.
Neil
deGrasse Tyson.
The rapist. Just say the black rapist. Yeah, the black rapist.
Oh, he would never, dog. You're just, judging him for his being him.
Yeah, there you go. That must be it. Yeah, anyhow, just remember, Einstein cheated on his first wife to marry his mistress, who just happened to be his cousin. This is how sick this fucker was. And not only that, he stole all of her work. Yeah, there you go. And said it was his.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. And he abandoned her without money, even though she had 3 of his children. After he stole all her work and got famous for it, then he left her to raise 3 kids. Well, he, ran off to, be an asshole. And how can you trust anything that guy says? At any rate, when it comes to
I was gonna vent more.
Go ahead, vent more. I don't give a shit. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what exactly did that equation give us? I mean, they say it gave us everything, but nothing practical has been made from that equation.
Sure it did. It gave us a fucking bomb. The first thing that happened.
Yeah, but it's like, just because it can be made doesn't mean any of these people are efficient or able to keep it, working or anything.
Obviously, intelligence is never to be confused with wisdom. Let's put it that way.
It's like, they know it can be done, but is it, but it didn't help humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Dude. We all grew up. Well, maybe you're too young for this, but we all grew up with all these stupid films shown to us in school about the wonders of the atom. We're supposed to have flying cars. We're supposed to have fucking, unlimited free power. Nuclear trains. We were supposed to have nuclear fucking trains. Unlimited fucking power.
All of that, if you plug in the equation, all of that should be theoretically possible, but none of it's ever been done.
Yeah, we've got
it's
nothing.
Just math.
Yeah, but
what Tesla said, he said, math is not a practical thing. You can basically prove a bird is equivalent to a tree just through mathematics, but that doesn't mean it's actually is what it is. What it is practically. So there you go.
Thank you. And I mean, let's just put it this way: what did we get out of it? A whole hell of a lot of fucking bombs. That's what we got.
Right. And a bunch of wasted money.
Yeah, and a bunch of wasted money. And then we have to dispose of the bombs. Because they brought.
Yeah, so it just created even more issues, if anything.
Yeah, thank you. It's
And then we got those crazy jellyfish babies and shit from when they were testing the bombs. It's just horrifying.
Thank you.
Horrifying.
Thank you. Now, the individual I was sourcing earlier, Dr. Raidin, he says that this explains why we can recall things that haven't even happened yet. And to quote his team more directly, some people hypothesize that precognition is your brain entangled with itself in the future, because entanglement is not only things separated in space, but also in time. If it can be entangled with itself in the future, in the present, you'd be feeling something like a memory that is going to happen in the future. Of course, we always have these noisy negativists, the skeptics who point out, well, they point to other explanations for precognition and parapsychology in general, that unexplained mental phenomena could merely translate into a self-fulfilling prophecy, a concept in social psychology that says our own beliefs can influence our actions and fulfill the original prediction. To those who think the concept of precognition is questionable, it would seem as if this young girl that I was describing had some anxiety about her dad leaving, which turned into a lingering dread, the fatal accident therefore being naught but coincidence, and her prediction would be interpreted as a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're merely psychologizing what is a quantum physical phenomenon. Now, Mossbridge and Ray Dean stand by their proof of precognition because it's backed by statistics. It's just a matter of proving what the mechanism might be. There was a reason that 4-year-old version of the Thanatophone I later dealt with personally in life had no tears welling up in her eyes when she found out her father died. When Mossbridge explained that consciousness might be able to travel through non-linear time, she began to realize that what she had experienced the night of her father's accident, was most certainly a quantum phenomenon, something that the mind of a preschooler would never have been able to process. She was, in fact, remembering something, except it was a memory of the future. This is what you need to understand as the foundation for understanding precognition. Now, we've got our man Brendan here sending me some new messages. Okay, so heart to these incredible wards to help keep our transmission up tonight. Now, let's see now. What's this Facebook thing? Meet them, now the most popular plastic surgery among guys in the U.S. What the fuck is the most popular plastic surgery among men in the United States today is breast reductions. It's, oh my fucking God. This is what I used to say about Mike Ringley. That guy had man tits that made him look like Mamie Van Doren. It's like, so they call this condition gynecomastia.
Yeah, did you see my commentary? Did you see
let's see what you said here.
Yeah. Oh, I can just say it. I just said, oh, how gender affirming of them.
Yeah. Oh my fucking
I thought that was illegal now, affirming gender and shit.
Yeah. That's like, no shit.
Like, it's almost like, and I'm, I don't care if I have man tits. I don't give a fuck. But it's like when other people, you go through this expense and pain to change it. Yeah. That's almost less manly than just dealing with it or fixing, or like trying to work out or something. Trying all you can. You just say, I'm going to go cut it off. Does that make sense?
I hear
almost
you.
Like less manly.
I hear you.
Forget about the imagery.
It's just these guys. It's like all I can say is like, give your fucking money to me instead. Yeah, give your fucking money to somebody who needs it rather than going to have your tits cut off. Really? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I just thought it was ironic because they're always saying, "Oh, how can the other side do this and force it on people?" And then they're doing pretty much the same shit. Taking testosterone, doing this. It's like,
Well, so half of them have man tits because of all the steroids they fucking take. Tell people about.
Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah,
it's from doing bad drugs, aka juicing.
Yeah, roids. Right, roids, juicing roids. They're juicing roids, and they get boobs that come out.
And then getting roid rage and shrinking their everything.
The dicks,
everything shrinks.
That's right.
Shrinks.
There you go.
I told you about my uncle that was saying, "Yeah, I'm on TRT," and I said, "Oh, dude, that's not healthy." And he said, "No, my doctor said it's fine." And I said, "Well, what are the side effects?" And he said, I'm permanently infertile now,
Yeah.
but I don't care. Like, it's just like, dude, it's like it doesn't matter if you're not gonna have kids. That means your balls are toast.
Shriveled. Yeah, they're all dried up. Yeah, like
who cares about what, you know? And he said, "No, I feel like a real man again." And just like, you're stupid, dude.
Yeah, with his desiccated ball sack.
Yeah. So I don't know how people get conned into this. I mean, it's just, you know, they deserve it. Some of them deserve it.
Thank you.
Like,
Darwinian selection. At least they're sparing us their genes from,
thank God.
Thank God, yes. So, such having been said, yes. So, prescience, as we were speaking of, they get hardcore, living color, full contact, in your face visions of the future. And while the imagery is sometimes indistinct or even allegorical and daydream or dreamlike, I should say, not daydream, but dreamlike, there's still a lot more to a fuzzy view of yourself a day hence than there is in an unidentifiable hunch that maybe you ought to go somewhere. Prescience, they get full audio or visual stimuli, sometimes both, or sometimes with other sensations in attendance. There has been one case of a prescient who suffered full tactile stimulation from his visions. And one day he had a vision that he was going to get shot and was doubled over in pain immediately. He suffered the pain anew the next day, and he later joked that he was shot twice by the same bullet, once psychically and once physically. I know about all this because I was there to witness it. Now, whatever shape and senses the imagery adopts, there is one constant that all prescients will vouch for. That is that every vision with which they have been visited has, eventually, turned out to be of dramatic or even critical importance. Why this is so is cause for disagreement among paranormal or parapsychology theoreticians. Rather, those are old terms, almost obsolete. These days, the engaged professionals are just as often quantum mechanics or theoretical physicists. Either way, they're researching ESP, or extrasensory perception. By the way, we've got some more incoming. Okay, so let's take a look at our latest link here. Yeah, okay, that's cute. What's this? New book reflects on the music industries. Yeah, okay. All right. So okay. And so you should we promote this book or not? It's
No, of course not. Of course
okay.
not. Dude. They're just a bunch of wannabes.
There you go.
It was like when, you know, they wanted to feel you know, like punk or something, you know, they wanted to be anti-establishment, so they put on fascist uniforms. You know?
Okay. Well, that's cool.
So,
I mean, yeah.
Well, it's cool, but they never upheld any of it. They all just were they all sold out in turncoat.
There instantly. You go. And they're not really wearing fascist uniforms. They look like.
And when that guy in the picture, Lemmy, you know, that Nemo was obsessed with. Remember, he was always talking about him.
Yeah.
Well, when they would press him, when the Brits would press him and say, "Why are you wearing it?" You know, basically he'd wear an SS uniform without the patches.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
You know, so he would like be wearing it all, walking around, and they'd say, "Why are you wearing this?" And he'd say, "Oh, it's just, you know, it's just what I like." Like he would never take a stance. He would just chicken out. You know.
Well, there you go.
They're just all posers. It's just
well, these guys don't even look like they're fascists. They look like they're members of the Irish uprising. I mean, they've got uniforms on, but the uniforms, you know, don't look like.
Yeah, the picture they used for that article was definitely nothing.
Yeah,
there's no style. Or whatever.
There's no
whatever
style.
That was, it was horrible.
Well, yeah, whatever it is, it's their caps are wilted. By the way, 8 Septillion says premonition dreams is such a great topic of discussion. Thank you. But I'm not talking about premonitory dreams. I'm talking about precognition. Yeah, thank you. But such being said, such having been qualified.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
So
not talking about traveling in the astral and seeing things you want to see, you know,
thank
that
you.
are heinous. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, those who believe in predestination and the immutability of the future believe that certain events carry with them an emotional resonance. The more important a thing is, the more resonance it builds, and the shock wave can propagate backwards through the fourth dimension, which is time, along the person's lifeline. And those attuned or sensitive to these waves can read them. They can see the image that generated the response and act upon that knowledge to cause that situation to actually come to pass. And in this fashion, many of these important events cause themselves to be created. It's, well, ex nihilo, like God himself, out of nothing, or I have no father, I am my father. In this fashion, well, I would say, now that I've described the phenomenon, there are opponents thereof, and opponents of this theory of predestination or fatalism. They would argue that non-existent events cannot generate their own reality. But proponents, they point out that the events have already happened when viewed from the distant future. That's because they're taking into account the non-linearity of time that I've already explained. The other school of thought that I can recollect is that the future is mutable and that we can control the choices that we make. And people who fall into this school of thought, they believe that the reason we can see the future is best explained by a river rafting analogy. In a river, underwater rocks cause water to pillow up around them, causing a disturbance felt before the raft strikes the rock itself. The rafter can then endeavor to avoid this rock. Prescients can therefore sense this impending rock before normal people can, and they can take steps to avoid it earlier. But ultimately, it is up to the prescients to handle the situation as they will, or as they like. Detractors of this opinion point out that, with a few unconfirmed exceptions, prescient visions always come to pass. Supporters, however, well, they point out that the prescient, who has the vision, colors its style. That the vision, in essence, shows what the prescient wants to do, which side of the rock he should paddle for, and therefore, that's what the prescient does. Now, Brendan sent an image here I'm going to check into. Let's see this latest input. Excellent, thank you. Ooh, yes, I'll make certain to download that. Thank you. And, okay, so, Aristides got to the lady before I did. That shows he's still awake. Something's still standing up between his legs. Yeah, and so let me see if I can make this back to the normal size here and get that downloaded. And of course, that was the yeah, we'll talk about that privately. She died horribly; her throat slit. That was
Oh shit! Well, one of those was supposed to be straight to your inbox, not the infinite call.
yeah, got it. Yeah, and
Apologies.
yeah, that's based on my own experience of what happened to me in Serbia. The woman I was going to marry had her throat slit. That was the
Wait, you're
fate.
talking about the top photo or the
The
you're talking
bottom
about
photo.
Hawkeye? Oh, Hawkeye. Oh yeah.
Yes, yes. And at any rate,
Yeah. I guess I should trigger you, but that's actually she gets her throat slit towards the end of the story.
Yeah.
She survives, but it's like she almost dies. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that
So
profoundly.
I guess that's I guess
My
that
wife did not.
confirms it.
Yeah, or the woman who was going to be my wife did not. But they gave it a happier ending, thank God. And now
apparently the authoress of Full Metal, the mangaka, she's female. I didn't realize that. Of
thank you
FMA.
for sharing that. Thank
Yeah,
you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah, these notes went to a lot of people. And so another quaff of tea there. Now, regardless of the true explanation of the mechanism of prescience, most prescients don't want to take a chance at messing with the future, so they abide by the visions that they see. In the case of the gunshot prescient, he knew he would get hit. He made no effort to stop it, as he knew it would not be fatal. Although he did arrange to have other agents nearby to arrest the person who attempted to kill him. And a few minutes before the attack, he called for his own ambulance. That really rigged the game in his favor when it came to surviving. By the way, 8 Septillion asks, so does the psychic interpret one's future, or do they just impact a person's manifest? Well, yeah, I'm explaining that. Thank you. Continue listening. Because prescience, like many ESP talents, works best in those misty moments between true sleep and coming awake, immediately prior to full conscious awareness. It kind of skews when one should be using this talent. Right as the prescient falls asleep, or right as they wake up, are when the images normally come. Many prescients have made a point to take a few cat naps during the day to increase their receptivity to visions. Prescients can also, with the aid of a friend, try to prod their talent, force it into action briefly, with word association games or Rorschach ink blots, if you will. It must be stressed, however, that this is forcing the skill in an unnatural or inorganic manner, and any success it meets with is minimal. Brief one-word answers are generally the extent of the results these tactics provide, nothing at all like the clarity of the true visions. Were you going to say something, Brendan? Heard you there in the background there. So.
Oh, am I breathing heavy?
No, I just heard some movement there, so I thought you might want to say
sorry.
something. Yeah. There we are. So.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to say anything.
Okay. Well, I can see why you might be breathing heavy. Yes. Okay. Cool. And the girl at bottom reminds me so much of someone we both know. Wasn't the girl you were originally in love with someone like this?
No, but
Jesus, what happened there? They cut you off?
No, but the aesthetic is nice.
Yes.
1 second.
Yes, definitely is. Well, he's at work, so we can expect a bit of interference there. And we're getting a bit of interference with my work as I download these various images. Well, some of them at least. Okay, so back to task. And with that, now, in terms of using this sort of skill, as I've already mentioned, basically, you're dealing with time. And it's a skill that taps into the time stream itself. Now, in terms of the biggest fear of prescience, it's the fear of a paradox. If a prescient needs to find someone's phone number, and they have a vision of themselves, back in my day when I was working with the Department of Defense, they would have a vision of themselves in a phone booth finding it. And then they get the phone number from the vision. Well, why would they even need to look anymore? Well, the answer is because it's supposed to have happened. They saw the future, but how can they see it if they don't do it? Prescients have their beliefs, but none really know how they see the future or exactly what they're seeing. So just to be safe, they make sure they do the things they experience in a vision. No sense in disappearing into a temporal paradox, never to be seen again, right? That may sound a bit extreme, but we are, after all, dealing with physics here. And with the advent of physical awareness in the scientific sense, we have the advent of temporal responsibility, a responsibility for the timeline, the time track. Not to say that time is linear, but we use the timeline in a referential sense. Because we do operate in a chronology, that something happened before and something will happen again later, or differently, further in our experience of our aging process, or in a mental sense, our arc of narrative. Now, the other method of using this skill is free association, which is much more trying. The prescient must have a friend around to assist, to prod the prescient with unexpected words or images. Among those in English, INTESP. That's an all uppercase acronym that I learned from working with the military intelligence occult complex. INTESP. INTESP. Think of ESP, of course, and think of the abbreviate for intelligence. INTESP. This procedure is known as denting. In essence, what the quizzing friend is doing is trying to hit the prescient with something out of the ordinary and hoping he'll react with ESP or ESP instead of with logic. Now, all of this, of course, has its own difficulties. The quality of the response increases with increasing successes. Just like once one is hit by lightning, the chances increase that you'll be hit again. If one wins the lottery, the chances get higher that you'll win the lottery again. The quizzing can continue until the prescient begins to repeatedly miss. And that's all that really comes to my mind at the moment about prescience as a skill, a kind of talent that disambiguates one type of esper or psychic talent from another. Then, of course, we come into something that I've hit upon before, the people that are known as seers, SWER. And let's take a look at how long we've been on. 4.5 hours, and decide whether or not we want to go another round for tonight. Well, we may as well. Our numbers are up, and it's something that all of you deserve to hear. And it's something that's deep and closely personal to my heart, the subject matter, because it's something that enables me to educate people a bit more about Japanese culture in particular. So that brings us as well to the concept of kokoro, or the heart line, that is a large part of Japanese culture that more Americans would do well to know about. And let me see if I can recollect some aspects of it that are important to me in terms of the kokoro. Now, when I was thinking recently about some of my experiences, of course, all while trying to avoid being triggered by what I remember from the past, kokoro came up as a subject. Well, it's about the heart itself. And when I think about it, it's about, well, we'll call it, it's the red string of fate. And when I think about the red string of fate, the legend of the red string of Japan, it's something that, well, I might as well just get into it and stop beating around the bush. Too many of you, of course, have waited too long to hear what I have to say, and we might as well not keep you waiting. But as for what kokoro is, let's go to a definition. I would say that if you were a Soto Zen priest, the person I can think of most readily would be Shohako Okumura. When Shohako Okumura, the Soto Zen priest, defined kokoro, I remember that there was an individual who moved to Minneapolis from Japan in 1993 to teach at the Minnesota Zen Meditation Center. At their time, their daughter, Yoko, not Ono, no relation, was 5 years old. She went to a kindergarten and then elementary school there. And when she learned English at school, well, at home, they still spoke in Japanese. And one time, when she was about 7 or 8 years old, she was talking to her parent about the Japanese word kokoro. And her father pointed to his heart. I will keep his identity secret because he was a former government agent and there's no point in my exposing him. But he pointed to his heart and said, kokoro is here. Now, he was amazed to discover that she was already translating the Japanese word kokoro into the English word mind, as opposed to the heart. Because kokoro is a common Japanese word that carries meanings conveyed by the English words mind and heart. It's used as an equivalent of the Chinese word zin, and covers almost the same range of meanings, because Japanese is ultimately derived from the Chinese language. The Japanese use Chinese characters to write Japanese, and have also studied Chinese literature as an essential part of both secular and Buddhist education for more than 1,500 years, which has led to a convergence.
Yeah, Japanese is
yes, thank you.
Actually distinct from Chinese.
Yes, explain. Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
It's linguistically its own language, but the Chinese influence is very heavy, obviously. But they actually have distinct words and some overlap, but it's like English to German, English to Latin. Like there's some overlap and it's based loosely, but they're distinct languages.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what else? Anything else you want to explain about that? No.
The Japanese actually has like a Sanskrit base, believe it or not.
Yes.
It's not based off of the Sinitic Chinese base, which is a completely different system.
Thank you.
The Dragon system versus the Vedic system.
Thank you. That's because the Japanese are descendants of the Aryans of India, as opposed to the Sinitic people of mainland China.
Yeah, and the earliest Japanese writing system was actually a form of Sanskrit through the Buddhist texts and all of that.
Thank you.
It's very clear. And even the modern like hiragana and stuff is very Sanskrit, like almost Tibetan writing looking. So it's very clear.
This is why I've explained that the Nazis understood that the Indo-Europeans were descended from the Aryans of India who migrated into Europe, whereas the Japanese were the descendants of the oceanic migrations of the Aryans onto the islands of Japan. And this is
so I didn't mean to correct you, but
but definitely it brings us to the explanation of the axes being founded in the Aryan roots of Japan and Germany. And for more than 1,500 years, taking into account all the qualifications that Brendan just explained, this has led to a convergence of meaning between Chinese and Japanese for many classical words. The Chinese ideogram for Jin depicts the shape of the heart itself, the actual organ in the human body. Since ancient Chinese people thought the heart was where psychological function took place, the character conveys a range of meanings, including the heart as an organ, or the heart generally, mind, feeling, intention, center, and core. The entry for kokoro in a dictionary of classic Japanese words communicates similar notions. I'm looking at an open dictionary right now where it says originally kokoro referred to the beat of the heart, which was considered to be the essential organ of life and the source of all activities. By extension, kokoro refers to all human activities affecting the
and you can
outside
actually
world.
see that in the pictograph.
Yes, thank you. Tell people about that.
The three stripes, or the three dots, is like the triune beat of the, the triplicity of the heart beat, which is profound because they, when you get an EKG, there's 3 waves, to the heartbeat. So there you go.
And it also echoes, that heartbeat echoes the triplicity of the spirit, mind, and soul. I tell people about this.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the heart, like you said, it's the heart mind, which is like something alien to the West. Like you wouldn't say your mind is in your core. You wouldn't, like you just explained. Like if a Western person, you would say, "Where's your mind?" They point to their head or something.
It's alien to the West because the West is alienated from its own heart.
Exactly. Precise.
Yes. And as we were saying, by extension, kokoro refers to all the human activities affecting the outside world through intention, emotion, and intellect, another triplicity. So kokoro then has 3 basic meanings: the heart and its functions, the mind and its functions, and center or essence. The Chinese yin has an important spiritual and philosophical history, since it was used in Chinese translations of Buddhist scriptures for such Sanskrit terms as, how would I say this? I think it was spelled Citta. Help me out here, Brendan, please. The Sanskrit word. Chitta or sita?
That's chitta.
Chitta.
So
Thank you.
That's the heart.
And how would we pronounce the manas? The manas? Manas?
Manas.
The
Manas
manas.
is mind. Manas is mind, yeah.
Okay.
And sita or chitta is heart.
Heart, mind,
Yeah.
and then there's Vijnana. How do we pronounce the Vijnana?
How do you spell it?
Vijnana, if I remember. Vijnana or Vijnana? Vinana. Almost like Vinana, right? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know about that spelling. What does that correspond to? Just so I can just think about it.
Well, if we're to think of the 3 functions, the heart and its functions, mind and its functions, center or essence, it'd be more like center or essence or intellect, right? Or intention.
Yes, it would be like intellect, yeah.
Yeah. Vinana. Vijnana, if I remember correctly. In fact, what do they call that perspective again? There's a view for it. It's
Vijnana. You're talking Vijnana. That's a Buddhist term. Yeah,
yes.
Vijnana.
Okay.
Yeah, Vijnana. There we go. Yeah,
and so explain that to us, please.
Vijnana is like a fire. It's like a beat. It's like the flow.
Okay. The flow. Yes,
yeah.
the beat, the fire, the fiery flow, the flow of the fire of your blood coursing through your veins. Now, this is a school of thought that I've run across. How would we pronounce this? This is the Sarvashtivadin. Or how would you say it correctly, Brendan?
Yeah, Vijnana is like consciousness or awareness or discernment. It's like a level beyond the mind. So that's like closer to spirit. Yeah.
And
there you go.
Yes, and if you take a look in the text box, what about that term? The school of thought, which I'm remembering this from when I was trained in these things at the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
Say it slowly. Say it slowly for our listeners, please.
Tivadin.
Man, they're cutting
Is-
you
are
off.
you-
Every time you say it, they glitch you. Every time you say it, they glitch you. Repeat it slowly a third time.
Yeah, I'm
Jesus.
getting some interference, but Sarvastivadin. Yeah, Savar. This is a very ancient term, so I don't know where you found this at, but this
It's what
is
I was
like
trained in
fucking
at the
early.
Department of Defense. I was trained by
Yeah.
Michael Aquino.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
he
So,
dug that shit up somewhere in Tibet or something.
yes, indeed. Thank you. Yes, indeed. And in the Sarvastivadin view, these three elements, Chitta, Manas, and Vijnana. Am I saying that correctly?
Vijnana.
Vijnana. Chitta, Manas, and Vijnana. In the Sarvastivadin view, these three were considered to be different names for basic mind. And in what I was told was Yogacara. And what does it mean when they add that C-A-R-A at the end? Kara, after yoga. Yogacara.
Yogacara, the union of the mind, basically, or the union of every,
Thank you.
Yeah. Yoga just means union, so it has nothing to do with the body exercise.
Thank you.
That's something else. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I wasn't doing no fucking stretching when we were practicing Yogacara. And in Yogacara, Chitta refers to that storehouse consciousness. What would we call it? Alaya? A-L-A-Y-A. A-L-A-Y-A.
Yeah, Alaya.
Alaya. So in Yogacara, Chitta refers to Alaya, the storehouse consciousness, while Manas refers to the seventh consciousness, right? The seventh consciousness. Tell people about
What was
that.
the term?
Well, when in the Yogacara that I was trained in by Michael Aquino, Chitta refers to Alaya, yes, or storehouse consciousness. Tell people about that.
Yeah, so Yogacara means the unification of the consciousness. So you're bringing all three into one.
Right.
Which is a form of alchemy, really, actually.
Yes.
The original.
Yes. And in Chitta, in the Yogacara, Chitta refers to Alaya, or the storehouse consciousness, like memory, while Manas, that refers to the seventh consciousness. Tell people about that.
Yeah, Manas is like, or in the sense of the seventh, Manas would be, if you're using the seventh one, that's more like cosmic consciousness. Because Manas is mind, so you're tapping into like the universal mind.
The noosphere.
If you're using from the Buddhist, the Buddhist sense,
The Akashic
Manas,
records.
it can be individual mind.
Yeah.
It's actually below Akashic.
Okay.
It's like a conscious interface. It's like Godhead. They would call it a Godhead or something. It's like a conscious interface you could talk to, whereas the Akashic record is kind of nebulous, just pure, storage.
Thank
you. Energy. Yeah.
Thank you. And
does that make sense?
Yes. And Vijnana refers to the function of the first six consciousnesses. Yes, if I remember from my training.
Yeah.
So tell us about.
It can be. So a lot of these Sanskrit terms, they have multi-layered meanings.
Right.
So you can use it in one sense, but you could also use it in that sense.
Well, obviously, Aquino was using it in the most pragmatic, practical, cynical sense. So it was simply.
It was more like a math equation. Like they're using it as, you can do this with that.
So in my training, it was to refer to the functions of the first six consciousnesses. But tell people what those first six consciousnesses are, please.
I mean, it's the first six chakras, of course.
Thank you.
From the base all the way up to the third eye.
Yeah.
And then the seventh would be universal connection.
Yeah. And of course, everybody that we operated with, he would joke, was operating at the pelvic level of chakra. They're all dicks.
They probably were.
Yes.
Like blood, red blood, nothing.
At any rate, commentary aside, chuckles from the peanut gallery aside there, these three concepts, Vijnana referring to the function of the first six consciousnesses.
I'm not, just as a qualifier, I'm not disparaging the first chakra. That's actually, that's the grounding. That's the thing that connects you to life itself. So
Thank you. Thank
Like
you.
the Native Americans called it the Red Road. You know, it's one of the most important steps.
Hey, it's where all life comes from. So,
It's just how it's used by the beings, which that's what I would call it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's where we can have the fun come in. Yeah. At any rate, with Vijnana referring to the first 6 chakras or the first 6 consciousnesses, essentially stringing your body together. The manas referring to the 7th consciousness are the superconsciousness, and alaya referring to storehouse memory or the noosphere of mass consciousness. Which Cheetah is actually referring to, the alaya that I've just described there. These 3 can all be translated into the catch-all English word, mind. And another Sanskrit word that I'm remembering now, just by talking about this, it was Hrdaya. Is that was Urdaya?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hridaya. That's the heart. That's the heart itself. Yeah.
Please pronounce that again.
Hridaya.
Hridaya.
Heart.
Hrdaya.
Yeah, I'm
Hrdaya.
probably butchering it.
Yeah, Hridaya. But it's definitely
Hridaya.
yeah. Or okay. Say it again.
Hridaya.
Hridayam. But it's spelled Hrdaya, right? In the English.
Hirdym.
Hrdaya. Hrdaya. The Sanskrit word meaning the heart, the center, or the essence.
Yeah. Hridayam. That's
Okay.
It has variance in spelling because it's coming not from English, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Hridaya.
Okay.
Hridayam.
Okay.
Hridayam.
Yeah. It could be Aquino was mispronouncing it, but he always said it as Irdaya. Irdaya. It's kind of like Urdaya, but Hridaya, I think it was. Hridaya was how he uttered it.
Yeah, you could say it like that. Yeah, the H is silent, just like in English. It can be.
Okay, thank you. But it's also.
But that's like the soul. That's like the real deal heart.
Thank you.
The deepest heart. Yeah. Like.
Thank you.
Most people don't reach that.
Thank you. Which in the Chinese is rendered as yin. So both yin and the Japanese kokoro carry the physical and spatial meaning of heart, center, or essence, and the psychological meaning of mind. So it's very interesting to see that Sanskrit and English have completely different words to point to heart or mind, and have no word in either case that I'm aware of that combines both meanings the way the Chinese and Japanese have. But no. the fact
we have psyche, but that's borrowed from Greek, and that's not even the same. Yeah.
But the fact that Sanskrit and English are both Indo-European or Aryan languages may account for this shared dichotomy, right?
English and Sanskrit?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In a sense, but English is more of a technical language. So it's made, the beings that made it over time, were trying to make a technical scientific language. Mm-hmm. So you lose things like soul, heart, mind. Like you lose that, but you gain technical ability. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like the law of equivalent exchange. So when they're doing world building, like cosmic world building, the rishis that make these languages, and believe it or not, these are not human created languages, even English. While it seems like it is on the surface, it's actually part of a cosmic flow, and beings can create them, over time. So English, the trade-off was to make a more scientific language for what we have now, technologically speaking. So the trade-off was to remove some of the nuance of the spiritual stuff. Does that make sense?
Of course.
That was actual conscious decision to do that. Yeah.
Yes, got it.
Because even Old English had it. Like Old English was a lot closer, to that. But this version of English is made as a technical language. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So when it comes to this, take a look at this term that I've just entered into the text box, please. Because what I'm aware of is that this is one of the most popular Mahayana Buddhist sutras. So help me pronounce this, please.
Oh, yeah. You were gonna bring up Heart Sutra at some point, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Prajna Paramita. Tridya Sutra, yeah.
Okay.
Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvaha. Yeah.
So please
I know the full thing if you want it.
please.
Yeah, Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvaha. So beyond, further beyond to the truth of the Bodhi mind. Yeah, that's like an English translation. Yeah.
Thank you. So this is one of the most popular of the Mahayana Buddhist sutras.
Yeah.
In Japanese, it is called Maka Hanya Harimita Shingyo. The Shin in the title is another rendering of the Chinese character Jin, which of course carries the same dual meaning and roughly similar meaning to kokoro. But I guess the best English translation would be Heart Sutra as opposed to Mind Sutra. Because the original Sanskrit... Yes, go on. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's definitely the Heart Sutra. And I appreciate you bringing this up because it's very
Thank you.
Dear to me, this mantra. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it means something like, gone, go beyond to the other shore, awakening, is revealed kind of thing. So, yeah. To go beyond even thought itself. Like, that's like where the Buddha mind is. That's the whole point of it. And that resides in the heart. That was the lesson of Mahayana. Is once you've crossed that threshold, that's the Satori. That's the enlightenment. The great vehicle. That's what Mahayana means.
Is the great vehicle, you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maha means great. Yana is like a vehicle.
So
Mahayana means the great vehicle, and it's it's the vehicle meaning the way to enlightenment. So there you go.
Thank you. So this word that I've just entered, which is part of the title of that Mahayana Sutra, Hridaya or Hridaya, it's
Hridriyam is the Sanskrit original.
Okay.
Hridriyam.
Yeah.
Hridriyam. That's the heart.
Okay. So the best English translation, as we've just articulated, is Heart Sutra, not Mind Sutra, because the original Sanskrit being rendered into Japanese and Chinese is Hridayam. What did you just say?
Hridya.
Hridya.
It's hard to say in English. We don't have like these things.
Yeah.
Hridriyam.
Hridayam. Not cheetah.
Hridriyam.
Yes.
That's the best way.
Yes. So when we change that Sanskrit, when we render it into Japanese and Chinese, we're rendering the Hridayam, not the cheetah. In other words, the heart and not the mind. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So
Chitra is like saying like bodhicitta or bodhicitta. That's like compassion. That's more like compassion.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, which is
more
more
tangible. I don't know how to explain it really.
It's more thought out. It's more thought out.
It's more thoughtful. Yeah, it's more thoughtful.
Premeditated.
You have to think about it.
It's premeditated. Yeah, premeditated heart. Premeditated heart as opposed to pure
Chitta
heart.
is actually commonly, coming from Tibetan Buddhism, is commonly translated as compassion.
Got it. Interesting. Thank you. So, Hridayam.
Which apparently Q didn't care about.
Of course, well, obviously. Obviously. Well, he knew of it, but only as a vulnerability in others.
Exactly.
So, Hridayam here means that though this is a short sutra that Brendan just related to us, the essence of the large 600-volume sutra of that faith, the Mahayana Buddhist faith, is fully expressed therein, which is why it means so much to you, correct?
Say that again?
Well, let's put it this way. This is... Oh, okay. Of course they would cut me out. Yes, the demons are trying to interfere. Do you see this title here in the text box I've just entered? Please read that for us, that title of that sutra.
Yeah, Prajna Paramitra Sutra. That's the sutra I just said. Yeah.
Yes, it is in a sense, but there's
Yeah.
a slight difference. In fact, there's a difference there. In other words, the sutra you just read,
Well, this is the full text.
Yes.
The Prajna Paramita is
the full text. So
Yeah.
even though you read
Yeah.
the short sutra, it contains the essence of all 600 volumes of the Prajna Paramita Sutra, correct?
Yeah.
It's fully
Yeah,
expressed
so
there.
Prajna Paramita is the full sutra, but at the end they say basically gate gate paragate parasamgate. So the whole thing was made. It basically says the whole thing culminates into going beyond, and that's like that's how you gain light. It basically says throw out everything else and you just go beyond, and that's the Mahayana essence of Mahayana Buddhism.
Yeah.
So you skip the mind. Basically, they make you read that whole thing with your mind, and then they say skip the mind. And that's the trick.
That's the trick. So Ritrayam here means that even though you read us a very short sutra, the essence of that entire 600 volume Prajna Paramita Sutra is fully expressed therein. That is so important. That's why that's near and dear to your heart. Okay.
Yes,
good.
Of course. That's wonderful. I really appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you. And so there's another interesting and important usage of jin, shin, kokoro, all the same thing in Zen literature. Well, it's probably interested in that book written by Shunryo Suzuki Roshi, or Master Shunryo Suzuki, who says, the book is titled Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. So anybody can find that. That's probably available anywhere. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind by Shunryo Suzuki Roshi. And therein he says, the mind, which is always on your side, is not just your mind. It is universal mind, always the same, not different from another's mind. It is Zen mind. It is big mind. This mind is whatever you see. This mind is at the same time everything. So does that bring anything to your mind that you would like to relate? If you're not overwhelmed by something in your environment, which could also be the case. So we'll check on him, see if he's still on the call. And he's dropped from the call. Holy shit. God damn. So they took him. Well, let's everybody pray and maintain him in your thoughts and prayers. So I'll go on from here. Although Suzuki Roshi uses the English word mind in this book, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, to me it is clear that he is elucidating the meaning of Jin as it developed from the meaning of Dhritarayam, not Chitta. Mind, or Chitta, cannot be both subject and object, whereas Jin includes both the subject and all the objects in the entire world. So Suzuki Roshi's understanding of this principle came from Dogen Zenji's treatise entitled Shobogenzo Shokoshin Ze Butsu, or The Mind is Itself Buddha. And, well, where do we go from there? Therein, he says, the mind that has been correctly transmitted is the one mind, and all dharmas are one mind. The mind is mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the sun, the moon, the stars. And stars are the sun, the moon, and stars, to get it down correctly. Now, Dharma, of course, he said, it's all the Dharmas. It's a multifaceted concept in and of itself in Indian religions, broadly meaning cosmic order, duty, righteousness, or one's essential nature. Now, let me try and respond to our dear man here. Good, I already have. Well, in Hinduism, Dharma is a guide for moral and righteous living based on one's role in life, while in Buddhism, it refers to the teachings of the Buddha and the ultimate truth of reality. Fulfilling one's dharma is considered a path to a harmonious and purposeful life that upholds universal principles. So, basically, in the book, the Shobogenzo Sokushin Zebutsu, the mind itself, well, the mind is itself Buddha, would be the correct transliteration. Therein, Dogen Zenji says, the mind that has been correctly transmitted is the one mind, and all dharmas are one mind. All paths, one truth. Are different paradigms? Well, it's really all the same. That the mind is the mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the sun, the moon, and stars. Now, I don't think either the Sanskrit chitta or the English word mind conveys such a meaning, which presents us with a typical problem in translation. Uchiyama Koshoroshi often said that the yin used in Zen is not psychological mind, but it is rather life itself. Simply life, which includes both subject and object. Now, in the 1970s, when I tried to explain this to an American friend, he was puzzled by the expression psychological mind and asked, is there such a thing as a mind that is not psychological? Well, in Zen, or Zendo, the way of Zen, yes, well, in a single word, yes, we would simply say yes. Kokoro, or Jin, Shin, heart, mind, ultimately refers to the entire network of interdependent origination in which we are born, live, and die, and to which we awaken through our practice of centering ourselves, our practice of Zen. Now, this brings us, of course, to the beauty of the thread lines of human and vampyrai, or Viam meaning blood, Fiorai meaning monster, corrupted as vampire. By the way, our man says gate, paragate, parasmagate, or parazamgate, bodhisattva, bodhisvaha, gone, beyond, gone beyond, hail the goer. There we are. Delightful. Okay, and thank you so much for that, dear Brendan. Do jump back on when you can, and glad we were able to cover that. So this is where, as a vampire, I can talk to you about that particular psychic talent that, well, manifests in tracking vampires. But of course, we have to go back to Japanese mythology, the red string of fate, because for the Japanese people, human relations are predestined by a red string that the gods tie to the pinky fingers of every man and woman at birth. Legend says that the Twa people connected by this thread will have an important story, regardless of time, place, or circumstance. This connection is not necessarily romantic or limited to couples. Indeed, it can extend out towards all those significant and perhaps seemingly insignificant others, that make up the story of your lives. The red string may become contracted, stretched, or entangled with other threads, as surely often happens, but rest assured, it can never be severed. The human body houses an endlessly complex network of blood vessels. We owe our very existence to these life-giving rivers. However, there is one rather special channel within this system that connects the heart with the pinky finger. It's formed by the ulnar artery. The ulnar artery is spelled U-L-N-A-R, ulnar, and the ulnar artery This channel makes your least notable finger a true representative of your heart. For this very reason, in many cultures, when trois people make a pact or swear a vow, they do so by linking their pinky fingers. According to the Japanese myth, this thin thread emanating from the core of our being doesn't end at the tip of that finger, but extends invisibly throughout the world to end its course in someone else's heart. It's a way to understand that our itinerary of encounters are a predetermined plot, where couples' relationships, the intimate brushes against someone, and all the little stories we crisscross with others are neither random triumphs nor accidents, but part of a scarlet tapestry whose threads were given to us when we were born, but which we knit ourselves. As the Japanese would say, our world has its share of obstacles, but nothing in it happens by accident. This is the red thread of fate. And it's the Japanese legend of love itself. The legend of the red thread of fate has been told for centuries, and it continues to be an essential part of traditional romantic customs across Japan. A red thread represents human connections, friendship, family, true love. Through amazing storytelling, this legend has inspired people to share their hearts and appreciate good relationships. So just what was this legend? Well, according to the legend as I remember it, and my recollection is subject to its own faults. Well, according to the legend, an old man lives on the moon. When he visits Earth, he shows people their futures and whom they're destined to meet. He does this by exposing the red thread between destined lovers. The string may sometimes become entangled due to difficult circumstances or stretched by a distance. But eventually, the red thread of fate always tightens to bring together destined partners. As a result, the invisible red string can never be broken. The connection is not limited to romance, because people connected by the red string of fate may share a life path. They may achieve something great together. On the other hand, it can be someone you help who helps uniquely. Rather, you help him uniquely, or they help you uniquely. It can also be the helping of each other. One would hope that that's the case. And it can also be someone you are fated to have a deep connection to, even if it's tragic or ends in travesty. Though the legend has many origin stories, they all relate to that old man. He's sometimes called the moon god and visits on moonlit nights. This reminds me of the stone-throwing boy. In one legend, a boy meets an old man walking under the moonlight. The moon god shows the boy his future wife, a nearby young girl, and embarrassed, the immature boy throws a stone at the young girl, hitting her in the head before running away. On his wedding night, many years later, he lifts her veil for the first time. He notices a scar near her eyebrow and realizes it is the same girl. Or the story of a man seeking a rich wife. In a similar story, a young man seeks a rich wife and asks the moon god whom he will marry. The old man points to a red thread connecting him to a poor young girl, and upset, the young man orders her to be killed and leaves the village in disgust. When he finally marries a rich woman, he asks about a scar upon her forehead, and she tells him a story about being attacked for no reason as a young girl. He suddenly realizes she is the same girl and begs forgiveness. She forgives him, and they live a happy life together. There's also the tale of the rejected girl, because another story tells of a girl who confesses her love to a boy. He rejects her, and the girl runs away into the night. She meets the moon god and learns she is still connected to the boy by the red thread of fate. Later in life, she falls in love with a man who accepts her proposal After they become married, he expresses regret at cruelly rejecting a girl when he was very young. They realize she is the girl, and he asks for her forgiveness, which she happily givest. Now, as to where all of this cameth from, long ago, people discovered that a blood vessel directly connects the heart itself, well, to the smallest finger on the hand. This is now called the ulnar or ulnar artery, and it carries blood containing oxygen down the forearm to the pinky finger. The belief soon arose that everyone's hearts are connected via the little finger. Eventually, this connection became an invisible red string that ties people together, connecting them through destiny. And it's at, well, we're rejoined by Brendan. Thank God. I thought they got you. Yes, you are. A little bit iffy, but audible. Yes.
Yeah, so it was like glitching out, and then now it's back finally. So
well, thank
of course
goodness.
It took us out when we were in like the deepest full moon vibe, and then it just killed it. Yeah.
Of course, that's the demonic, or rather the Edomite. That's the Edomite. They hate the high you're on. Yes, and the moment you get into something deep, they don't want people to learn anything. It's their reason for suppression of us both. So please tell us a bit about this wonderful image that you gave me. So this is an image that looks Egyptian, but is very much part of what we described. Tell us how this relates to the Egyptian cosmology, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much related. That shows the Ba and the Ka, the heart and the mind going towards the other side, to enlightenment, to the beyond. So,
yeah,
that's what it's showing. The eye of Ra there, or the eye of, Horus or Ra. This one is the eye of Ra. It represents the pure heart, purified heart, like the pure intelligence going beyond. And it connects to the Vedic consciousness as well, through the Buddhist, through the ancient Egyptian.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So I began to speak about, for the first time in years since Peter Moon disgusted us so much about the topic, about the red thread of fate connecting the heart to the pinky finger and to others beyond. Of course, the last time that I brought this up, we were all made sick by Peter Moon declaring that his red thread of fate and his heartline was connected to my own in a way far more than simply publishing books. This was, you were there.
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us about this. Tell us how you felt the moment the shudder, whatever shudder ran through you, the moment he made this.
I try and wash my mind of that sick shit he put us through. But it's just, he said, you were talking about it, and he kept like interjecting and saying, "Yes, Doug, I can feel my pinky, curling around your string." And it was just like, dude, like that was bad. Yeah, it was bad.
Oh, it was so horrible. He essentially declared marriage to me on air. That was essentially what he was declaring, was that,
Oh, he said that. I mean, he straight up said,
he said,
it's almost like we're in a marriage, Doug.
Yes. That's what he said. Yes. Oh my fucking God. At any rate, for people who are asking me about this, I do want people to know, for people who are seeking quote unquote evidence of this in Japan, this is incredible to me. One time I was talking to.
I mean, what do they mean evidence? I mean, it's almost like, it's like I don't want to say an old wives' tale, but it's like just something you tell your children. This isn't something mysterious, right?
Well, I'll respond to that, but let's put it this way. One of the things that disgusted me about a man named Rob Nilsson. Rob Nilsson, who won the Sundance Film Festival award back when it was Sundance. It became something else like American Film Festival. He also won an award at the Cannes Film Festival. His movies that won these awards were Heat and Sunlight and Northern Lights. And he was supposed to be he was like M. Night Shyamalan, who then became a piece of shit, after they said he was going to be the next Alfred Hitchcock. M. Night Shyamalan then became M. Night Shitupon. all his screens. You know, they even had to hide his name when they released that movie Oblivion. They had to hide his name as director from the credits because they knew it would tank the film, which tanked anyway. But Rob Nilsson was, I was talking to him about the swastika in Asian culture is nothing negative. And everywhere you go in Asia, you'll see swastikas, what Americans call swastikas.
Yeah.
And he said, I visited Japan. I never saw it. And it's like, how am I going to respond to this? I felt like saying, well, because your head's buried so far up your own ass, you're just high on your own fumes and you can't see anything around you.
I mean, it's literally everywhere. Yeah, especially, I mean, even in Europe, they're on things, but people are just so cognitive dissonance. It's like they're so brain fucked.
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, they're indoctrinated to blot it out. Like, I cannot see that. I cannot, literally, I cannot be seeing this. Literally, their brains are operating on rejecting what they see. They literally will render it invisible. That's a fact.
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. It's a neurological.
And people panic. Yeah. People panic. I'll have like the, you know, the real suastic, the real, you know, the Vedic version, whatever you want to call that, according to, you know, Americans, they'll say that's the real one or whatever, but the Indians will say it's the original one, whatever you call it. But people will like freak out. Why do you have that? Why do you think it's okay to just wave that around? It's like, what do you mean?
Thank you. But here we're dealing with real programming, real conditional programming. But for those of you who are skeptical about the red thread in Japan, you only need to visit, as a tourist, Kawagawa Hikawa Shrine in Kawagawa, Saitama Prefecture. That's probably Japan's most well-known love shrine. And according to legend, 1,500 years ago, the Aruma River that ran through the shrine grounds glowed a mysterious blue color. People believe this to be the work of the Hikawa god and followed the river to its source. The shrine was built at the source in the god's honor. Today, the river is illuminated to recreate that event. The shrine's importance led to the prefecture making it an official cultural asset, but it's where you can go to tie the red thread of fate. This is where there's it's the home to the red thread of fate ritual. And in Japan, people believe that the winds carry love. So the shrine incorporates numerous wind-themed decorations, like wind chimes. The most famous among them is the tunnel called Furin Kairo. During summer, it adorns itself with hundreds of wind chimes and 888 colored pinwheels for Kazaguruma. That's considered lucky for romantic relationships. The Kazaguruma, those are the colored pinwheels, 888 of them that adorn the tunnel in the summer. The corridor stretches for 10 meters, features hundreds of wooden plaques, what are called ema, where people express their wishes for love. And the shrine also sells other fortunes, or omikuji, the charms. Visitors will catch fish-shaped fortunes called retsnapper, or taimikuji, from a bucket for good luck in relationships. And as well, it's popular to purchase charms called omamori for good luck in finding a husband or a wife. And of course, the red pencil, the akai enpitsu, that draws the red thread of fate itself. And as a result, the pencil becomes shorter as it's used, just like the thread connecting to future lovers. Now, if you want to know why the legend of the red thread of fate is so special, it's similar to the idea of a soulmate. And across the world, there is the belief that some people are destined to meet. Even children hook their little fingers and pinky swear to seal a vow that should never be broken. Now, please, Brendan, read this aloud. By all means, it's very important. Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's called Akai Ito de Musubarate Barateru. Musubarateru.
Yeah.
Whoever typed it out didn't type it right, but
yeah, it should be more like, they did a poor job of it. It should be more like Akai Ito de Musubarate teru. Muzobare teru. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, so they're destined to meet, and it's not necessarily romantic. It's just fated. You're fated to deal with this person. So,
Thank you.
time, place, circumstance. The thread may stretch or tangle, but will never break. Yeah, there you go.
Thank
And
you.
it's a lot of it. It was in Demon Slayer. It's in Erased. So it's a very common thing.
Yes.
Japanese, story and tale. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the surface, the red thread of fate may seem like a romantic fairy tale, but it is an essential belief in many Asian cultures with ties to ancient gods and worship. The story might entertain, but it really provides a means to keep old traditions alive. And additionally, the customs and charms surrounding the legend foster love itself. They bring friends and family together. In times of loneliness, it also gives people hope that someone is out there for them, drawing ever nearer. And the most important thing to remember is it really gives meaning to all the horrible relationships that you've had, where you've been betrayed or you've been essentially, whatever horrible thing was done to you, just understand that there's an essence of predestination about it, that it was meant to happen for a reason, and therefore, as bad as it was, as scarred as you may be thereby, it's still something that will inspire you to know that it has meaning. Indeed, that may be the thing to emphasize at this point, because, as we've just said, according to this understanding, the fact I shouldn't even reference it the way most people would consider it a myth. It's not a myth. It's a phenomenon. And by this phenomenon, everyone's pinky finger is tied to an invisible red string that will lead him or her to another person with whom they will make history. For the Japanese, who know so much and intuit even more, all human relations are predestined by this red string that the gods tie to the pinky fingers of those who find each other in life. I mean, give us some examples from anime that you can think of, Brendan. That's important.
Yeah, about what concept?
Well, predestination, a pre-entanglement, where characters are, destined to meet. If you can't think of it. Yeah.
And that's huge. I mean, that's most of the Japanese style animes. When I mean Japanese style, I mean Japanese themed animes. It's like every character is bound by fate. That's what they would call it. So even in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you have JoJo, the main character, and Dio. Their fates are so intertwined it carries on through 6 generations of their family. So stuff like that. Like, this is a very strong concept in Japanese storytelling.
It's foundational. It's foundational.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So legend has it that the two people connected by this thread will have an important story, regardless of the time, place, or circumstances, and that red string might get tangled, contracted, or stretched, as surely often happens, but it can never break. So this phenomenon, again, I refuse to call it a mere legend, so much more aesthetic than that of the twin souls concept, occurs when it is discovered that the ulnar artery, how do I pronounce that? ULNAR, Brendan? Ulnar or ulnar? Yeah, probably German in its original. Ulnar. This ulnar.
I think it's a medical.
It is. Yes. It's based on the fact. All the concepts that we're relating are based on the fact that the ulnar artery connects the heart with the pinky finger, which is the same reason why in so many cultures promises are made by two people crossing their pinkies. That thin little vein running from heart to hand extends through the invisible world to end its course in someone else's heart. But unlike other amorous superstitions, the Japanese phenomenon isn't one limited to couples or a single person whom one is predestined to find. It speaks of a type of arterial ramification that emerges from a finger toward all those with whom we will make history, and all those whom we will help in one way or another, or who will in turn, most hopefully, help us. For the ontological imagination, the phenomenon of the red string is a way to understand our itinerary of encounters as a predetermined plot where couples' relationships, the intimate brushes against someone else, and all the little stories we crisscross with others are neither random triumphs nor accidents, but a part of this scarlet tapestry, this story told in blood, whose threads were given to us when we were born, but which we knit ourselves. Now,
And I
yeah.
recall what that term comes from my days in anthropology, biological anthropology.
Please.
So the ulna is, one of the bones in the arm. So it goes through the tibia and the ulna. It's basically your elbow bone in your elbow. So it just goes through there. That's why it's called the ulnar nerve.
Excellent.
Just
Thank
an anatomical term. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, so much more than that. One Japanese legend tells of what I was telling people while you were gone was this. Just a quick review for the sake of Brendan. I was explaining to our listeners how one Japanese legend tells of an old man who lives in the moon and comes out every night to search among kin spirits to reunite them on Earth who have something to learn from each other. And when he finds them, he ties a red thread to them so that they can find their paths. Thus, our red strings end in someone else. Accepting this, or at least considering it, is a secret consolation. It is as if our steps, stubborn as they may sometimes seem, knew the route and geography of our multiple amorous destinations, and therefore there were no slips or poor decisions. Everything we did was meant to be. There are trois memorable moments in cinema that pay tribute to the subtle and mysterious aesthetic of this conductive reading of the red string. The first is the film Dolls, simply Dolls, by Takeshi Kitano. The second one I could think of is Sayonara by Joshua Logan, which was of immense importance to my mother and father. And in both of those cinematic stories, we find out at the end that the couples were united by the red string of destiny, and that everything that occurred before was nothing more than a plot through the root of string that would end up reuniting them. As William Shakespeare said, journeys end in lovers' meeting. All cultures have pondered what it is that governs the individual path of each person, and among them, many have conceived an astronomical thread that predicts their paths. Think of how would the Greeks pronounce it, Brendan? Moirai? Moirai? How would the Greeks say it? If Brendan is still with us, hopefully they haven't taken him again. And maybe he can also...
What was it? I missed it.
Oh, the Moirai, the Morai. How do we pronounce this? The three fates of Greek mythology.
Oh, the fates. Morai. Yeah, the Morai. Yeah.
Yes, the Morai who personify destiny. Yes, thank you. Oh, explain a little bit while we're talking about that, about Dharma.
Yes, I mean Dharma is more like the divine law, or something akin to like divine law. It's your duty or your destiny in alignment with the universe. Whereas fate be something karmic even. So Dharma's level above like fate itself. Yeah.
Thank you. So
Dharma is true time, so you can't deviate from it. It's a type of fate. It's a type of fate.
Dharma is true. What did you say? You got glitched there for a second.
I said it's kind of like fate. It's
a
type of duty or doing the right thing, but it's more cosmic
Thank you.
It's higher than fate,
Thank you.
Promise.
I appreciate that. But if we return to the thread of the red thread, think of the morai of the Greeks who hold a thread of gold for each person on earth and cut it suddenly when his or her death is due. Or in the thread, also read by the way, of the Kabbalah, which connects the believers to the Holy Land of Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. It's logical to think that if life is conceived as a great text, from the Latin textus, knitting or connection. In fact, the word sutras are from where we derive the word suture for stitching, as in surgery.
Yes.
Thank you. Then you realize...
Back to red. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's right. Say it again. For our listeners, you got kind of short-circuited there. But
I said it all goes back to the thread,
Thank
the
you.
suture,
Yeah.
the line. Yeah.
Thank you. These strings are the main material of men to rasterize their daily lives. So to lose the thread is now a universal expression to refer to practical or even existential deviation. Peter Moon lost the thread when he began to claim that his thread was connected to my heart. That was, somehow through my ass, since he told me to get colonics, remember? You should get colonics, Douglas. our hearts are connected. Remember, it was all in the same conversation. Remember that?
I don't want to remember it. Thank God I don't.
I'm already getting a question about, this is how men rasterize their lives. I did mean humanity, the strings being the main material of men and women to rasterize their daily lives. To rasterize means to convert an image from a vector format, meaning mathematical descriptions of lines and shapes, into a raster, R-A-S-T-E-R, or a bitmap format. It's a grid of individual pixels. It's necessary for displaying or editing images on devices that require a pixel-based format, but it can cause a loss of quality if the image is scaled up later. So I wouldn't even know about that term except through Edbeth, who's a photographer. That's how I learned it. But such having been explained, thus the legend, the phenomenon of the red thread tells us that within the labyrinth of encounters and shared stories, there is a pre-designed and perfect path. That scarlet string, which, like that of Ariadne, connects us with our irrevocable destination, placed at the edge of another string that will also lead to us. Now, perhaps I should have brought all of this up on Valentine's Day, but it all comes up organically. Ariadne, by the way, I'm referring to the figure in Greek mythology known for helping Theseus. I think it was Theseus, wasn't it? Theseus? The Byzantine empress. The daughter of King Minos of Crete, who helped the hero, Theseus. Or Theseus. Thank you. Navigate the labyrinth with a ball of thread. Yeah, she was the queen, the Byzantine empress. She was the Byzantine empress, and she helped Theseus, the hero, navigate the labyrinth with a ball of thread. That's the concept known as Ariadne's thread in history. Thank you.
What's her name? There was a name.
Oh gosh, I'm as
Cassiopeia. I think Cassiopeia was the princess, and then the queen was something else.
Thank you. Good. That's great. You're very good at this. Thank you so much. And at any rate, this brings us finally to explaining why the seers were trained to hunt vampires. What they call seers in the espionage world by professional vernacular. They have a talent based on the mind, and of course, it's something that involves the Mobius continuum of time itself. And as for resistibility, it's irresistible. Every living sentient creature carves an ethereal path through the non-existence of polyreality, meaning multiple realities, as it leads to life itself. Essentially, it's a path where the sapient win, not the sentient, because any living thing is sentient, meaning it responds, but sapient, meaning self-aware. And this is the path where the sapient win, not just physically, but also emotionally and intellectually. So this threaded path, Ariadne's thread, as impacted or handled, we could even say manipulated by the Mori, well, perhaps it is best considered a metaphysical trail left by the mind and soul as it grows, changes, and evolves through its existence in whatever space-time universe in which it resides. Of course, Michael Aquino, being a different sort of entity that inhabited the body of a dead baby, referred to it as a snail-like slime trail for all of us. Regardless of his grotesquerie, these lines extend backward from the creature in question to reveal everywhere where it has been and thought and felt in the past, and similarly, they extend forward to cover wherever the sapient will have once gone when viewed from a future perspective. So seers are espers, ESPers are extrasensory perceptors, who can see these lines extending from the hearts of people. And as Brendan and I have articulated at length, these lines are the trails of the heart and soul, and they have bends and squiggles and kinks and frays wherever the owner had an experience of some sort. But with practice, a seer can learn to interpret these deviations and make a reasonably accurate forecast of the future. Furthermore, when a seer can see multiple lines and examine how they interact, that seer can make predictions about interrelationships or outside events which will impact the people being read. When lives interact, the lifelines cross each other, and the tangles and deviations indicate just how. When twin lifelines cross each other, or when they cross and they both experience nearly the same aberrations, the seer can determine that the twain either get along well, or else they both experience the same outside influence. When twin lifelines cross and one suffers and the other swells with power, then the seer can determine that one has caused injury to the other. Perhaps the suffering person was mugged, got fired, or the other was someone the one had been hoping to avoid. By the way, Brendan, by all means, let's take a look at the latest link here. Let's see what you're sharing with us. And so this is a Facebook link. Elon Musk says World War is inevitable and it will happen within 5 years. This is now he's trying to play the part of well, thanks to people like him. Yeah, that's like if I were doing the best to fuck up the world. Yeah, I could. Yeah, well, anyhow. Okay. So go on, Brendan. Any thoughts to share about this? Ed, if not, nary a care. I can understand if you dismiss it.
He said, he said 5 to 10 years, as if that's some kind of prediction. It's like, dude,
really, yeah, 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years, anything can fucking happen. That's
you can say that about anything.
Yeah, God fucking.
War
damn.
is gonna happen in 5 or 10 years.
Yes, yeah. This deserves the shit emoji for that son of a bitch. Thank you. It's what a no words. At any rate,
it's like he wanted to be like you, but he's like too high.
Thank
just
you.
Said that.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's
That's
like, I could do what that Dietrich guy does, and he just said that like in a ketamine stupor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's I appreciate that profoundly because it's true, and we know it's true. We know these people listen. This because they say, they try
Someone's
to.
listening.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. At any rate, someone's already asking me about death. What? Okay, get the seer, the lifeline. What about death? Well, death is perhaps the event most easily read, for the simple reason that only living people have lifelines. When a person dies, the lifeline stops.
I guess
If-
that makes sense. So you can see an undead person really easily.
Thank you. Now, if the death is traumatic, the line ends abruptly. The line fades to black during lingering hospital-bound cancer deaths and the like. Whatever the cause, if there's no lifeline after a certain point, the seer can be certain that there's no life either. But all sentients, not just sapients, but any animal on Earth, and all animals are sentient, right down to the cellular level of amoeba, because they respond. Sentient simply means responsive. All sentients have lifelines. For human beings, these lines are bright red in color. But vampire lifelines are bright blue in color. When a person is attacked by a vampire and survives the assault, their lines merge permanently. And the blue of, well, let's just put it this way, the blue of the vampires infects the red of the humans. In other words, the red of the human's lifeline shifts slowly through purple, and if the seer is able to witness the vampire attack, and it's a true vampire, as in 100%, not half like my mother, the Dampier, who could still drain people, so this effect would be visible if someone were a seer who was watching her in the midst of her attack and draining a person dry. Well, then the seer would witness the victim's lifeline shift through purple and then to blue as their red lifeline is gradually consumed by the vampire's blue lifeline, which could be interpreted, as Brendan said, as undead. The lines of less intelligent creatures like cats and dogs are much dimmer than those of humans and vampires, and thus they are easily overlooked by most seers. In theory, a seer could read a person's lifeline, and those of their descendants, all the way to the end of time, or all the way back to time's beginning. Now, fortunately, in the minds of most seers, Esper skills, or skills of the talents of psionics, are not quite that powerful. It wouldn't be much fun to know the future of the planet for all time. There is a constant argument among seers about the permutability of the future. Some seers claiming to be able to see multiple future timelines for a person, and argue that each split is indicative of a potential future which will only come to pass if the person being read exercises free choice and causes one or the other to come into existence. Detractors of this theory are those seers who can only see one future timeline. And to these seers, the future is immutable, and any attempt to avoid it will somehow cause it to come into existence anyway. In their opinion, the seers which can see multiple lines see the one true future and several other ghost images, which can never.
This issue.
Yeah. They would interpret
Trying
those.
to prevent something creates the outcome.
Right, that would be their argument, and they feel that the multiple lines that the other seers might see, well, that they're really seeing one true future and several other ghost images which can never come to pass. The multiple line seers maintain that those who see only one line have less flexible a talent, as they are unable to forecast all possible futures. And there is also a third camp of seers who maintain that such attempts to define the flexibility of the future is an exercise in pointless philosophizing, since trying to make sound predictions based on squiggly red lines is a vague art at best and a far cry indeed from a hard science. Regardless of their beliefs in the mutability or unavoidability of the future, seers almost uniformly avoid forecasting their own future. This has become a bit of a superstition among espionage circles, but the basic causes
Too
are,
dangerous.
yes, the basic causes being twofold: the desire to avoid a paradox and the fear of seeing your own lifeline end 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah, too dangerous.
Yeah. Now, some seers hypothesize that the shock of seeing your lifeline end 10 seconds from now would be enough to give you a massive cardiac arrest and end it right there anyway.
Right.
And such possibilities are enough to prevent the overwhelming majority of seers from ever attempting what's called auto-divination, for those of you who wish to know the professional term. Now, when it comes to using this skill, where do I begin? Seers tend to be polarized into those who can see the past and those who can see the future. Those who can see into the future are perhaps the most useful to the military intelligence occult complex, but those who can see the past are in higher demand than you would imagine as interviewers for high security positions, which is basically every position in an E-branch or espionage branch that deals with psionics or psychic talents. So, of course, there
What do they do? Comb through all your connections psychically?
Absolutely. Yes. And of course, there are some seers.
Like, what do they like?
Yeah.
They see like a Chinese line, and they're like, "You're a double agent," or something.
That has happened. This has happened, and yeah. So that's yeah. It's an important talent, to say the least. And thank you for bringing that up. It's a valid and relevant point. Of course, there's some
Like, how detailed are we talking? Can they see like names and shit?
It's again, there's several mitigating factors, but they can generally see a good outline of tracery that runs almost like a genealogical chart. That would probably be the best way I could describe it. Let's put it this way. It's God. I mean, obviously, some seers can, to a degree at least, see both the target's past and future for an amount of time that's equal in both directions. And let's put it this way. How would I say it? The farther ahead a seer can trace a line, the fewer facts will be determined. There's a dimming, as it's called. And each, on the other hand, since such a reading covers more time, the facts the seer discovers are much more likely to be important. Finding out the most important event for the next week of someone's life is helpful. A seer who easily gleans 10 facts for the next 60 seconds of someone's life is not going to prove useful at all. And even though seers can spot the lines of unknown people as they interact with the lifeline of the person being read, they cannot trace the lifeline backwards to find out who the person is without considerable effort. Life threads are neither regular nor constrained to 3 dimensions, and the interactions between the threads of twin lifelines might be physical, such as bumping onto someone on the street, or intangible, like talking on the phone. So the only time a seer can definitively trace an unidentified lifeline back to the owner is when the owner is within both visual range and ESP range, or psionic range, psi range. And of course, the lifeline interaction being traced backwards from is within the specific seer's capacity, kind of like whatever their innate skill is, something organic enough that it's almost immeasurable, meaning you can't really measure it effectively. In those circumstances, it does not matter if the person will leave the seer's line of sight and then return later. The life thread is a metaphysical structure, and the seer can see the entire thread from interaction all the way back to the person's heart, in defiance of Newtonian range restrictions, no less. So, in other words, these are kind of things that they work in a quantum sense. And via quantum entanglement, it's like teleportation. There's no distance in between. Regardless of the strength and power of the seer's innate talent, a seer can't see everything. There are simply too many life threads out there to account for, which may be related to why most seers can see only from 1 to 10 life threads at a time. It appears to be some sort of subconscious editing function in the brain itself, which eliminates the background garbage. It's very similar to how a person reading a newspaper focuses on only a few letters in one column at a time, right? I mean, with peripheral vision, the reader notices that other letters are around, but as they are at the time of reading unimportant to gleaning information from the symbols being translated or interpreted by the brain, they remain unidentified and ignored. They might be in a different paragraph or even an unrelated story, so how, if at all, they interact with what the person is focusing on is unknown. This parallels to how seers ignore other lifelines, occasionally even lifelines that they might consider important, if only they knew. Like you haven't gotten to that part of what you're reading yet before you're interrupted. So with this restriction in mind, the amount a seer can determine might be severely restricted. And hopefully that answers some questions. I mean, there was I guess one example I could think of that I'm not quite sure I should even relate. Basically, there was a seer that I was working with who could see the lifelines of most of the people in a single location. That, well, he could see that the lifelines of most of the people there began to terminate. There was interaction between them, but the interaction appeared to be cooperative as opposed to mutually destructive. Nevertheless, it was obvious that something very bad was about to happen, and that many people would die. But he couldn't tell what the event that was going to happen. Whatever it was, he couldn't tell what it was. Why? Because he didn't notice the life thread of the terrorist involved. And, well, because he wasn't reading for him, the terrorist's line was invisible. In a similar vein, seers can miss the passing lifeline of suicide bombers, assassins, and passers-by by subconsciously, or even consciously, screening out non-essential life threads. They might overlook a life thread which could cause certain readings to make sense, including maybe the lifeline of the person coming to kill them. They're not invulnerable themselves. Although lifelines may seem well, they may be seen to dim with a person's diminishing vitality, they are almost never so faded as to be invisible to a seer who's looking for that particular line or following that particular thread, that is. This is because the lifelines are seen as threads of neon color against a perfectly black background, a backdrop so black it defies imagination, and even the faintest of neon lights is still readily visible against such a backdrop. If you ever want to see this deep a black, go to a cavern tour, and on a cavern tour where they shut out the lights underground, then you'll understand. Similarly, seers can pick up the terminated life threads of dead people as long as the seer can see the past and the death occurred within, well, the Mobius continuum amount of time, or the amount of time within Mobius continuum range that is resonant with that particular seer's capacity. And with that kind of talent and all the qualifiers I've just articulated, the seer can follow the deceased person's lifeline, and it will be pointing straight to the decedent's heart, the dead person's heart. Even at the extreme end of the seer's chronological range, the attachment is blatantly obvious. This would seem to be problematic if the dead person's body were moved, but for some inexplicable reason, it's not the case. Seers believe this is because a person's life threads are not an actual physical path, but rather a metaphysical path, a metaphysical path. Since that metaphysical path covers events both real and spiritual, it can also be used to determine a physical path for the person in question. But since it is primarily a metaphysical path, it will always appear to a seer to be pointing at the deceased owner, or the owner of that heart from which that beat draws out that thread, even if the person has died. Whatever the explanation, a seer can pick up the threads of a dead person without pause and make some determination of the person's cause of death, and perhaps even whether foul play was involved. The only exception to all the aforesaid appears to be thanks to vampires, naturally enough. It can happen when a person is killed by a vampire. They die outright. Yet the vampire implanted within, so to speak, because there's always an exchange of fluids, the saliva from the vampire, which stupefies the victim through the dimethyltryptamine injected from the salivary glands of the vampire. Well, basically, they provide a kind of unlife within the cadaver of the victim. And in that sense, well, to a seer, the lifeline of a victim of such an event may appear to terminate, and then kind of resume, except with a slightly bluish tinge. Of course, most seers don't expect lifelines to begin again, so such anomalies are easily missed. You have to be trained in the existence of vampires to be on the lookout. Well, children, it's midnight. I think we've done enough for tonight. We can return to the subject on Sunday. Okay. Anything that my fellow members of Team Dietrich wish to say? Oh, Brendan has taken his leave. Aristides, if you happen to be awake, please share whatever thoughts are on your mind to send us all into the gentle night, or morning, actually, as the case is already after the witching hour. The clock struck midnight. And we'll see if he responds. If not, I'll wish you all the best of mornings. Here we are, dear Aristides.
Well,
yes.
A little sleepy. That was quite a bedtime story, but I do enjoy that one. Thank you. And if you all did too, please contribute to Douglas so he can continue bringing you this fascinating information.
Thank you so much. Well, love you dearly, Aristides. And to all who support us, I love you all. To everyone out there who's a friend, kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen. And with that, we'll be returning on Sunday night at this very time, same time as we started tonight. Join us then, and we'll return to these kinds of topics more than likely, barring, of course, war starting and the need to return to geopolitics. In the interim, however, I think we've provided you all quite a bit of paranormal education. Hopefully all of you make some use of that to help enlighten others, and let others, most importantly, know that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and educating the masses as a weapon of mass instruction. A WMI, if you will. Okay, be that as it may. Everyone contribute. Everything you can. Blessed be, and we're ending live stream. Okay, ending stream, and pressing that button. With that, we're going